You know what? I forgot to change that. Thank you. Oh, do I not have music? I don't have music. You have to have spooky music. Thank you. No one said that, but I just remembered that. Thank you. Oh heck, there's something I forgot to do. Because I'll let you in on a little secret as we're starting this up before the stream properly gets into it. I understand that the scariest thing of all is cringe. So naturally I'm gonna force myself to go, oh wait, I also wanted to do Dracula Flow. Heck. What the hecky heck? Oh my gosh, Dracula Flow is 37 minutes for all 5 of them? Do I spend 40 minutes reacting to Dracula Flow? Because, like, I don't like the idea of reaction content. I don't want to steal someone else's work, but this is, like, something that I think would be really funny. I could do 1 to 3. No, that's not correct. Well, no. So if I want to read my own works. Spoilers, I'm going to read some of my own works on stream. I'm going to read a horror short story, or maybe 2, that I wrote years ago. And that is absolutely cringe. Like, you can't tell me it's not cringe. I will tell you you're a liar. Am I not signed in? What the heck? Oh, that's because that's that one. Understood. That would make sense that I'm not signed in. Yeah, I can do like parts 1 to 3 because that's like 10 minutes. Because obviously, like, I don't want to be a reaction Andy. How dare you? Where the heck is it? Like, what? I have to remember what I named this thing. Okay, stories? Okay, at this point I might as well just, like, I'm already yapping. I'm just doing this in the background. Hello. Hi. How goes? I don't know what I'm doing. So I have like 3 horror short stories that I could read on stream. New outfit? No, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, new outfit. I'm not embarrassed at my choice of costume. Body horror excerpt. Oh, right. That's from the... Oh, I know what that is. What the heck is this? What? Okay, I remember this one. I remember this one. What's the choker? Listen, I want y'all to observe. I want you to observe my physical form, my corporeal form, and I want you to tell me what's different about this outfit. What's different here? What's the newness? Ah! Is it my shoes? Is it my legs and my thighs? Is it my gloves and my jean shorts? Is it my arms? Is it my choker? Is it my head? Because the answer is none of it. None of this is different. This is all the exact same. This is not a new outfit. This is just my normal casual wear. You're being paranoid. You're being silly. What the heck are you talking about? Like shorter? Wait, I'm not shorter than normal. I'm a normal height. Hey, arrow bellies. Do I show my... I don't show my belly. My belly's hidden. It's behind freaking, like, a tank top. What do you mean, prove it? Do you want me to prove it? Like, show myself next to a can of Aero soda? Okay, but, like, it's a perspective thing. No, you're gonna... See, I'm reaching out my hands. Do you see not the perspective? The soda is closer to the screen than I am. It looks larger than me. Also, it's a really big can of soda. It's a really big... It's like an Arizona iced tea sized thing of soda. You joined to a flashbang? There's no flashing going on here, nor is there any banging. Although, what I will say... Nonsense, I'm 5'11". There's like 182 centimeters. I am above average height. Arizona iced tea is really good. It's very sugary. It's very sweet. I don't really drink it because it's like 78% of your daily sugar intake. So I've been avoiding that, but it was pure white when you joined. What? Because it was my thighs? That is kind of true. Oh my gosh. First off, hi Ice and Noah, who is driver, and Dreek and Dragon and EJ and Orca and Coid and Maddie and Spectre and Yixris and DP and Cantus was here earlier, but they had to go, so thank you very much. If you're back for the VOD, hi. Yeah. Okay, I just got used to the vampire clothes. Yeah, this is what I normally wear. If anything, let me just disappear for a second. Like, this is technically an alternate outfit. This outfit is the main one I have. If it loads. If it isn't dead. I think it died. Maybe you have to like summon me. Maybe I broke it. Maybe jump scare. Yeah, so technically this is like my main outfit, right? This is technically the one that I wear. This is like my default outfit, and then I went to the casual wear separate from that. So this is what I should be wearing normally. And honestly, now that it's colder, I should be wearing this more. But because it was warm, it was summer, I like the casual sportiness of that. Like, I don't know, it's athletic wear to me. To me, that other outfit is like, yeah, I'm gonna like go out on a run, right? That outfit to me is, yeah, I'm gonna like just lounge about the house. The dark yellow jacket. The nice thing about being goth as heck is that you don't actually need a Halloween outfit if you don't have the time, money, or energy. Honestly, I went out to not a Halloween party, but like an event that was costume themed last night with my roommates. And what I did is I just dressed, because I learned about this like a couple hours before it was happening, and then I didn't put any effort into putting on a costume because I didn't know if we needed a costume. So what I did is I just put on black formal wear. I borrowed a choker from my roommate, and then I put I put 2 dots on my neck that were red, and then I put a little like line of red from the corner of my mouth down to my chin, and I just called myself a vampire. Initially, I was going to put in like those fang inserts that you can put on just your canines, so you get like the 2 fangs that are like longer, sharper than normal, but they kept falling off. So I was like, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm just not going to open my mouth too much. And I just had black formal wear that made me look vampire, because I already get told pretty regularly I remind people of a vampire, right? I already get told pretty regularly that just I'm very vampiric in nature. I very give off that vibes. Honestly, the fact that I'm so pale kind of reinforces that. But as I've mentioned before, I've gotten more tan since I moved across the country. Yeah, get denture cream for those, of course. Well, because what it was is that it was one of those, it was one of the ones where it's probably like a silicone, maybe a plastic fang, and then you fill it with a gel that then you put the gel over your canine. And then the canine in the gel like molds to it. It hardens over the course of like 5 minutes, and then it just stays because it's now conformed to your canine, right? It was not working for me. I don't know why. But that was my last minute Halloween costume that I came up with. And the vampires, right? The only thing stopping me from looking like a femboy vampire is your hair. It's so blonde it turns white when you're under a light. See, that's the thing. I have thought similar things about, like, can you be like blonde in goth? Can you be like a redhead in goth? Can you be a brunette in goth? And I feel like, yeah. I feel like you can. And honestly, it adds a single pop of color, which honestly, I could rock. Like, me and just a... Actually, let me go back to that other outfit real quick. Let me go back to that other outfit, and I can demonstrate to you what the idea of me fully in black with just a pop of color being my hair would look like. How about that? Here's my new outfit. This is my Halloween costume for 2025. I just went full maid outfit. Hi. Yeah, Arrow cleans. Listen, Mr. Clean is a extraplanar entity. And so I figured I could channel that. Hi. Arrow the barmaid. Ooh, that's pretty good. I did consider a more conservative, traditional, like down to the ankles dress. I think like Nimmy Nightmare has, but I was just like, nah. Very nice and good for Thanksgiving season. This is very Thanksgiving coded, I will say. The arrow in the dress is amazing. I wouldn't even call it a maid outfit. Yeah, like, I just kind of, it's just cute, right? Just a fun little time. Ah! Low-key, I'm not going to celebrate Halloween, but I will go to the Renaissance Festival. That's the thing. This can just be a Ren Fair. This can just be like a barmaid outfit for a Ren Fair, or it can be a maid outfit for Halloween. It's whatever you want it to be. You like the colors? Yeah. So what I did is I just took a standard maid outfit and then I just recolored it to be like my color instead of white. Because, I mean, I like the color white, but it's not really on my color scheme outside of the fact that my blinding pastiness is in fact a pale reflection of the porcelain that makes me up. Change the paladin, you're ready for Christmas or Oktoberfest. Oh, this would actually be a really good Christmas outfit, yeah. Although, today is gay Christmas. Happy gay Christmas to all of you. Do goth cows give blood-flavored milk or just blood? I think goth cows are just normal cows. They're black and white. Finally, a weapon to surpass Maidstone. Yes, and full transparency, I tried getting Rory on stream today. I tried hitting him up and I was like, hey, do you want to hop on stream tomorrow? And he was like, yeah, sure. And I was like, excellent. And we were going to collab. And then he had a migraine. So unfortunately, I don't think he's even streaming on his channel today. But it would have been very funny to be like, hey, Rory. Maid. I also considered just a full suit and to be a butler, but I felt like that would have been less visually engaging. Very German villager. Yeah, we're going to Oktoberfest. Oh my God. We can have a maid off. Yeah. Who... I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that would actually be really fire fan art. Is Rory and me both in maid outfits and like having a maid off. Butler, I love feminine butlers. Honestly, like, so I am non-binary. I like androgyny. I rock like a suit, particularly if you have feminine features like long hair. It's so good. Oh my gosh, is my model breaking again? No! Why does this keep doing this? I've been forsaken by my tracking software so many times. Actually, what is going on here? No! I'm dead. I made out. The hair do be fine. I mean, honestly, okay, let's... Sorry. The hair, honestly, is the same hairstyle as, if you recall, from my beach. Gonna go to the beach outfit. I'm sorry, my tracking software is being weird. And it's been being weird for the past couple weeks. It cannot handle me as an elder god. Okay, so what is a VTuber, if not someone that has transcended the physical form and is communing with you on a level otherworldly? You are being communicated to me via a device where you cannot respond effectively. You can only respond via performing the ritual of typing in a chat room, and I send to you a message imparting on you my values and interests and hobbies, where you then resonate with that, and in order to gain my favor, either engage in ritual discussing such interests and hobbies, or you throw money at me in the form of offering. That is how VTubing works. VTubers are the modern elder gods. See, so Del Toro's Frankenstein, I was going to go into the theater to watch it with my roommates earlier in the week, and then I just didn't because I was busy. I was like, yeah, that'd be fun, and I'm busy. Dang it. They're the younger gods by definition. Okay. Old, but still like hag gods, the hag gods, because so many VTubers are hags. Okay, question, unironic question. What do you define as hag as? Because when I think of hag, I think old woman who's like off in the woods and she creates her poultices and her salves from crushed up mushroom and moss and like bleeds out drainage from the canopy of the forest into a soup that will revitalize you at the cost of something you are unwilling to give up. But most people, when they say hag, is like a 25-year-old woman. Most people, when they say hag, is like someone who's like in their mid to late 20s. Same thing with unk. Like, I feel as though unk and hag have been used to describe like 22-year-olds. And I'm like, what? Either an elder witch or a 35 plus VTuber. Lots of cackling laughter. Does a cackling laugh hag make? Right? Does a cackling laugh a hag make? Or to be a hag, you'll develop a cackling laugh? Because it's basically a circle. It's a Venn diagram, but it is basically a circle. So does one cause the other? Is it a pipeline? Evil old woman considered frightful or ugly? I feel like to be a hag, you must have at least a decent amount of gray hair. You know, when I first was making my model, I actually considered having white hair instead. And then I feel like the black just kind of fits my aesthetic better. Not the Venn diagram again. Okay. This is a different Venn diagram, different topic, different actors within it. So is cackling a skill, or is it like a cyst that grows upon your soul? Is it something that you have control over and must nurture? Or is the cackling laughter something that just kind of happens to you? Is it something where you don't realize you can cackle, and then suddenly, years into being a hag, you're cackling up like nobody's business? Black was a better choice. Listen, I've had a couple people tell me straight up, just like, listen, you're cute and all, I'm into blondes. And I'm just like, that's good for you. I wasn't trying. I don't make that kind of content. Although, I've said this before, and I think that with the maid outfit, it would be very funny. With this kind of like dress, it would be very funny to do unironic, full stop, no joke, like GFE ASMR roleplay where I'm giving like affirmations or whatever. But, and I've talked about this before on stream, it's like in a war zone, or like we're in the middle of like a crowd that's about to riot. So it's just throughout the course of it, it starts with like 30 seconds of me doing like the very standard like intro of like, oh my gosh, you're so like, I like you so much, blah 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 blah. I don't know what these do, but the idea is that I start very basic, and then 30 seconds in, suddenly like a Molotov cocktail goes off in the background, or like artillery shells start hitting, and then people start screaming, and people start returning fire, and people start like dying and screaming and like calling out like I'm not gonna leave you behind. It's like, no, you gotta go, I'm already gone. It's like, if you're gone, then I'm going with you. As I'm just like, yeah, so I mean, you don't have to return your feelings if you don't like, but like I don't know what like ASMR roleplay is, but I feel like it would be really funny if I'm just progressively drowned out. over the span of like 5 minutes. ASMR Twitch is nasty. No, literally. And then I would like have a wake the F up samurai just thrown in there. You're gonna make $1 more billion. If I could make $1 more billion by doing a joke ASMR like roleplay stream, I would absolutely do that, because that is right up my alley. Is that catfishing? If it's like on brand for me, is it catfishing? Because, for instance, the recent girlfriend video blew up. I don't know why. I literally made a post to ask the viewers, like, hey, why did this blow up? I don't understand. And a lot of them were just like, I like gay mechs. And I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. But if I get a new crowd by doing the roleplay, that would be so funny. Because they show up and they're like, ooh, can't wait for the next Arrow roleplay. And then I just start talking about like Lancer. And they're like, ugh, what is this? And I'm like, it's roleplay. What'd you think? Rule number 1 of the internet, the thing you like making and put effort into will never be as famous as the stupidest thing. Exactly. No, I've learned that over time. I've learned that the more effort I put into something does not correlate in the slightest to how successful it will be. The girlfriend video was an extremely easy, I would dare say low effort video, where I had 10 minutes. So I was like, I want to record my reaction to this girlfriend thing. Because I opened the itch page, I saw that there was like the mistress handler playbook, and I'm like, what? I have to like look into this, right? I have to seriously actually look into this. So that's just what it do. Girlfriend mentioned, yeah. Also, hey, Mr. Ripper. Hey, Ice Reaper. Hey, Matt. This idea versus your actual videos. Okay. What I think would be really funny, though, is if I do this like fake role-playing ASMR, whatever, and then I get a crowd of people who are there for that. It would be very funny. Also, holy heck, why is my model... I'm sorry. Let me restart my phone, because this has been a consistent issue with my phone for the past, like, couple times I've streamed. I know, I'm gone. It's almost as if I don't love you. It's almost as if I'm only here because I need to perform or else I'll die. Another fun TTRPG is Maid. I don't know if it's any good. Is that the one where you literally play as maids? Because I know that there is a TTRPG where you actually... I know what I can do. We have the power. Huh? We have the power of MS Paint. I can just do that. What the heck? I'm so smart. I can just like... Oh my gosh. I can have a stream where I'm a ghost. My new outfit is that I'm a ghost, everyone. Can you see? Do you see my new outfit? It's just right there. Laugh. Laugh for me. This is the state of my channel. This is what happens to you when you talk about a not safe for work TTRPG without realizing that it's not safe for work. Hello, phone? Do you want to turn back on? Would you like me to have tracking? Or would you like to be mean to me? I think that you want to be mean to me because you have been mean to me thus far. However, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. I am willing, in fact, to work with you on this. Okay. Let's put money on if this fixed the problem. Because when in doubt, unironically, when in doubt, turn it off, turn it back on again. Like, listen, government's not working. Uh-oh, turn it off, turn it back on again. Uh-oh, phone's not working. Turn it off, turn it back on again. Bro, what even was I doing? Did I have a plan? I don't think I did. Should I have a Q&A? Are we doing a Q&A today? I didn't think that far ahead. I'm not gonna lie. I really went in today with no thoughts, head empty. If I'm completely honest. If I can be FR with you, I did not plan this stream. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna turn one of my player mechs into a maid outfit in my Lancer campaign. So it's like that one, it's someone posted this on the Discord recently. It was an Imperial Knight from 40k, where it's just in a maid dress, and it's just like stomp, 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 stomp. Ohayou gozaimasu. Watashi wa kawaii desu. Boo. It's so silly. No, you may not be French with us. That's not say so. Well, I can be French. Wait, how do I say it? I mean, I can say like je suis anglais, je suis américain, je ne suis pas français, je ne parle pas français. I mean, I know like very little because I took French in school up until high school, where they only offered Spanish and Italian, and I'm like, can I just continue taking French? And they're like, no. And then I was like, okay, I guess I'll take Spanish. And then I didn't care about or learn Spanish. Bonjour, comment ça va? Yeah, so ça va is just like, you good? Oh my gosh, my thing is breaking again. So ça va is just, you good? So a very common exchange is like, ça va? And someone goes, ça va? Right? Et tu? And you? Comment ça va? Ça va. Et tu? Ça va. Bien. A little Frenching never hurt. A little Frenching very much hurt. Did you see colonialism? The French went wild. The French, the English, the Dutch, the Spanish. Let's not pretend like a little Frenching never hurt nobody. A lot of Frenching hurt a lot of people. I think about the night cafe every day. Hey, Zephyr. Seeing 40k and my brain turns off, it just goes over my head. Okay. I've managed to stun lock Orca. Now that Orca doesn't know what's going on, we can discuss Orca migration patterns without them knowing that we know. Right? So I stunned them. What are we going to do about the Orca problem? Because if you don't know, Orcas engage in trends. There was a trend for quite a while where orcas would swim around and put a fish on their head. Oh, sorry, I have to keep the 40k on screen. They would put a fish on their head, like a little hat. And then they go around, they show other orcas, right? They would go around and show other orcas and also other humans, the little fish on their head, right? And then there was a massive uptick in this, and then it went away, right? Because it was like a fad, it was a trend, it was a TikTok trend for them. And then what they did is that orcas would go around and they would start damaging the rudders of yachts. And it was like another trend that just randomly, there's a massive uptick in orcas attacking the rudders of ships. Because it became a trend, it became en vogue, it became trendy, a fad for orcas to do this. And, okay, sorry, orcas back. Oh, yeah, taxes. Ugh, taxes. Ugh, I hate those. Leave the orcas be. They've been damaging rich people's boats. They're good in my book. Yeah, hashtag messing up this random boat I found. That's the thing. Okay, cast stun spell. Stun. All right. Yeah, so orcas actually are really smart because they understand that humans are not just collectivist, but also social species. They understand that humans will protect one another in the same way orcas protect one another and work together. So if an orca hurts a human, other humans will hurt the orca. Orcas are smart enough to recognize not to kill humans explicitly because they know humanity will bring down massive devastation on orcas if they do. Don't teach orcas about 6-7. Pass the puffer fish. Puff fish pass. Ciao. Hey, Luca. Anyway, taxes are like, ugh. You know, I hate paying taxes. They're like, ugh, you know. So what are we Taxes, nothing special, nothing fun. Just not orcas, certainly. Why would we tax on orcas? What? Unironically, though, our galaxy, our planet Earth, is the worst planet. Do you want to know why? Because it's the only planet that has taxes. You don't get taxed if you're on Mars. Even the moon doesn't tax you. The Andromeda Galaxy, 0 taxes as far as we are aware. We should not pay taxes. # not sponsored by theirs. The orcas do not communicate with us so that we will not tax them. Exactly. The orcas want to avoid taxation without representation. And honestly, I think the orcas don't want representation. They just don't want taxation. But you can't live those places. I think you're not thinking advanced enough. I think let's just bring a couple orcas over, have them do the terraforming for us because they're so smart, they'll figure it out. And then we can just ride off their coattails. Orangutans don't talk to us just so we don't make them work a 9 to 5. Listen, Jane Goodall, rest in peace. She tried getting those orangutans into a 9 to 5. Absolute, terrible behavior. You can't live there. That's a skill issue. It's kind of like, man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. I don't know. I comprehend them very well. Maybe that's just a skill issue on your part. Don't say there's no taxes on Mars too loudly. You might make Elon rush the process. He already is rushing the process. I don't think people appreciate the fact that not just is it very silly what he's trying to do, he's also doing it in a silly way. He's not doing it efficiently, safely, and or sustainably. He's doing it for the hype. Because I don't think a lot of people recognize this. A lot of the most prominent figures in pop culture and at least in the US, right? I'm speaking from a US perspective. A lot of the most popular, influential people right now are people who go after hype and publicity. Mark Zuckerberg, still very wealthy. Jeff Bezos, stupidly wealthy. Neither of them chase hype, so no one cares about them. People will make jokes about them. People will say Mark Zuckerberg is a lizard and say that Jeff Bezos make jokes about his divorces or whatever, but people don't care about them in the same way they care about Elon Musk, Donald Trump, because they're not chasing hype in the same way. And that's true for content creators too. There are very large, very successful content creators who don't chase hype and who can just do their own thing. Markiplier comes to mind. Massive. Not just tens, but 20s of millions of subscribers. I think he has I don't know how many he has. I know he has over 50,000 or 50 million. I don't think that he's played a hype game in the past 4 or 5 years. I think he kind of just does his own schedule and does things he wants, and he knows he has the audience to be able to just do that. And as a result, he only ever gets talked about positively. As far as I'm aware. I don't know if there's some deep controversy surrounding him. Mark in Space was amazing. Yeah, he just does his own thing. He just goes, I want to make an Iron Lung movie. I want to help the FNAF movie. I want to make a nude pinup magazine of tasteful nudes. I want to make a sports podcast, right? He just does stuff, and it's cool. Marcus swerved full into manosphere nonsense. He's just chasing hype. He's bad at it. Okay. You can't tell me that because I will just believe you. You can't tell me, hey, X is doing Y. Because I will not fact check you. I will just believe you. Oh, Mark Zuckerberg. Oh, I thought you were talking about Markiplier. Oh. Yeah, maybe we should have clarified that we're talking about 2 different marks here. Yeah, the mark of the applier is not the same mark of the Facebook. Not the good mark. Okay, I'm glad he's still the good mark. Another one in the same boat as Russian Badger. Honestly, Russian Badger, this is a channel who I think I've watched on and off for... I think I was watching him 10 years ago. I don't remember. Honestly, I'm not going to lie. A lot of content was very samey 10 years ago. But I feel as though I've been watching him on and off for like 10 years. And I've watched him more consistently within the past like 6 years, right? I watched him a fair bit more like in the 4 to 3 year, in like 3 to 4 years ago range. They're so funny. They're so funny. Like that whole crew just kind of does their own stuff. They just really, they don't chase the algorithm. They don't do their own stuff. And like at one point, Russian Badger's just like, hey, Marvel Rivals hit me up as a sponsorship. And I was just like, no. I mean, I'm going to play your game, but I'm not going to play it because you're paying me. I'm going to play it because I want to pay it, to play it, which like obviously comes from a place of privilege, obviously comes from a place of like he built up to the point where he can make that decision, but it's still kind of based, right? Because his animation is improved because he's gotten full body tracking. I believe in the past like 3 years, maybe longer, I don't know. He got full body mocap suit, which like cost him $10,000 plus, right? It's not as though he just got better at animating. It was he spent money and learned a skill and actually started like body acting to do this, and it paid off. He will get like, I don't know, like 20 million views on a video, which I don't know the comparable rate between long form views and short form views, but if you get 20 million views, that probably won't make you 10K, but it will certainly make you over $1,000. 30,000? Oh my gosh. We need to fund the Arrow FBD. What is FBT? Whew. Back down to DEFCON 5. We're all right, people. Awesome. Also, hey a wolf, hey a fox. Femboy Battle Tank? Full body track. Oh my gosh. If you get me full body tracking, I would be able to do stuff like show off some breaking. Which, if you don't know what breaking is, that is the proper term for breakdancing, which I am not good at. I don't claim to be good at it. I don't claim that I'm skilled at it, but I do have experience in it. Where is it? Like that. Like, I can't do this. This is a power move that I just do not have the stamina or skill to do. I could probably learn it. I think that would be really fun. Oh, speaking of learning things, that's a lie. I'm not gonna lie. Arrow breaking street art in the New York subways. Okay, I'm not gonna claim to like have like grown up on the New York City streets and like I learned it out in the field. Like, no, that's not my truth. So I'm not gonna peddle that. I'm not gonna pretend to be something I'm not. But I do very much believe that the globalization of honestly just the internet has really, I'm gonna play it soft. I'm gonna say it is lessened the cultural distinctions of various like subcultures. So for instance, it used to be that if you had someone on the East Coast battle someone on the West Coast, you could tell which person was from which coast by their styles and which moves they did. For instance, like CCs and I believe more footwork is more common to like the New York area, right? I don't know if that's also true of like the Atlanta scene, but I do know like generally East Coast, that would be more common than I believe like the LA scene. The West Coast scene is more about power and top rock. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm misremembering, but I do know that like there are notable differences between those two scenes. But because in the modern day, when you want to learn how to dance, you look up on YouTube, and then a person in YouTube teaches, let's say 100,000 people, because it gets a lot of views. And then those 100,000 people are scattered across both the West Coast and the East Coast and the Midwest and the South and like the Rust Belt. Suddenly, everyone is mixing the styles of this one person. Maybe this person is from Atlanta, right? So everyone gets a bit of a like that Atlanta stylization. And then maybe there's a big company that teaches you lessons on how to break, but they're based in LA. So suddenly, I got into it from someone from Georgia, and then I got someone to pay me classes, and the studio is based in LA, but I live in New York City. So suddenly I'm from New York, but I have this weird mix mash of someone from Georgia, someone from California, and maybe even I do connect with the local scene. I get some New York City stuff. Suddenly you don't have a recognizable style. You don't have a recognizable heritage, so to speak, of where you learned your stuff from, which I don't think is a bad thing in the sense of it lowers the barrier to entry. It makes it so that you can, even by yourself, if you're shy or anxious or you don't know anyone in the local scene, you can just jump into it by looking stuff online. But it does change the dynamic. It changes the culture of the entire scene, because now it's not, I'm from LA, you're from New York City, let's battle, let's show off, let's both be representatives of the two different coasts. Now it's, you're from NY, I'm from LA, we're gonna do 80% the same moves. Maybe you do a halo and then I do a windmill into a stack, because those are things that locally we picked up. But those are not a finisher a set does not make, right? Hey, I have a quick question. I'm a guy, but most of my friends are masochist, transby, and puppy girls. Is the universe trying to tell me something? So I actually, like, unironically, really am bothered by, I'll call it egg culture. And obviously, this is not everyone. This is mostly just the terminally online. So I try not to make generalizations, particularly after a very recent controversy in the VTubing Twitter sphere. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. But I do find that, particularly with terminally online trans femme communities, it is very common for... Okay, I will, Rory. It's very common for there to be this atmosphere of, oh, you like this thing, or you are friends with these people, clearly you're an egg. And an egg is, you are trans but don't realize it. You are transgender but haven't realized that yet, and or are not acknowledging that yet. You're in denial, so you're pretending you're cis. So there's this big culture of, hey, I'm a guy and my favorite game is Fallout New Vegas, and also I really like the color pink, and all of my friends are like women. A lot of online communities, again, this is like terminally online spaces, not even most trans folks, but there are terminally online spaces that will just say, oh, you're an egg. You just haven't realized yet. You are trans. I'm going to treat you like you're trans. And that just rubs me the wrong way. I'm not going to lie. It's just kind of not good, because you're telling someone how to live their life. I think that some people are eggs. I think some people do not realize and or are in denial of something that they suspect themselves. And I think that telling someone, oh yeah, this is definitely true, you should just go with this, is not the way to do it. Yeah, you can't say you're breaking gender stereotypes if you're doing that. Exactly. Like, the existence of femboys, and even, like, I know tomboy is a bit of a loaded term at this point, but like the existence of a woman that does traditionally masculine activities and presents more masculinely but still identifies as a woman is valid as a woman, and is very important to not just intersectionality, but also trans people. Because the ability for someone who's cis to say, hey, I'm gender non-conforming. I'm still cis, but I don't conform to society's ideals of what I should perform as, is very important to getting people who don't understand this whole transgender thing to understand what being trans is and what that means for the person. And I feel like there's a weird gatekeeping, there's a weird hostility, there's a weird inability to reconcile the idea of someone who is cis and also gender non-conforming within specifically the trans community. I feel as though like mainstream, and this is like, again, from the US perspective, that's what I have to constantly caveat because I am from the US. Mainstream, like cis-het society is more accepting of cisgender gender non-conforming individuals than the trans community feels. That being said, that's not the case at all. If you talk to anyone in person, if you go to any like group community centers, if you have a friend group, they're going to be the most chill people you know because they get it. They know you. But when it's online spaces and it's a stranger and like some girl is just like, hey, I really like sports. I like my hair short. I get really uncomfortable when like guys talk about me in objectifying ways. There are going to be people online who are just like, oh, clearly you're a trans guy. You should just transition. Like, you're in denial. And then the person posting is like, no, I don't think I am. And then the people are like, no, you're just, don't worry. I went through that too. You're just an egg. And I think that's not very cool. I think that you should let people live their life. I don't even love the conversations with people who know they're trans and looking for advice, much less someone who doesn't know what they feel. Everyone needs to come to their own conclusions. I mean, that's the thing. I think a lot of people need to be able to live their life. And I think if Wumpus is like, hey, I'm very confused. Can someone please help me? And Orca has advice. Orca should be able to tell Wumpus, and Wumpus should be able to listen to Orca. But that does not mean Orca should tell Wumpus, here's what you are, here's what you do, here's how you're living your life. Because that's just not cool. But also, this is like a me thing. This is definitely like an opinion. Right? There are certain things that I'm like, this is very much a opinion. And there are other things where I'm like, this is something that I think is just correct. This I feel is an opinion. I feel like there's more nuance to this. And I am opinionated in one direction. And I recognize I'm opinionated in that direction. But I don't think that there's no value to the idea of an egg. Every space I've been in is shared interest, role-playing horror. Exactly, yeah. What gets me is that online I run into stuff like they're asking audiences of cisgender dudes for advice, but haven't checked to see if trans perspective resonates with them. That's the thing, right? And this is where I feel really awkward about Persona 4 Golden, specifically with the character of Naoto. So I hope Rory's not here because we're going to be talking spoilers. But in Persona 4 Golden, there's a character who effectively is female, but presents mask. Don't at him, then he's gonna come back. You fool. I am not, you're not a phobe, but why did they have to token the rainbow? Nowadays it can't be used without identifying as one. So the reason it was used was as a sign of solidarity and unification on the tales of oppression. And it is something where the natural endpoint of that under... I'm going to sound like so like anarchist when I say this. Like the natural conclusion of we have a symbol to unify us against oppression under capitalism is for capitalism to say, okay, we'll sell this to you. And then because it becomes monetarily incentivized for businesses to do this, then businesses are reinforcing this into the cultural zeitgeist. And once businesses, I should say, push for something to be in the cultural zeitgeist, it is very difficult to remove it. Because that's where the money is, right? I would argue it is not a matter of the queer community forcing like rainbows into the spotlight. I think it's a matter of the queer community saying, we identify, excuse me, my voice just died. The queer community saying, we like claim rainbows as a sign of representation for our community. We want this to be like a symbol for us, for solidarity, for unification, for like recognizability for our members. And then because people buy that, because people say, I want a pin that has a rainbow heart. I want like a rainbow wig that I can wear to a pride parade. An industry is created about it, and then suddenly it's everywhere and you can't get rid of it, right? Say, Fubert, the way these conversations work is I just kind of continue tangenting. I'm sorry if you get lost. Hey, Cantus. Honestly, even with context, it's a wacky, wavy, inflatable tube man of a path. Exactly. I think that I think it's more that anti-LGBT stuff is so vehement that you can't be pro-acceptance without being accused, and that's kind of true. And we had this weird thing where I was thinking about this earlier. It's so weird, those like people that grew up in the 90s and 2000s, where this was a time where being gay was bad but expected, right? For those of you who are a little young, or for those of you who don't quite remember, think about all of the shows from the 90s and 2000s where a female character had a gay best friend, where there was the random background lesbian, where there was the aunt or the neighbor or the older character who lived with a roommate of the same gender and that they were never interested in pursuing a romance, right? In the 90s to 2000s, there's this weird sense of gay people are real and they exist, but they're bad, but we're just not going to address that because they can just exist off in the background. And obviously there was more to that than that. There was queer experiences. There was like, But I'm a Cheerleader, for instance, is a movie from, I think, very end of the 90s or maybe early 2000s that was all about a lesbian cheerleader. And then obviously the 2010s was kind of a shift to where it became mainstream adjacent. Being queer was recognized, like not only same-sex marriage legalization in 2012, but also the idea of now it's not just something in the background, it's probably everyone knows someone who's gay at this rate. Even if you're ultra super conservative, even if you're like super anti-LGBT, you probably know someone who is gay and cut ties with them as a result, but you still probably know them. When before it was more like each social group and organization would have like one or two in the background that were never prominent. And then the conversation shifted towards being trans. And then now we're doing like a weird horseshoe where obviously there was like the 80s and earlier. And then we have the 90s and the 2000s, which I just described. We have the 2010s where it's kind of like in that mainstream. And then the 2020s, massive back steps, massive rolling back. Like for those of you who are younger, this is not normal. This is not the normal discourse that we have been having. Even in like the 2000s, there were people being jerks about it. There was people being phobic. Even in the 2010s, when it was like partially mainstream, this was something where there was still a lot of hate, but there was nowhere near the degree of, I'll say, institutional malice. And I don't necessarily mean like officially recognized like government institutions per se. I mean like in social media. I mean in informal settings. I mean in places and groups that have no formal authority acting as if they have authority. Yeah, cultural institutions. I love how my joke question turned into human psychoanalysis. Again, that's just kind of how stuff happens here. I'm sorry. I'm a yapper. Like the pilot episode of Friends in the 90s had, not that there's anything wrong with that, as a pair of lesbians who are portrayed as over. Yeah, and it's always funny when like for instance, I played Persona 3. I played Persona 3 Portable, specifically, and one of the characters, there's a game that was made, I want to say 2006-ish, around there, mid 2000s. There's a background character who's like, I want the student council president to run me over with her motorcycle. I would thank her if she ran me over with her motorcycle, which is the most like background lesbian thing to say, right? And she wants to buy like pictures of the student council president like in a bikini, right? She wants the student council president to kiss her, kind of deal. And she's just this random nameless background NPC who's recurring as a joke, but is still present and is not said to be wrong, is just kind of there for humor. In the same way, I remember in Code Geass. I actually find this really funny. I think some people would find this offensive now, but I find this really funny, mostly because product of its time. There's a point where there's like this big school-wide competition. It's on school grounds, and the winner of the competition, they have to find a cat. They have to grab a cat and bring it back to the student council. And when they do that, they get a kiss from one of the student council presidents. And everyone's like saying like, oh, who do you want to kiss from? And then one of the background characters is like, I want a kiss from Millie, the student council president. And then all of her friends will look at her and just say, go back in the closet. Not the table. We're not talking about the table. Do not talk about the table. But it's just this random background lesbian who's like, I want a kiss from the student council president. And all of her friends just look at her and go, that's nice. Go back in the closet. Like, and that's all stuff from the mid 2000s, right? No, not the cold table. We're talking about the table corner. We're talking about, oh my gosh, I forgot the context of the table. Yeah, that was also background. That was also side character lesbian. Granted, Japan has different discourse about that. Lesbian is okay, but only as a joke. Yeah. And I mean, honestly, I would say that the US, very similar thoughts. I remember back in high school, there was like in health class, we were having a discussion about like sexuality and gender because this was late enough that this was involved in the curriculum, but early enough that the teachers didn't know about it, didn't care. So they just said, here's what the school is making me tell you. If you care, here it is. If not, no. And then they like were explaining like the difference between heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, and because that's the only thing that they talked about. And one guy in class was just like, well, no, like 2 guys kissing is gross, but 2 girls kissing is hot. And it's just like, bro, what? Hello, Elsa. Lesbians in Japan are expected to grow out of it and especially eventually marry men to have kids specifically. Yeah, because Japan, I believe, has the highest masculinity in the world. And by that, I mean, there was a study done, I believe this was back in the 90s, which has since caught some flack, has since been pointed out to be not very verifiable in the way that it was thought to be initially, but it is still useful, that masculinity is a stat that different countries have based off of census data or poll data, where how strongly and strictly do they follow gender norms. So, for instance, a lot of Northern Europe, and I believe a lot of the Mediterranean, had very low masculinity. I think it was like Sweden or Finland had some of the lowest masculinity in the world because the gender divide, the gender norms expected of men and women, was very soft comparatively to a place like Japan. In a place like Japan, it is very expected that men will do masculine things, women will do feminine things. If you are a man and you do a feminine thing, you are damaging not just yourself, but also the reputation of those around you. If you are a woman doing masculine things, same. Meanwhile, in like Sweden, if a woman is a CEO, that might raise some eyebrows because misogyny or sexism, but that's not going to be as egregious, comparatively speaking, as a place like Japan. And obviously, there are Japanese CEOs. There are like misogynist Swedish folk. Like this is not a 100% all-encompassing thing. This is a culturally speaking, right? Similarly, Japan has a very high collectivism. The US has a very high individualism. I think the US was #1 for individualism on this same stat. So much Yuri manga is about infidelity, specifically because of how common it is that lesbians suck up in loveless marriages because they tried growing out of it. Yeah. And that's why Can't Defy the Lonely Girls peak, because it doesn't deal with that. It is two lesbians who are very nervous about exploring their feelings with one another publicly, but they just kind of go like, hey, this is who we are. This is what we care about. We're going to stick together. And then there's an epilogue where they're together in college and it's so cute. Sorry, I got distracted talking. Oh, Rory messaged me. What did Rory hit me up with? I need to check something real quick. Yeah, so so yesterday, I think 2 days ago, I hit up Rory and I'm like, hey, there's this game called Haunted Paws, which seems I might still play this today, because I actually don't know if I'm going to read today. Like I chose reading mostly as like a backup thing, but Haunted Paws is a game where it's a co-op puzzle game where you're puppies in a cartoon horror setting and you have to solve puzzles together. And I hit up Rory and I'm just like, hey, you interested? And he's like, yeah, sure, but you have to sign up for a playtest. And I said, okay, well, because we don't know if we're going to get the playtest, let's not plan around it, but let's still apply to it. And it's free for the weekend if you are join the playtest. No, not puppy girls, just puppies. Literal dogs. Do you not see the dogs here? They're dogs, not puppy girls. Gosh. But obviously he had a migraine, so it was like, didn't matter anyway. And he messages me like 30 minutes ago and says, hey, I just got accepted for Haunted Paws. And I was like, well, I got it too. So if we want, I could try playing solo Haunted Paws, but Rory has a migraine, so... Sorry. So, depending on how he's feeling, because he has a migraine, so I'm not going to push him to stream. But given that we both have access for the weekend, we might play it tomorrow. Where obviously not tomorrow. So on Sunday, I was going to play Hollow Knight, but if he's free, we might play Haunted Paws. Arrow Woos is getting closer to reality. I will say, I have been contacted by people who want to get my attention. And they will hit me up by by sending a GIF of a dog going, a woo. And the way that they will start a conversation is by going, a woo, because I'm Arrow. Okay. Arrow, Woos, and Rarston, as we're both in maid dresses, of course. I'm glad to catch an Arrow stream again. Life has been hectic. Life has been hectic for us all. Honestly, life's a little bit less hectic for me now. I finally got an appointment that I needed to get done. What was I talking about? He's playing with an extra difficulty modifier? Yeah. There's going to be a mod for puppy girls. Okay. Genuine question. Puppy girls. I was informed that it also involves HDG, Human Domestication Guide, Human Domestication something. Is this good? Is this happy, or is this sad? Again, I'm a little bit at a loss here, and now my audience is like 1/10, 1/12 puppy girl. So get the clicker out for the puppy girl. So should I just like very good, wow, you're doing so well, just like hit you with that like mouse clicker? Oh my gosh, I talked about this before. Your very bad associations with puppy girls, there's a story there. There's a I'm not gonna clicker train my audience. I already have a, listen, that's what a throne is for. That'd be really funny. Wow, you really want to like and subscribe. Oh my gosh, you want to spend money on me. That seems vile, I'm not gonna lie. Because that just seems like exploitative. The one I've been on are Chronically Online or Reddit Puppy Girls. Yep, that makes sense. Well, so there's a, on Twitter, there's a content creator who I follow, but I don't really watch her that much. Just because she seemed cool, so I followed her. And now because I follow her, I'm getting clips of her content and I'm realizing it's very much not my vibe, because she was talking about how she wants to clicker train her audience. And I was like, okay. And then I keep getting clips of her, and the progression went from I want to clicker train my audience to I am clicker training my audience to people love me clicker training my audience to people are now sharing with their friends, even if it's not for them, because they know their friends want to be clicker trained. So like, good for her. Like, get that bag, but also, wow. This is some interesting background noise for committing murder against aliens. If you're playing Helldivers, you must spread managed democracy. If you're playing Deep Rock Galactic, you must rock and stone. No, it's so funny to me because, like, obviously I'm a safe for work channel. I have no problem with lewd tubers, and obviously, given by recent like discussions, I don't think that there should be a stigma against educational or safe for work discussion of otherwise NSFW material. I think the stigma against it is silly, personally. And that's why, like, there are other content creators who I follow who have NSFW stuff. Like, I follow Project Melody, who obviously very NSFW because she's literally on the other site. But like, that's nothing wrong with that. Same thing with other content creators, even if that's not my personal scene. So I do think it's very funny when it kind of breaches containment and I'm exposed to things I was not expecting to. And like, I'm fine with it. Like, it's not my scene. I'm not going to engage in clicker training, but if your audience likes it, I guess. Yeah, Orange YouTube. Oh my gosh, I saw a... Well, so, and part of what makes me think of that is that there's a specific YouTuber who, I think her name is Sculliana, who she makes educational deep dives on specific like NSFW tags, and we'll just talk about like why people are interested in these various things. So for instance, like she had one about like, why are people interested in monster girls despite the fact that these monster girls can kill you? Why are people into like being tied up, blah 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 blah. And I just think that's neat. I think that is, I would say that is probably not as important as like a science educator, but it's the same vibe, just for something that is traditionally like stigmatized. The giant alien war machines have gotten the military base. This is unfortunate. Yeah. Oh, if we're talking about educational NSFW, then Frankie Faye is great. Yeah. Like, honestly, I would not be opposed to like collabing with these people, because as long as the collab is safe for work, like that doesn't compromise my brand, right? So I think it would be awesome to chat with these people and be like, hey, let's spread the message. Monster or not, and you just like ladies. I mean, that's so valid. I keep wanting to make a Q&A. Start a Q&A. It's All Hallows Eve, but daytime. Which is it? I'm just gonna say it's gay Christmas. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe to totally spook your Fellows? I don't know. Okay. She says, if you don't know, we have a Q&A system here on YouTube where you can ask me about anything. You can ask me about VTubing. You can ask me about myself. You can ask me about TTRPGs. You can ask me about Halloween. You can ask me about what I did last night. I just won't answer instantly. The point of that is that if it doesn't fit the flow of the current conversation, you can ask it there and I'll get to it later. Can kill you is the point. They also bring they ask for no pickles. Okay. And can probably pick you up. Like, I get that. But what if I'm the sort of person that when my friends wanted no pickles, I will say they wanted no pickles? I mean, realistically, I'm not going to lie. With something like pickles, that is something where it's you ordered no pickles and then you got pickles. I would tell you to take the pickles off the burger. Then you're power couple. Oh, you're so true. You're the Tokugawa and Orcus for a deep cut that I think only like one of you are going to get. It's human plus human with DLC. Monster girls are human with DLC. Is it monster? Is it human with DLC? Or is it just... So, oh, okay. Question. We've established cat girls are not furries. Would a cat girl be a monster girl? And similarly, at what point does a monster girl become just a furry? Because my assumption is that cat girls are not furries, because assuming they just have like the ears, the tail, and they like go nya, right? I assume that's not enough to be a furry. But that does strike me as monster girl, because monster girl is human plus DLC. It doesn't matter if you're like a full-on like snake lady, or if you're just a person with like cat ears. You're still a monster girl. But at what point does a monster girl become a furry? You think so, but from the back and neko instead of a normal cat? I'm unfamiliar with what that is. Depends on the type of basic so when I say cat girl, I'm saying person, right? Person who like ooh-woos or like nyas or whatever with cat ears and a tail. That's what I'm saying cat girl as. I'm explicitly not saying like a werewolf, like kitsune kind of individual. I'm saying like a person that just has like 2 or 3 cat characteristics. Where the heck did this topic come from? Again, Fuber, tangents on tangents. If you can't keep up, I'm sorry. This is background noise. Basic type is... So you say this isn't a monster girl. What is this then? Because this is not human, clearly. And we have agreed it's not furry enough. It is furry adjacent, it's not furry enough. Furries are anthropomorphic animals. Monster girls are humans crossed with creature. Blank girls are human plus mammal ears or tails. But what about a cat girl who has like paws? Or a cat girl who has fur? Or a cat like what about like Catra from She-Ra and Princess of Power? What about what is it, like Leprous? Cheetah from Wonder Woman? Like, I would say both Catra and Cheetah are cat girls. They are girls who are cats, but they're also much more cat than girl in some aspects. Snout is the part that makes her... Does a snout... Okay. Is a snout the defining feature of what makes a furry a furry? Like, someone has a bunch of fur and is modeled after a wolf or something, but they have no snout, so they're not a furry? I'm consulting my subject matter expert. I have pocket furries. Like, in my back pocket, I have furries that I can call upon in conversations like this. Like 40% of it. Okay, so I'm operating off the assumption you have a person and they have like the tail and they have like the paws that nevertheless like can grip, right? And you also have like uwu face and they have ears and they have tail and all, and they're covered in fur, but they don't have a snout. They have a perfectly human face. Wait. Wait, I have the perfect example of this. Why is this so low res? Is Thundercats furry? I would say yes, but they don't have snouts. Look at how thoroughly unsnouted this is. Look at this chiseled jawline. This is just a human face. I feel like these have to be furries. Like, you're gonna tell me no? You're telling me, the Wicked Witch of the West. The girls are cat girls. They're on the chart. No, so Neko, I understand there is a chart to these things. There is a series of steps. There is more furry on the right. There's less furry on the left. At the very far right, there is just an animal. At the very far left, there's just a human. And a furry is the intersection of literally just an animal and literally just a human. Like, Professor Lando is a channel that I have seen a couple videos of, like the furry video. And over here, there's just a person. One step up, there is person with animal traits. One step up, there is person who is overwhelmingly animal traits. So for instance, this is like a Catra situation. You have like whiskers is the overwhelming trait. Then you have an anthropomorphic. I don't know how to draw furries, I'm sorry. If I knew how to draw furries, you know that I wouldn't be poor. And then you have a sentient animal that affects human. I'm just gonna write a word. So this is like a March Hare from Alice in Wonderland. And then you have an animal that is like sapient. And then you just have an animal. Right? So you start at fully human. Then you have like a cat girl. And then you have like Catra. Or like Lion-O. And then you have anthropomorphic. Then you have human-esque. Then you have they're sapient, but just an animal. And then you have they're literally just an animal. So I think that we can all agree just an animal is not furry. I was informed before that feral is a categorization. So I assume that this would be feral. And my guess is that like these would be furry. Is this the official? I wouldn't say official. I'm not an authority. And the video that I got this from, I watched like 5 years ago and was a joke. I just realized my D&D games hobgoblins are Thundercats, but without the fur. They've got the furry skins, but not the facial structure. Hair too. Something like warrior cats. Yeah, so I would say warrior cats is here. Which, as far as I'm aware, feral's a crime? Is it? I thought it was just... Am I misunderstanding feral? Just an animal is not furry, but there is a subset of furry community who are into just an animal and multiple... Wait, so when you say a crime, what do you mean a crime? So feral's not a sentient animal. I was misled. Just an animal. Oh, okay. No, so is feral not the term for a sentient animal? There is furry animals which are sentient, so they're just called sentient animals. So Okay. So no. I understand. The B word crime is if that you're gonna like bow chicka wow wow with them. I'm saying none of this is bow chicka wow wow. None of this is entire. Hang on, let me find you a chart. Oh my gosh. So I'm not talking bow chicka wow wow, because like I feel like anything too far to the right is uncomfortable, regardless of how legal it is, right? Because at that point, no matter how smart it is, it looks like an animal, right? So I'm not saying bow chicka wow wow. I'm saying, like, just you have a buddy, you have like an animal companion in a D&D game. I can't show this on stream. Neko, I can't show this on stream. I mean, like, the issue is that based on the chart you sent me, do not the cat, exactly. The sapience says that that's okay here. I don't know. I don't think this is okay to bow chicka wow wow. Arrow, you can't have a furry chart with zero discussion of bow chicka. But I'm not trying to bow chicka wow wow. Rather have a human familiar like a certain magic cat. I think the best example is you wouldn't shag a bear, but people still chose the druid. See, that's the thing. That is a druid shapeshifted into an animal feels different than just a sentient animal, right? I feel as though if you have a creature that grew, it's like the werewolf conversation, right? Like in Werewolf the Apocalypse, you can have werewolves that come from humans, and you can have werewolves that come from wolves, and both of them gain the other's form. So it's entirely possible that a human becomes a werewolf and then turns into a wolf, and then goes and bow chicka wow wows, like mates with another wolf, makes a baby, and then that baby becomes a werewolf, which then was born as a wolf, and then it turns into a human form, and then it mates with a human, and then the human has a baby. Which is weird. I'm not gonna lie. I'm assuming Pharaoh's actual literally just an animal, like one exists in the normal world with no greater... I don't know these things. So we're at the Harkness... No, literally, Till. I just got sent the Harkness test by Neko. What is aeromorphs? But I'm not talking about... I wasn't talking about bow chicka wow wow. That's all you. Garrow very... Well, yeah, so Garrow... The thing is, Garrows are not human. So, in universe, it is less weird because they are not human. They are not human. They are spirits that are part human. They're part wolf. They're a fusion of multiple different worlds. In universe, it's not weird. Out of universe, it's very weird to me. Out of universe, that's something I don't explore in my game because Aeromorphs are plain people? Aeromorph. Oh. Well. I'm... Huh. Oh, there's a character AI for Aeromorph roleplay. I'm gonna stop. They're interesting. Do you respect them though? Yeah, people draw Aeromorphs with boings we don't know. Like, I was gonna show some of it because it is like fine to show on stream, but also I was like, well, I want to make sure to credit the artists, but I don't like. I just wasn't gonna get into that. Curse stream. I have been very upfront about the fact. Twitch streams are more violent. YouTube streams are more cursed. Arrow becoming aware of knowledge and instantly regretting becoming enlightened. That's the thing, right? Like, I was explained on stream that feral were like furry adjacent animals that had nothing to do with Bow Chicka Wow. It was just, that's what you call them when it's not an anthro. And then now I'm learning that it's exclusively Bow Chicka Wow Wow. I'm limited by not having emotes here, so I'm resorting to curses. Aeromorph when? If someone just draws like a Boeing 747, but it's got my hair and it has the yellow like gold color, that'd be so silly. These are very specifically anthropomorphic cartoon characters. A Krinos werewolf. Really? Interesting. Ayan. It depends on the person, but the community. Well, yeah. So the furry community has a lot of Bow Chicka Wow Wow, much in the same way that the queer community does, much in the same way that a lot of marginalized communities do. Honestly, I would say that even the TTRPG community, based on the fact that there's a bunch of TTRPGs, any non-mainstream space is going to have a massive amount of Bow Chicka Wow Wow because the mainstream does not allow for that. Also, I will remind all of you, please avoid saying bad words in chat. I don't know what the line is, but let's not say explicitly what bad words are. Folks who earlier were saying like, it's the B word, it's the bad thing with animals, like that is what you should be saying in chat. Please don't say actual bad stuff. So like, I don't know if what Koid just said is fine or not. Aeromorph, but it's set up like a dating profile with stuff like F22, ask me about my afterburner. Oh my God, what would an afterburner be? So with an aeromorph, now I'm curious, with an aeromorph, is it... Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of like an anamorph. Never mind. I was going to say, with an anamorph, like a person becomes an animal, right? So I was wondering if an aeromorph, it's like, so do my arms become wings? Would like the booty be the afterburner? Or like, would that, like, is your engine your heart? Is your cockpit your brain? Is that still the case? Or is it just not? F-35 don't need aeromorph. Have you seen this belly? Oh, my belly. No, shut up. What of expletives? I mean, generally speaking, YouTube is pretty strict on that. So I would prefer y'all avoid expletives when possible. But also, if you say the occasional expletive, it should be fine. Twitch is generally more chill about that. But again, read the community rules, follow TOS. I understand that people weren't being jerks earlier. They were just saying what was relevant to the conversation. It's just generally when it comes to stuff that, for instance, if you generally understand what words can't be said in a YouTube video, broadly speaking, don't say those words in a comment section usually. In part because it will hurt the algorithm, but also in part, you might get banned. Like YouTube might remove your channel because they think that you're promoting something bad just by saying that word. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a lot of new people. Feral's not really exclusively for that, just used by those people. Ah, no, wings are like angel wings. Okay, so it's not like bird wings. It's like angel wings. But if we're talking angel, if you go biblical angel, that could be like bird wings. Neko, I'm not watching your transformation video. I'm not watching that. The slight pause after a cockpit. Are plane transformers aeromorphs? No, so based on the art I just looked up, an aeromorph is like a furry, but plane. So furries can't change form. Not like notationally, like as a category, furries can't transform into like you can't have like a wolf furry turn into a wolf, right? I believe maybe someone's OC can probably do that, but broadly speaking, as a group, furries can't do that inherently. So I assume aeromorphs can't do that inherently. It really I mean, yeah, Starscream isn't an aeromorph the same way that animorphs aren't furry. It's not anthro. It's either full guy or full plane. Got it. See, that's the thing. The name, Koid, me too. I keep thinking of Animorph. It is now the year 2025. We stand on the brink of total uwu, and I am afraid for myself, for my wife, because it is my time. The Discord taught me one thing. It's See, like, I don't know if I can say that word. That's why I keep not saying it. Now imagine an anthro-furry who's also a werewolf. Okay, I've talked about this before. In Werewolf the Apocalypse, it's a game in the World of Darkness. It's a TTRPG, and I'm running a game for my roommate. And it's a one-on-one game where Luna, the moon, chooses individuals to awaken to being werewolves. That's how you become a werewolf. And it's a running joke in my game that no werewolf was a furry. And it's unclear whether or not furries are incapable of being werewolves, or if Luna is choosing them to not be werewolves, or if it's just like a complete coincidence. Because of the like probably 24 werewolves, maybe like it's closer to like 16, of like the 12 werewolves that the main character that my roommate has met, none of them have been furries, and all of them have said, I've never met a furry werewolf. So it's just a running background joke that it's unclear whether or not it's a complete coincidence or Luna actively goes out of her way to avoid making furries werewolves. I suppose if we have to say that instead of the actual word for adult content, then we can't say the actual word for adult furry content. Listen. I yawn. Furries flipped the script on werewolves and now they're the ones barricading their homes on full moons. Exactly. I have a meme that says Werewolf the Apocalypse is just furry cultural appropriation. I mean, Werewolf the Apocalypse is cultural appropriation, just not for furries. It generally draws on indigenous populations a lot. Which is not very cash money. No, see, saying it's an adorable arrow yawn doesn't mean anything. Shush your face. Although, I will say, we have a cult. Did you know, on YouTube, this is a cult. And I'm going to check right now. I'm going to go onto the Discord. I'm going to click server settings. I'm going to go to roles. I'm going to scroll down to where it says Delusional Heathen Cultarch. There are 33 delusional heathens out of a 500-person Discord. Methinks that means that the cult did not engage in propaganda effectively. We have a cult that was ineffective, I must say. I challenged you at the beginning of the month that you have 1 month to spread your gospel to the remainder of the community. And unfortunately, you simply did not have the ability or the interest. And for that, the cult unfortunately did not pass. It took me way too long to figure out that. Listen, I wasn't going to make it easy for you. What do you think? Do you think I'm just going to like sit here and give you the sauce? No. I'm gonna make it a challenge that you have to overcome via, I don't know, I was gonna say like via circumstance, but who knows at this point. Let me grab, I forgot to open up the question tab on another chat, so let me put that over in the corner. Whee! Does that mean they're uncultured? Yes, they're uncultured, and I refuse to engage in such nonsense as giving legitimacy to a failed cult of all things. If I'm going to be an idol, I need my cult to be my arms and my legs. Your dog died and other stuff. You know what? I'm not going to sit here and judge you for that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Losing a pet is never easy, and I think a lot of people who haven't lost a pet assume it's just like, oh, that sucks. But like, it's stupid, but it's true that it feels like losing a family member, depending on how long you've had the pet, when you lost the pet, how old you are, how long they've been in your life. Like, for instance, I lost a dog when I was, I'll say like 13, 14, maybe 15. And this was a dog that I had since I was like 2. You should feed your snake. Listen, TMI, dude. I know we're talking about furries. I know we're talking about like not safe for work stuff. You shouldn't be talking about that on a YouTube stream. You've had him as long as I've been conscious, 16 years out of 21 plus. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But dogs, they're the goodest. That's why dogs are my favorite animal. Not the worst one White Wolf did. Not that excuses it. That is very true, Ignis. Also, hey Ignis. And also, hey Alexander. You're unofficially a member of the cult. So, what we decided is that here on YouTube is the cult. Over on Twitch, you're the goons. And then on Discord, you're the union. So, realistically, the cult lives on. The cult lives on YouTube because that is where most of you talk about the cult. Dogs are your favorite? Hang on a second, Neko always has just a meme on lock. I don't know what it is. I know when my cat I'm gonna cry like a baby. Honestly, like, I am not someone that cries. I have experienced very important people to me leave my life. I've experienced people who were less important but left in a more severe, dangerous way. I have had bad things happen to me and I have not cried. I was sobbing when my dog died because, like, this was my buddy. He's my little dude. He's my friend. And I grew up with him and I was so sad. Cultists here, henchmen there, lawyers over there. Okay, so they're not lawyers. They're strictly speaking, I believe that they're each ladles. As we had a whole arc going on about the formulation. Like, for those of you who don't know, on the Discord server, maybe 3 weeks, a month after starting it, I had a major computer issue that like shut down my device, like it bricked itself. And because multi-factor authentication is stupid, I was unable to access my Discord account on a different device. So I needed my computer, which was bricked. Meaning I was locked out of Discord and my Discord just kind of like was able to run free. And I think that there was maybe 40 people, right? This was early on. It was probably closer to like 20. But so nothing bad happened, but that did begin the culture of I began the Discord server and I gave them one channel because you are not allowed to make a server without at least one channel. And I gave them one VC. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Yeah, you're not gonna add anything to your arrow sneeze compilations, you sickos. No. Okay, so Neko just sent me. Oh wait, what? How can I grab this? Neko just sent me a meme and said, "This is me." I need to know if this is accurate or not. Because I don't feel like this is accurate, but it might be. Is this what you mean when you say you got that dog in you? Because I feel like this is too like small and sweet and wholesome. I feel as though I am much more like a pit bull named Nuclear Warhead. Like, I don't see myself in this. Although I think Neko has a very different opinion of me than I have of myself. As I have learned over time. Now there's 2 dogs. Let us hear the cut sneeze. Yeah, I Am Legend. Oh my gosh. Dogs dying in media. Like, there's a reason that there's a website called Does the Dog Die? There's a website called Does the Dog Die? And it started with literally just listing in a movie, Does the Dog Die? And then it expanded to include other content warnings. So if you ever want to watch a piece of media or play a game, you can look it up on Does the Dog Die? And it will tell you, hey, this game deals with addiction. This movie talks about substance abuse. This manga has a graphic depiction of a dog dying. Like, you can see what other people will warn you of. Generally without spoilers, but sometimes. Rule of Alien, girl and the cat lives. That's the thing. There's the final girl and the cat. People love dogs, so dogs gotta go. Cats, they got 9 lives. Pitbull named Nuclear Warhead is nice. No, see, that's the thing. No, literally, Claret. Also, welcome on in. Pitbull named Nuclear Warhead is the nicest dog ever. A pitbull named Princess will tear out your jugular literally just for fun. And that's what I want, right? I want to be... My instinct was to say I want to be the goodest boy. And then I was like, well, I suppose no. And then I was like, I could say the goodest girl. And then I realized that knowing my audience, I probably shouldn't say that while wearing a dress. A Chihuahua named Lunchbox. Neko, why are you staring into a mirror while you're talking in my Twitch chat? Like, you're just a little yappy thing. You're a little scraggly dude. Era wants to be a princess who tears out their... No, I don't want that, is what I'm saying. Listen, I'm not going to call my community good girls, good boys, or good people until it is the... in the middle of civil unrest and I confess to you during a riot. Don't give the audience the ability to clip anything that can be taken out of context. So I've learned. What was it last time that I was talking about? I was talking about tension in horror. And I talked about how you need to build up until eventually you hit a climax. And at that climax, there will be a release. And then afterwards, there would be a certain like period where you need to chill and like not continue forward. And I was talking about the cycles of tension in horror. I was talking, that's how you probably scare an audience. And people were like, oh, you're talking about bad stuff. And I'm just like, shut your mouth. Don't make me shut it for you. Just saying good girl just made at least half the server melt. Listen. I don't know if this is a route I want to go down, but I was about to say like, listen, drop me a $10 super chat and I'll call you a good girl. Boom. Easy. Make and bank. You were talking about horror? Yes. I was talking about horror. I was talking about the cycle of tension and how to properly like scare your players and how you can extend that either across multiple sessions, and you should probably also have that in the micro scale within sessions. What if we were playing Girlfriend? I will say, I did get a review copy. The creator of the game saw my video, apparently thought it was very funny, and reached out to me and was like, hey, do you want a review copy? And I was like, sure. So I have a review copy, and my challenge to you, clip this. I want you to clip this. I want you to spread this on the Discord, and even with your friends who ended up watching the video and did not subscribe. I have a review copy of Girlframe. But I'm only going to release it. I'm only going to release the video when we hit 15,000 subscribers. Currently, we're like 100 shy of 14,000. So this is totally reasonable. It's just 1K more. Give it a bit of time. But if we hit 15,000 before the end of the year, I will do that review in this maid dress that I'm wearing right now, this Halloween costume that I have on, and I will give my thoughts on the NSFW sections of the book too. If we don't hit 15K before the end of the year, I will just talk about it in the safe for work manner. I will reference the NSFW stuff, but I will just kind of like move past it. But if we hit 15K before the end of the year, I will give my thoughts and opinions in a safe for work manner, of course, of the NSFW material in that book. So if we hit 15K in like the next 2 months, which is reasonable, but not guaranteed. All right, everyone, Colt must go to work now. And do I add maid TTRPG and you got yourself a deal? get me in contact with the dev and get me a free copy and I'll do that. Like, I don't even know if the made TTRPG, like, is that like girl frame? Is that just silly? And like, and now I'm wondering, we must mildly embarrass Arrow. See, that's the thing. Like, when I say give my thoughts, that doesn't mean I'm going to tell you like if I'm into it or not. I'm saying that I'll give my thoughts on like, was it done well? Is it well written? Would I make any changes? Like, does this integrate with the story or whatever? Like, I'll give a genuine review. But like, what's a stretch goal? What's a stretch number that if we hit that one, then I have to say if I'm into it? Just like, listen, if we hit 1669 by the end of the year, I'll tell you, I'll make a tier list of all of the stuff in the game and I'll rank it based off of how into it I am. That would be wild. Wait, what if it's just like, listen, if we hit 20K, I will make an orange YouTube account and I will upload an unfiltered, unadulterated review of the NSFW stuff on orange YouTube. Hey, a Harpy Queen. Yeah, it's a Halloween costume. Oh yeah, I also dropped a question if you're in the mood for answering. Yes, I have a question chat. I just need to get to that at some point. That will be later. So yeah, I think it would be really funny if we hit 20,000 YouTube subs. I will make an orange YouTube account and make a review where I, in detail, can you stream? Don't out yourself. On orange YouTube, can you stream? What if I make it an OnlyFans? What if I make it the streaming one? Orange No, so Squeebles, someone else called it orange YouTube, so now I'm calling it orange YouTube. I don't know if you can orange YouTube stream, but I think it'd be really funny if I make a stream on there where I talk about the NSFW stuff in detail and do like live readings. That would be really funny. So this one is a joke. This one is, I don't know if it's actually going to happen. That one is silly. But like, if in the next 2 months we get 20,000 subscribers total, I will absolutely make a joke NSFW account that I will look into NSFW TTRPGs. Oh, made our TTRPGs free and silly? I mean, I could talk about that right now, right? Like, if I really wanted, I could talk about the made TTRPG right now. No, see, like, Nim, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying completely serious. Why am I writing your name? What? What? Sorry. What? Why did I write your name? Like, did you get like a good noodle point? So I wrote your name on the board. I fully was just autopiloting my. Okay, so what? Yeah, so with a TTRPG, like with Girlframe, my plan is to do a completely serious review of it. I see no reason not to, because despite the fact that it is a system that involves NSFW topics, it involves lewd topics. I talked with the dev in email, and the dev was just like, yeah, this is a actual TTRPG that involves NSFW actions that you can take. It is an NSFW game insofar it allows for and does not prevent you from engaging in NSFW materials and has some mechanics to support that. But the game is more than just NSFW, which is why I'm going to give it like a fair review. And honestly, even if it was like fully NSFW, like literally the only purpose of it is like, hey, this is to bounce chicken wow wow with your friends, I'd still give it a fair review, because why not? Like, I think it's more interesting to do a fair review than just like point and laugh at the thing that like with art, you have to consider intentionality. If I make a video game where the whole point of the game is it's a walking simulator. And it's all about the story and the art and the music. And you look at this game and you say, wow, this game sucks. It has no combat. Wow, this game is so bad. There wasn't any puzzles. Wow, I hate this game because the gameplay sucked. If I wasn't making it for the gameplay aspect, I was making a video game that was meant to be a kind of railroaded experience where it's closer to a visual novel, like a kinetic novel. These criticisms aren't invalidated, but they don't really hold the same water that they would had I been trying to make something where those were involved. In the same way, I think if a TTRPG involves NSFW topics, and then I just kind of point and laugh at it and say, haha, look how weird this is. I don't get this because I'm not the target audience. That's not really good review. That's not really good criticism. It's really just me pointing and laughing at something for being weird because I'm looking at it in an angle that it wasn't meant to be looked at, which just doesn't strike me as good etiquette. Like saying the word of the thing you're holding. Exactly. It would be pretty hilarious if the 20k subs thing was getting a group of your friends to play. I'm not gonna lie. I won't lie. I did consider, hey, at XK subs, I will play a group of Girlframe. I will play a game of Girlframe with other content creators and see what happens. I think that would be very funny. However, I can't get a game of like Lancer going with these people. I can't get a game of Kane going with these people. I'm not gonna bust my back trying to get people to play the weird, or not weird, but I'm not gonna get people to play the mexploitation TTRPG. Sekiro Shadows Die Twice is terrible. There's no farming mechanics. Exactly. There should be an evil and twisted version of Girlframe called Boyframe, which is completely normal. I think that's just Armored Core. No, that's just Battletech. What am I talking about? Battletech, as far as I'm aware, is just Boyframe. Also, I didn't know you had a Boyframe. Congratulations. Does he go to a different school? Also, with the questions, I see one is very easy to answer. If you become an expert pilot, would that make you an aero ace? No. It would make me a nerd, because did you know that in order to be a pilot, you have to be a nerd? And I'm not even joking. Like, to be a pilot, you have to be really smart. And you have to like train and practice and study and get certified. And it's not trivial. There's a reason that the Air Force pays so well, is because you have to be really smart to get in. What did I return to? I answered your question. Implies you weren't already. Listen, I don't consider myself an ace pilot. Because I'm not a pilot. Aha. I mean, like, I'm both aero. I am ace. I'm on both of those spectrums. I think that my place on those spectrums is somewhere that I'm not quite sure, and that I have never been quite sure, and that I'm very open about the fact that I'm not quite sure. For those of you who don't know, I made a short a couple weeks ago at this point, where I basically just talked about like my identity and like what I identify as, my orientation, all that. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't really hide this, but I'm also very private, so I just don't advertise it. So I'm very much the sort of person where I won't reveal anything until you ask me explicitly. And even then, I usually just give a partial answer and then move on. So I'm someone who I kind of need to get like pinned down to properly reveal things about myself, which frustrates a lot of people, but also other people are just like, Arrow, stop dodging the question. I mean, I meant about you saying it would make you a nerd. Well, okay, I am a nerd, but like I'm a TTRPG nerd. I'm not a math nerd. I'm very much not a math nerd. I tried being a math nerd. I took STEM classes. I was studying to be an engineer at one point. I did not survive. Pinned down, you say? I can't say anything. I can't say anything around you. I have a great chart that uses cake 3-axis system. Huh. Oh yeah, like a layer cake, yeah. Listen, I need to get pinned down to reveal myself. Well, I am in the maid outfit. Pinned down like with taxidermied bug. No, I don't like bugs. Bugs are gross, and I'm not looking to be taxidermied, thank you. I more meant verbally, though I suppose physically would probably also make sense. Like, if someone were to physically pin me, I would not really have anywhere to go, so I would have to answer their questions. Like, I'm not gonna argue with the efficacy of that. Like, that's clearly not what I meant. Pinned down in order to face myself, Persona 4. You can't mention Persona 4. I will go on a tangent. I have had people say, I don't know anything about Persona 4. I would love to have you rant about it. And I say no. Why? Bug disliker? Okay, my best friend, entomologist. I hate bugs. He loves bugs. He has enough love for bugs for both of us. I think bugs are gross. And I would rather encounter a spider than a bug. If I had a thing crawling on me, I would rather it be a spider than like a beetle or a stink bug, or honestly, like stick bugs are pretty chill. But they're so spindly, so weird. Mantises. I think mantises are cool. Like bugs, insects are such a broad categorization that it's really hard for me to be like all bugs. But when I think of a bug, I think of a roach. When I think of a bug, I think of a beetle. When I think of a bug, I think of things that creep me out, that I don't like genuinely. Meanwhile, spiders are like, I mean, spiders are creepy, but they're also chill. And like, I don't want a spider in my space. I want my space to be my space, not a spider space. But I would be less offended by finding a spider than an insect. Like, oh my gosh, a house centipede. Ugh. Check cool stuff for cake. Oh no, posting cake. Beetles are the best though. Raising Hercules beetles is one of those unrealistic pipe dreams I want to do someday but won't. My roommate, back when they were in uni, they had a roommate who was an entomology major, separate from my friend. So for class, she had to like have cockroaches and would just put them in the freezer, right? Oh, Neko's being raided. Yeah, so I'm just gonna real quick say there seems to be a bit of a rotation going on where Neko just got hate raided, Rory just got hate raided. What I'm gonna do, no, not loot and pillage, like spamming slurs, like so, like not like fun raid, like bad raid. How do I? Does anyone know how I can lock my Discord server for a bit? Because I just don't want to deal with this, respectfully. Like, they're not on my server, but I'm in their circles. So, if anyone knows how to lock a Discord server for a bit, I'm just going to lock it for the remainder of the stream. How do I do this? Actually, what I could do is on Neko server. Let's ban you preemptively. Oh, no, you're already gone. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just dealing with preemptive action. Like, I don't even know why you would do that. Because, like, hate rating is never okay, but also it's just why? What do you get from that? Raid protection. I mean, they're not subtle, so I can just ban them if they come. Oh well. Speaking of hate rating, I just got to yeah. No, so Neko, I'm speaking about it because I got added on your server. I was getting added because of the people on your server. So sorry you got to deal with that. In server settings. See, that's the thing. With server settings, I already have, like, I have pretty high protections. Like, you can't really curse effectively on my server, which some people have been really frustrated by. And I'm just like, I would rather they not be able to say that, personally. Oh, no. Neko, don't apologize. You're good. You're wondering how Roasting got hate rated without streaming? Yeah, I was wondering that too. And then I realized that it was a Discord hate raid because he mentioned that. And apparently he got like 1,000 messages over the span of it. So unfortunate. Well, so that's the thing, right? When you have people who like are hate rating, right? Generally, it's going to be my assumption. Huh? Oh. Yeah, Neko missed one. Just got the other one. When you have hate ratings, generally going to be one for two reasons. One is that they're bored. Two, it's that they legitimately think they're pushing an agenda. Broadly speaking, like I would say probably 90% of hate raids is just people are bored. They have nothing better to do with their time. They get a kick out of it and they want to get a reaction, right? It very rarely works. I mean, honestly, they do. I think it does work enough times that they get a kick out of it, because what it does is it makes people afraid. It makes people scared that they're going to be the next one hate rated, and they like feeling like they have power most of the time. But honestly, if someone comes in my server and spams slurs and like NSFW stuff and like just ats everyone, I'm not scared of that. I'm rolling my eyes and I'm banning them, right? It's not even that I care. It's, okay, now you inconvenienced me for 30 seconds. Hey, Sanak. And then when they're pushing the agenda, that's very much like they are trying to bully people. They are trying to target a message. They are trying to say specific things to specific people for a specific reason. Oftentimes, that's going to be go to a queer server, spam the F slur. Go to a BIPOC server, spam the N-word. Like, again, it all comes back to fear and keeping people scared. And it's just, if you have ever hate rated someone or want to hate rate someone, I have a suggestion. Don't. Not even just for the simple fact that you're a jerk, but also because it doesn't work. Like, I was a moderator for a Discord server years ago at this point, where it was like a writing server. Arrow writes in a writing server. And like there was legitimate concern over, there was like a 4chan thing where it was like Operation Pridefall. We're going to spam every queer friendly Discord server with a bunch of like bad stuff. And literally all we did was just like, hey, at everyone, this is a thing that's happening. If you see stuff that needs to be banned, let us know. And then that was it. And some people were worried. Some people were like, oh no. But the moderation team was just like, this isn't going to be a concern. This isn't going to be an issue. If it does end up being an issue, we'll just ban it. And I think what we had is that during like the month where it was like, we're going to take down those dang dirty gay people. Like we had like 2 people who came and just started spamming like F slur, adding everyone, like did a macro to like spam it like 20 times in 1 second. And then I just banned them because I was in VC at the time. And then I moved on with my day. scary as a subtle infiltration who tries to cause real harm, like gather sensitive information for leaking long-term cons. That's the thing. That isn't a hate raid. That is separate. Right? Disbelief. Arrow writes in a writing server? I know. And I've seen those people. I cross paths with some genuine pieces of work, and they seem like they're like, yeah, I said the N-word. Are you scared? Are you offended? Huh? I mean, that's the thing, right? It's the classic, like, I'm going to offend you, snowflake. Sorry that you can't deal with the real world. And then you say something that they don't like, and then they start crying. Like, it's projection. It is peacocking. It is the perpetuation of the idea that I am superior to you, but because I feel inferior, I need to constantly prove to myself and my cohorts that I am, in whatever means is necessary. Even if it does nothing to you. Even if all I do is inconvenience you. Then that's all that really matters, right? All that matters is proving to myself and my in-group, like, yeah, I'm tough. Yeah, I'm scary. We're cool. We're better than you. When in reality, it's, I don't even pity you because I forgot you existed. I'm wondering if they just clicked today because I appeared in your chat and they clicked on me. I don't even think it, well, so it's not related to me. I think it's related to Rory, because Rory got it first and then you got it. So I'm presuming they're going through like a list. I'm assuming that they're going through mutual contacts. And that's why I'm expecting that I'm going to get hit sometime in the next like hour. Because whether it started in like Bo's server or Basil's server, like I'm assuming it was a mutual of Rory first, and then into him, and then into you, and that's going to be mutual of yours. Hey, Blue Pouring. Hey, Gunpowder. Hey, just stopping by on my break. Absolutely love the new fit. So this is a Halloween costume, I must say. This is nothing special. This is a maid dress. This is just straight up a maid dress for Halloween because I don't have the ability to come up with anything better because I ran out of time. I was doing this at like 2 a.m. Thank you, Can. Hey, Can. I appreciate it. I figured this would be just fun and silly. This would be a nice little thing to do. And I have already said I'm going to put this back on and do a review of Girl Frame if we hit 15,000 subscribers by the end of the year. No. This isn't cute and this doesn't slay. This is perfectly acceptable behavior. I was told that I look like I could be like a tavern keeper or like a barmaid, which I think I could rock this. I think it's because it's so muted. I think it's because it's so low saturation, or not saturation, it's so low value in its coloration that I feel like it gives the kind of bar interpretation. Goodness gracious, I'm gonna go back to what I was doing. Shut up. Personally, I like the vampire more. I mean, that's the thing, right? The vampire fit was a Halloween costume. I grabbed it for Halloween last year. I actually last minute streamed last year. I did not plan to stream on Halloween last year. And then I just decided to, where I grabbed a vampire fit. I changed the colors to better suit my outfit. And I then wore it for most of November, actually. Because I only put it on for Halloween. Then after Halloween, I wanted to get some more use out of it. And then I started wearing it again for October this year. And with this maid dress, with this maid outfit, I probably won't wear it as often as I wore like the vampire outfit. Just because I feel like for November, I'll probably just wear my normal outfits. But I feel like this has its place. It has its nice bits. It also helps that it's a simpler design and not super frilly and showy. It's practical. Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing, like, when you have a maid dress, I understand that probably 90% of all maid dresses are meant to be aesthetic, right? I feel as though the classical maid dress, which I think is based off like the French maid dress, is meant to be like, oh, it's like cute or sexy or like attractive or elegant or whatever. It's meant to be nice to look at more than it is meant to be practical, because generally maids aren't wearing it, right? Generally, it is people are wearing it because they're evoking the maid archetype and they're meant to look cute or sexy or like good looking or elegant or whatever. But I also like practicality, I must say. I see so many outfits, particularly on VTuber models, that are so implausible that I'm just like, that's not really my vibe. I respect someone that can pull it off. I don't think I can pull that off. I'm someone who very much is a low flash individual, which is why even my jacket, even this, is a bit loud for me. I mostly wear black. Wearing stuff for aesthetics is peak French behavior. Ugh. You missed a whole chunk of the stream? Well, there's always the VOD. And for any of you VOD watchers out there, let's hit 20K. Aerodorable mate? No. You missed 2 hours? Wow, I am French. I'm so sorry, Catalyzer. Listen, we're a tolerant community here, right? And that's why even though Rory is French, even though Neko is Canadian, we still tolerate them. We still inflict violence upon them. Let's not get that wrong. They still deserve it. They are French, which is the only thing that could even be close to being bad as being British. But they're Canadian. We're a tolerant community. We enjoy walks of every life here. Did I write French? Yeah. Why? Why would I not censor that? We accept everyone, even the French. By the way, I am also German. Hey. Hello, I am Canadism. We will treat the wounds after we beat you. Gunpowder, you get it. What I want from my community is an environment where your fellow community members will jump you without hesitation. And then, after they beat you up, they will pick you up, like buy you a pint, or like get you some water. Let like info dump hyperfixate at you for a bit and let you do the same. And then all of you collectively like repeat the cycle on someone else that you saw. The goal is I want controlled, love-filled, ruthless violence. That is what I want to facilitate in this community, and that is what we have had thus far. It is kind of corn behavior. So a fraternity hazing, it is kind of like a fraternity hazing. Now that you mention it. But I mean, I don't know. So you will retain your dignity. And that is the difference between this and a fraternity hazing. You will never be asked to give up your dignity, only your livelihood. I'm Spanish and I like practicing being friendly with your neighbors, even if they're French. Like sibling-esque battles, exactly. I want to form a community where all of you collectively will enact incredible violence upon one another, but you have each other's backs. Which is why over on Twitch chat, if you've never been on Twitch chat before, I have a channel point redeem where you can shoot someone. Just anyone. Even me. You can shoot each other. And we've had people have straight up like firefights. Hey, Abby. Okay, I want to say something real quick. If everyone could drop, if they're comfortable, what country they're from, or potentially what even like region of the world they're from if they're not comfortable dropping their country, because I don't know what it is. I have so many Brazilian viewers, and like I love that. I don't know what it is, but like I feel as though, and this might just be like survivorship bias, but so many of my chatters are from Brazil. So we got the US Midwest, we got the UK, we got Missouri, we got Germany, we got post-USSR, New Jersey, Ireland, Germany, Canadian, Brazilian. Yeah, so I have other Brazilian viewers. That's the thing. I've had people tell me about, there's a very nice chocolate like dish in Brazil. It's like little balls of chocolate that you put, I don't know what they're called. Canada. So Washington State. See, that's the thing. I love how a bunch of people who are lurking decided to hop in and say, okay, Orion, Missouri is not as bad as Florida or Ohio. Yeah, Brigadeiro, thank you. Yeah, I haven't tried Brigadeiro yet. I want to make Brigadeiro because my chat was like people from Brazil were just like, hey, you need to try this. It's bad though. Okay. Orion, Gunpowder. I'm not saying no. Missouri is good. I'm saying Missouri is not the lowest pits of hell. There are lower pits than Missouri. I will also say Germany is another one. Which I think the reason why is because Brazil and Germany, popping TTRPG scenes from what I've heard. I have heard absolute fantastic things about the Brazilian and Germany, and the Brazilian and German TTRPG scenes, because I think it was like sanctions back in like the 80s, 90s, or maybe it was just a culture thing. At least in Germany, D&D never really took hold. So Shadowrun became the prominent TTRPG in Germany, and there's a culture in German TTRPG playing that you are expected to run through a series of games. It's weird if all you've ever played is one TTRPG in Germany, from what I'm aware. Obviously, unless you're like a new player. But if you've been playing for 10 years, if you've only ever played D&D, that's considered weird. If you've only ever played Blades in the Dark, that's considered weird. And in Brazil, I don't actually know specifics about TTRPG culture, but I do know that apparently y'all love Vampire the Masquerade. Y'all love Vampire the Masquerade so much that they have Brazilian source books, and that is why the Sabbat goes crazy there. Like, Brazil is the reason why the Sabbat controls Central and South America, is because Brazilians love Vampire the Masquerade, and so the devs were like, hey, let's make Brazil important by adding the Sabbat to it. Shadowrun, what's that? Okay, so Shadowrun is a system that I've not played, but I've seen many lore videos about from Burger Krieg, who is a German YouTuber, and effectively, it is the real world. But I think this was, call it the 20th century, correct me if I'm wrong, magic just comes into being. In something called goblinification, normal, everyday humans were transformed into elves and trolls, goblins and dwarves, and suddenly, magic started working. Because the thing in Shadowrun is that magic is cyclical. And so, for most of human history, happened in 2012, thank you. Most of human, right, it happened in 2012 and then it fast forwards because it is a near future Magitech sci-fi setting. Like this was like prehistory, and then this was like all throughout history. So the levels of magic wane and wax over time. And right now we just hit a new cycle of waxing magic. So suddenly in the real world, elves exist and they have magic, and goblins exist and they know how to tinker, and dwarves exist and they're master craftsmen, and like all of the stereotypes and cultures of fantasy just get shoved into 2012. And then it becomes a corpo state where over the span of, I want to say a couple hundred years, again, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not super familiar with the setting, I just know the broad strokes. I want to say over a couple hundred years, corporations become as powerful or more powerful than nations. And the entire setting is, think magic, cyberpunk, spies. Or almost even imagine Lancer, but instead of piloting mechs, you're just a really skilled person who's doing jobs for corporations, and you're constrained to a single planet, right? It's the idea that you're running around and you're able to do corporate espionage for one corporation. You break into you literally have to pass immigration to enter the nation of this corpo state, to then find a contact to steal data from a data center controlled by the corporation, so that you can then extricate yourself and avoid the private security police force of this corporation, who are all made up of trolls. So they're really stupid, but they're really powerful, and you can't kill them because they're trolls. Like, that's the sort of nonsense you get up to in Shadowrun. I tried playing Shadowrun. I made a Night Elf Drone Master I was really hyped for. The group was atrocious and didn't understand how it works. Half of my character sheet had to be done by someone else. That's so bad. Cyberpunk Spelljammer without the ships. Yeah. Magic Cyberpunk is so cheap. Corpo Nation. You're not a fan, but it's the truth. So I have not played Shadowrun. My sibling has played it. Really? People are divided on the system? People have gripes with the system? I didn't know that. The main thing I know about it is it's a D6 pool system. I believe it's a system where it's like you roll like 12 D6 and any 6 is considered a hit and you need a certain amount of hits to get a success. I believe. You have run Shadowrun and it's insanely complex. Yeah. Like it sounds like a lot. But also I kind of love that. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm the sort of person that loves a complex system insofar as the systems are not essential to one another. Because what happens is that if I have a system that I have to worry about like faction relations, and that's like core to like that's part of Blades in the Dark, right? Blades is a system where the relationship that other factions have with you is mechanically relevant. So maybe like I have to worry about faction relations, and also I have to worry about combat, and also I have to worry about like tech. If I forget how magic works, but it's not tied to combat or faction relations or tech, and no one in my party is worried about magic, I can just ignore magic. The issue arises where, well, in order to interface with tech, you need to make a magic roll because all tech is magic. But when you make a magic roll, you have to consider what's your ancestry, because if you're an elf, you get a different bonus for different technology than if you're a dwarf. And like, that's the sort of complexity I don't like. That's like 3rd edition complexity, I would say. The 6s are explosive, you roll more. Oh my gosh. 5 to 6 are hits. I didn't know if, because like there's so many dice you're gonna be rolling, I didn't know if 5s and 6s were hits. Usually in a pool system, it's 5s and 6s are hits, but sometimes it's just a 6 is a hit. So I didn't know. Not Grips with Shadowrun. We were talking about another system from Brazil. Okay. Shadowrun sounds like the kind of system we would love, and half our table would revolt if I ran it. And that's the thing. I would argue Lancer is the same. And I would argue, this is not going to be a hot take with my audience, but this is going to be a hot take if this breaches containment. D&D. I'm very upfront on the record. I think D&D is a very poor introduction to TTRPGs because it's so combat oriented, and despite the fact 5e is streamlined in comparison to other editions, D&D 5e is itself very complex. You have to worry about a lot. Spell slots, health, different skills and abilities. If you have advantage, disadvantage. If you have combat abilities that you can do, what you can do per rest. If you have magic items, do these function once per dawn? Are they at will? Are they once per short rest? Like, you have so many different moving parts. And not only are these parts encouraged, they're expected. Meanwhile, in something like, apparently people don't like Powered by the Apocalypse. I just learned this. Apparently Powered by the Apocalypse is a very controversial system, or like a framework. I didn't know that. If you have Vampire the Masquerade, though, which is World of Darkness, it's a storytelling system, not Powered by the Apocalypse. So, this is, yes, you have to learn how to build your character. Yes, you have to worry about, how do rouse checks work? So a messy critical doesn't matter unless I roll a crit, and a crit only happens if I have 2 crit dice. So if I have like 2 crit dice and a messy crit, can I just like not choose? So it can not choose the messy crit, but then does that make my normal crit messy? Like, it has confusing aspects, but broadly speaking, you can pick it up like 60% faster than D&D. Because it's not combat oriented. It's not fighting oriented, meaning it doesn't have to be balanced in the same way. When you have a Lancer, when you have D&D, when you have Pathfinder, when you have these combat oriented systems, they need to prioritize balance. Which means you need to add safeguards, which means you need more rules. You can have a hacker in cyberspace, a castle in the aether, a shaman summoning elementals, tech-based physical combat, and just physical attacks all in one. And that's the thing. That sounds really cool. That sounds like a headache if you, as a GM, are not prepared for that. But that also sounds really fun. I joined a Shadowrun game in the Discord. I really want to try it if it's a reasonable time. Here's the thing. The thing I love about the Discord, or one of the things, I love a lot of things about our Discord community. I'm not going to lie. The memes, for one. I'm literally going to talk about this in a Arrow Answers for tomorrow. But like the memes, I love so much. The fact so many people are like build crafting, particularly with Lancer. I do kind of wish that there was more talk on other TTRPGs, but also I recognize most of my audience is here for Lancer content. But the fact so many people have been running games. I don't know how they've been going. I have not kept in on that because that's not my place. I'm not here to look over your shoulder and make you feel like you're being watched. But I feel as though there's been, 10 games that have been run multiple times each? I love the Discord. The problem is that y'all are European. I'm not European. More than just balance, it forces everyone to be focused on fight. Exactly. Arthur, you get it. Because in D&D, I made a video fixing the Ranger. And even then, that was just making it more combat oriented. The way I would unironically fix D&D 5e's Ranger or 5.5's Ranger, do you want to know what I would do? I would take every other class in the game, and at first or second level, I would give it an exploration based non-combat ability. And then I would give them another one at like 7th or 8th level. What does this mean? This means suddenly everyone gets at least 2 abilities, maybe even 3. Maybe I'd even grab one at like 15th, 17th, 16th level, but 15th, 16th is really just kind of, there's no point at that rate. Like once you hit 13 and on, it really doesn't matter what you give the party outside of combat abilities because no one's going to care outside of cool combat stuff, which is a shame. I think that is a design issue with D&D, but that's beside the point. If you give everyone at least like 1 or 2 non-combat abilities, like Thieves Can't, Druidcraft, or not Druidcraft, Druid Speech, the Druidic language, expertise even, all of that enforces the idea of, hey, you're useful in a utility role. Utility role. The fighter gets literally 0 things to help out of combat. Which, like, as a fighter makes sense, but also the Battle Master, one of their limited abilities that they get at like 7th level or 8th level is that they get an out of combat ability that would be perfect for fighters. The one where you can observe anyone and learn stats about them. Just because you are so martially trained and competent that you can read an opponent in just a couple minutes. So what you do is your Ranger, who has like 12 total abilities, of which 8 of them don't function in combat, you just give everyone else like 2, maybe 3 abilities that are not combat oriented, so that if I'm playing a wizard, wizard's a bad example. If I'm playing a fighter and you're playing a rogue and we have a ranger and we also have a cleric, all of us can do something out of combat. So we're all incentivized to want to not be in combat at some point. Because as it stands, as a fighter and as a cleric, and even a little bit as a rogue, not really, rogue is one of the most utility oriented classes. Like, I'd say rogue, bard, and ranger and maybe wizard based on spells, but even casters are encouraged to only take combat spells. This party is not incentivized to not be in combat. So the ranger never gets to do their cool stuff. But if you get a fighter ability where it's like, hey, over the course of 5 minutes, you can study someone and not just learn their stats, you can also learn how they deal with confrontation and conflict. So suddenly, as a fighter, I'm talking to Gunpowder and I'm studying you, and I have a conversation with you, and I learn over the course of 5 minutes that you have less health than me, you have less armor class than me, but you have spellcasting. But the way you deal with conflict is you're conflict avoidant. Yes, Gunpowder, you avoid conflict. You run. You are a coward at heart. Or maybe you're tricksy, you're mysterious, you're trying to play me for the fool. So I know that if I want to fight you, or if I want to get something from you, I need to, I was gonna say pin you down, but I know everyone's gonna be weird about that. I need to get you in a situation where your back is to a corner. Meanwhile, if I'm talking to Sanhok, I might learn Sanhok will butt heads with me. If I am in conflict with Sanhok is going to bite back at me harder, faster, and stronger than I initially did, because they refuse to be the one in a point of weakness. So I know if I want to get something from Sanhok, I need to present them, I need to engage with them in such a way that won't put them in a corner. I won't back them off into that. And that's a perfect fighter thing to do. That's a perfect thing of a fighter assessing the situation, being like, tactically, it makes sense for me to put pressure on Gunpowder while backing off of Sanhok. And then that lets me be useful out of combat. So I want to not be in combat so I can use my cool fighter ability. Like, that's the sort of stuff that if you added a feature like that, like a couple features to every class, suddenly the Ranger becomes the best at exploration instead of the only exploration. And yes, again, technically the Rogue has some exploration abilities, the Bard has some exploration abilities, but I'm also being very generous at counting expertise, which is just mechanically increasing numbers as exploration abilities. Barring that, the Bard is gone. The Bard does not count. It is just the Rogue with stuff like Thieves' Cant, and like the Thief has second story work, which is like gives them a climb speed. Like, I'm being generous here. But that would be so cool, right? What's the Warlock feature? Invocations. See, Warlocks might be, from a class design perspective, I think Paladins, and this is something that I've heard before. Like, I've heard this online. Paladins and Rogues are some of the best design classes from 5e. I don't know what 5.5 did to them, but Warlocks I love. And I played a Warlock for like 16 or for like 14 levels. I played from like level 5 through like level 18 as a Warlock mono class. And it was so much fun because my invocations gave me so much flexibility. One of the first ones I got was Misty Visions, which gives you silent image at will. I don't think you understand the shenanigans I got up to by being able to cast I think it's like 20-foot cube of illusion, even though it makes no noise. I was able to do such stuff as I'm approaching a camp of hobgoblins, and there's a massive field surrounding them where they have watchtowers, they have warg riders, they have archers. I, with my crew, because it was a one-on-one game, I was a leader of a cult. So I had my cultist with me. I cast silent image around us to look like there was nothing. I just made it an empty thing of grass. And we walked slowly from this side of the field all the way over here, where because Misty Visions, or because a silent image, as a bonus action, you can move it and it naturally moves. It looks natural. I just made it look like we were walking where there was nothing there. I basically cast invisibility on us, but we were still making noise. We had to move slowly. I had to every single turn spend my bonus action on it. So we were able to utilize an illusion to get across here. And I was playing a striker. Or I was also playing a support, because I was a Celestial Soul Warlock. And the idea behind that was I was basically facilitating the strength of my cultists. I was supporting all of them. I was healing them. I was buffing them. But I also was a Celestial Soul Warlock, so I had fire magic. I could do Sickening Radiance. I could do like I think I got Flame Strike at one point. So it was all like awesome stuff. Me as a paladin who loves getting praise. Anywho, my break's almost over. I'll see y'all in a couple hours. Later. Enjoy, Gunpowder. Chat instantly thirsting the moment. Wait, were people thirsting when I said I'd pin them down? Oh. Well, I didn't even notice that. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. See, if I was playing Savage Worlds, I could make an archer that had shooting skill, but also cleric miracles, the paladin anti-undead edge, and a bonus to rubbing shoulders in the criminal underworld. See, and that Savage Worlds, I only know from Deadlands. I only know Savage World Deadlands, and I don't know that mechanically. I know that flavorfully, right? At will, a glorious phrase. Oh, I need to drink water. I haven't drank water in the last 2.5 hours. I'm sorry if you heard me drinking water. I'm so sorry. But the other thing I could do with Silent Image, with Misty Visions. Yeah, I had a I had another content creator who I was talking to, and she was, and we were getting to know each other, and she mentioned like, oh, hey, like, we were talking about Marvel Rivals characters, and she's like, hey, like, what's your orientation? Like, who are you attracted to? And I'm like, oh, I'm pan. I like everyone, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what about you? And then she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I like men. And then I was like, what do you mean you're sorry? I think that she thought I was interested based on the way she said it, but we had a very funny conversation about how I'm so sorry that she's interested in men. But with Misty Visions, I had an encounter where I, as a warlock, I have like no strength. I have no constitution. I have no weapons. I have a robe. I have a staff, and I have my magic. And there is a guy who hates me. He's like a captain of an anti-magic guard. He's wearing armor that protects him from magic. He has a sword that ignores magical wards and protections. And I'm trying to leave. I have a group of people with me. And he's just like, you coward, I knew you'd betray us. And then I'm like, it wasn't me, bro, it was someone else. And he's like, nonsense, to arms, and draws his sword. I'm like, fine, you and me right here. And he's like, hit me with whatever you have. And he like gestures to his chest plate, and he's like, you can't do anything to me because I have my armor on. I'm like, we'll see you try. And then what I did is I described that from me, fire shot forward across the ground, and a ring of fire appeared around him. As I cast Misty Visions, I cast Silent Image to make a wall of fire around him, because he knew I had the spell Wall of Fire. He had seen me cast Wall of Fire before. So I use an illusion to cast Wall of Fire around him to completely shut off his vision. And he starts laughing at how pathetic I am for the fact that my fire is doing nothing to him because it's anti-magic armor, but because I did an illusion to make him think my fire was doing nothing to him, because obviously an illusion can't hurt him. So, and then I just run past him. I take all my people and I'm like, go, 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 go. And we just run right by him. But he's standing there basking in how pathetic magic users are, and he'll slay all of us with his impenetrable armor and his magic piercing sword, and we just leave. I just took my crew and dipped. That sounds awesome, faking out his counterspells. Exactly, because my character, not only was that like a clever thing for me to do in the moment, my character was like a lover, not a fighter. Not even a villain monologue. Literally, he was just like, because he hated magic. He didn't know anything about magic. He didn't know the difference between an illusion and a proper spell. So I just cast an illusion, even though it didn't make any noise. He thought I was just such a pathetic caster that could never harm him. Magic is stupid, says as he wears magic armor and uses magic. So it wasn't magic. It was in that setting. There were snails. Oh my gosh, my voice. There were snails. And I think this is actually like a real D&D monster that have like an anti-magic shell. So he had armor and a sword made from that anti-magic shell. So it was less he had enchanted stuff to fight magic, and more so he had like natural anti-magic material? Would magic fire crackle since it has no fuel? My instinct says yes, but my brain says no. Like my instinct is like fire crackles, yes, but also all fire I know personally has had fuel because I don't have magic personally. Huh. The fuel of magic. Yeah, but it magic, fire, magic, fuel, fire, magic, fuel, fire isn't like the reason fire crackles. Did you know this? The reason fire crackles when it's like burning wood is because that's like water evaporating. And that is literal like snapping of twigs and branches. If you have a fire, like a gas fire, for instance, that will just be the slight hiss of gas and then the spark of the burner. And then it is literally just the sound of gas continuously igniting, right? That's just gas igniting. Gas fires don't crackle. Only wood fires crackle, or I suppose any material that could burn could crackle if it has a physical form to it. But like the popping of a branch when it's burning is because of water inside of it evaporating. Flail snails, thank you, flail snails. That's exactly what it was. There was flail snails that this civilization was like cultivating. First time on stream, cute outfit. Thank you, Vitalia. Welcome on in. This is a Halloween costume. I am wearing a maid dress for Halloween because I figured why not, you know? That's a wood flame thing. Brain is correct. Gas flames, exactly. Gas flames don't crackle. Honestly, the guy could do nothing to an average level 5 Ghost Lance build. Gotta check Savage Worlds then. I was looking for a classless system. So, okay, when you say classless, do you also count playbooks as classes? Because playbooks in something like the Avatar: The Last Airbender TTRPG are your class equivalent, but they're closer to an archetype, right? And in like Girlframe, for instance, the TTRPG I just talked about, a playbook is again your archetype. It describes not what class you are, but what has happened to you and how that influences your ability to perform going forward. City of Mist, another Powered by the Apocalypse system, has no classes, has no playbooks, but has the Logos Pathos divide, where combined, or the Logos Mythos, why did I call it Pathos? The Logos Pathos divide, where you basically build your own playbook based off of the aspects of your character that you want to lean into. And so it's entirely classless. Welcome to Aerostream. They don't like being called adorable, and we call them adorable anyways. See, that's the thing, right? Like, I will say, just to clarify, compliments, calling me cute or adorable, aerodorable, I suppose, or even like, I'm not gonna say like making passes at me, but like indicating a different interest, like that's chill. I don't really care. Like, respectfully, I separate myself. I'm very open about this, and I've talked about this before. I separate myself from my art, and I consider performance and entertainment an art. So, as cute as you think I am, as lovely as you think I am, as sweet as you might call me, I can separate myself from that in the same way that if a jerk calls me slurs, I understand, well, they're insulting my art, not me. In the same way that someone says, your TTRPG takes suck, that they're insulting my art, not me. So that's all chill. Like, obviously don't be weird about it. Don't make people uncomfortable. Don't take away from the space. But everything up until now has really been fine. And the things that haven't been fine, I've called out and said, that's not fine. That's not okay. So, in case anyone was wondering. I only played Monster of the Week from Powered by the Apocalypse. The only Powered by the Apocalypse system I've played is City Mist, which I've talked about at length. But I've looked into Girlframe, and I've also looked into Perfect Draw. Girlframe, I have the video talking about my first impressions. That's all I know about it, so I can't speak on it more than that video, which if you're here, you've probably seen, and if you haven't, go check it out. But Perfect Draw is a system based off of card games. And it is how to play a card game anime as a TTRPG. And it looks so much fun. You like build your own deck that you then access via a TTRPG. So instead of actually physically having or I think you do physically like draw cards that you make. But the idea is that you don't build an entire like 50 card deck. You only care about like the 4 or 5 most important cards to your deck. You care about your like Blue Eyes White Dragon. You care about your Dark Magician. You care about your Red Eyes Black Dragon or your Flame Soldier. But you have staples. And staples are your Beaver Warriors and your Celtic Guardians and your Battle Oxes and your friggin' like Big Shield Gardenas. Your staples are an abstraction of all of the chumps in your deck that you don't care about but are still like relevant to a card game. And it's just such a cool way of integrating the idea of like, I in a TTRPG want to be able to control my actions, but card games by their nature are randomized. But because it's a TTRPG where I'm trying to tell a narrative and emulating scripted anime or manga, I want to have more control. So it allows you to get that control. It seems so cool. Lottery deck the game. Draw your last pathetic card, Yugi. My deck has no pathetic cards. You don't understand. So in Perfect Draw, there are playbooks. And one of them is called, I think it's like the Stoic? No, it's the Prodigy. Sorry, it's the Prodigy. And this is literally just Seto Kaiba, right? It's just Seto Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! Where literally one of the abilities you can get is screw the rules, I have money. And it just makes you rich. All it does is make you rich. So when you encounter an obstacle in the game, you can just decide, I pay for this. And it's done. When you encounter obstacles, you are so rich in the world of the TTRPG, you can just pay your way to win. It's so funny to me. So you're talking about Powered by the Apocalypse stuff. Would you check out Masks? And also, what are my superhero opinions? Masks is a system that I've heard about. Is that the one where you're explicitly teenage superheroes? Because I know there's a couple different superhero TTRPGs. And I think Masks is the Powered by the Apocalypse one, and that one's also where you explicitly play like younger, newer teenage superheroes. Mr. Wayne, casual called. Thank you for the MS Paint heavy stream. I love yapping. Of course. Stretch. Okay. What are my thoughts on superhero? Like, what are my opinions on superheroes? I have multiple thoughts on superheroes. Like, superheroes to play, I think is fun. And I think that superheroes are more fun when they're weaker. Supers can be awkward to run due to very power levels. Wait, Claire, what was that ... for? My back. I think weaker heroes are more fun, but I do think that there is a fun power fantasy. Like, I'm definitely like my toxic trait is that I say I don't want to play a power fantasy, and then if I play a game that is not a power fantasy, I get frustrated, right? I'm someone who says I don't want to play a power fantasy because I want an interesting story where I struggle, but every time I've played a game where I had a power fantasy where I could just do stuff, I felt extremely happy. Because power fantasies are fun, right? If you can just say, I beat up the 20 people, So when you say Batman Daredevil level of powers, that depends on which Batman, which Daredevil. Because Batman continuously, if he has 15 minutes of prep, he can beat anyone. Anyone can be beaten by Batman so long as he can prep for it. And Daredevil has had times where he can like hear someone's internal monologue from a block away because he's so blind he can now read minds, apparently. That stress sound was... I apologize. I'm sorry for that. Apparently I need to apologize for my stretch noise. I'm sorry. I was learning a couple of you were learning the Count of Monte Cristo on your break from the stream to clear your mind. Nice. Man, last time I read Count of Monte Cristo. So I grew up... I'll talk about superheroes in a moment. I grew up with something called Illustrated Classics. Don't apologize for the stretch, it's our fault. Oh. You're not being sussy, are you? Uh-huh. Oh, OSP dropped the Count of Monte Cristo video, of course. Why should I be surprised? So Illustrated Classics was a... Let me see if I can just look this up. Illustrated Classics. Do they have the one? Yes. I grew up with these. I grew up with Illustrated Classics. This is how I learned how to read. I would get in bed with my mom and I would have the Illustrated Classic and I would read at night with her, and I would like read it aloud to her back when I was like 4 or 5, maybe 6, because apparently I was reading very early. It might have been even earlier, but Illustrated Classics are classic stories where it's basically truncated. It's not Disneyfied, but it is definitely less severe, right? It is appropriate for children to read, and it would have illustrations throughout, generally in black and white, and it was at a reading level. It was basically reduced to Prince and the Paupers by Mark Twain? I didn't know that. Why did I not know that? So like I've read like Adventures of Robinson Crusoe. I read Prince and the Pauper. I don't think I read Illustrated Classics 20,000 Leagues. I definitely read 20,000 Leagues, so Gulliver's Travels. The reason I thought of this was because of Count of Monte Cristo. I read the Count of Monte Cristo Illustrated Classics. So these just have a great deal of nostalgia for me, because like this is how I learned how to read. This and oh my gosh, I'm gonna date myself so bad. Oh, the Three Musketeers. The Three Musketeers. Yeah, like I read like the Alexander Dumas Three Musketeers Illustrated Classic. That was my introduction to it. Reader Rabbit. So like, this is how I like started like reading the way I learned how to read. Reader Rabbit books. Why is Reader Rabbit a video game? I did not have the video game. I had the books. Reader Rabbit's interactive reading journey. I had... Oh my gosh, that's so little. I had Reader Rabbit. What in the heck? No, I don't want the video game. I want the books. Is this an American thing? Because I've never heard of these illustrations. So yeah, I think that this is an American thing. I believe this is absolutely an American thing. And it was... I think it's like a thing from the 2000s, I assume. Because, or maybe from the 90s even. But I assume it's like 90s, 2000s. I doubt they're still around. I imagine that it's very much a thing where this was just a run of various classics, and we had like a whole shelf of them when I was growing up. And this is something where once I learned how to read, this is like what got me into reading as a child, because I would like read with my mom, right? So it's just like, it's cool. They definitely like were not the full story because they were appropriate for like a 6-year-old to read, but this style, old marine biology textbooks and 80s fantasy art were my jam. I had a group that made low, medium tier supers in Savage Worlds, and my party ended up as Ghost Freak, Vandal Savage, and John Constantine. Right, so with superheroes, I am of the opinion, and my buddy, who is super into superheroes and super into comics and has been for years, disagrees with me. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this is the correct opinion. This is just my feelings. I feel like superheroes are not overplayed. Never say sussy again, I beg you. Sorry that I'm a bit of a sussy baka. Yeah, old school abridged content. Superheroes, as a genre, as a character class, are not overplayed. But the specific heroes we've been stuck with for a century at this point are. I am of the opinion we do not need more superhero, Batman, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America stories. I am of the opinion that all of these classic heroes that you probably love, that I love, that I have seen for not just my entire life, but for my parents' entire lives, and probably my grandparents' entire lives, should be retired. Because we've already gone through such a cultural shift multiple times over where Captain America in particular started out as literal American propaganda to get folks interested in participating in World War II and fighting against the Germans. And then over time, he shifted into a representation. So he started out as like propaganda. Then he shifted into a more just kind of like symbol of the American resolve and the American people and the American military and the American exceptionalism. And then Vietnam, he became a deconstruction of American exceptionalism. Then we hit like 80s, 90s, where suddenly he's back to being a symbol. Kind of in the 90s where everyone's edgy, he goes edgy because like, again, it was the 90s. Like if you were a hero and you weren't edgy in the 90s, you probably weren't a big enough hero to actually be edgy. Then 2001 hits, September 11th, right back to being a symbol. We hit MCU, sticks to being a symbol, where it kind of touches on the propaganda aspect, but is fundamentally still a symbol. And then post-Patriot Act, 2010s, American disillusionment, he's back to being a deconstruction. So like this one character has gone through this entire shift, which is very interesting from a meta perspective of the portrayal of American exceptionalism in media as viewed by a character whose entire identity is tied to the nation he's a part of, right? It is very interesting from a historical and cultural perspective of this is a character who is tied to the American dream, to American exceptionalism, to American interventionism. How do the people and artists feel about this at the time? At the time of the Vietnam War, very against it. At the time of post 9/11, very in favor of it. In the 2010s, very opposed to it. Like, the flip-flopping is not the problem. The fact it's the same character over the course of like 80 years is the problem, I feel. Ooh, new fit, I say? Yes, Corey, it's a Halloween costume. I'm in a maid dress to put Maidston to shame. They just keep coming back. Hey, A3. Or A3. I don't understand how it's a bad thing because he changed so much. So the reason I'm saying it's a bad thing is not because this change is inherently bad. I'm saying define Captain America for me. Define Spider-Man for me. Define Batman for me. Superman, Green Lantern. There are so many different interpretations, comic runs, alternate universe interpretations. It's simply a fact that if I say, hey, my favorite hero is Green Lantern, you have to ask me, first of all, which one? Second of all, and then I say, like, we hate Hal Jordan in this house, and we don't like Guy Gardner. Who's the army guy? Who's the Marine? I forget his name. It depends. Indie comics exist. It's just that they generally don't have enough interest. Kyle Rayner, thank you. Indie comics exist. It's just that they generally don't have enough interest to become cultural icons. Yeah, I mean, like Invincible. It's probably the closest to that, right? Is it Illuminate comics? Investigate comics? I don't know. Like whatever. Like my buddies explained it to me where like DC and Marvel have been neck and neck heads of industry in a biopoly for like 80 years, and I like the producers of Invincible were third place that entire time, which is very impressive. They were also the ones who I think produced the Walking Dead comics, I believe, unless I'm making that up. Oh yeah, have you played Dispatch yet? I've not played Dispatch yet. No, I've had it recommended to me. But if I say my favorite hero is Green Lantern, you have to say, okay, which one? And I say Kyle Rayner. And then you say, really? But he did X, Y, Z. And then I say, well, no, I don't like that. I like when he did ABC, when he was written by Guy Facto. My favorite Green Lantern is the Guy Facto run of Kyle Rayner. I don't like when the misinformation run of Kyle Rayner went around. And then you say, oh yeah, the Guy Facto run of Kyle Rayner was actually really good. I see what you mean. Like, that's a level of specificity that you should not have to do. Perfect example that my siblings told me about. Hawkeye. My sibling really likes Hawkeye, but specifically one specific run from like 2011. And broadly speaking, my sibling doesn't actually care about Hawkeye that much. But this one specific run from 2011, Moon Knight, really doesn't like Moon Knight, really got into Moon Knight because of like the 2019 Moon Knight run. The 2019 Moon Knight is the same premise, but a completely different execution of that premise of like 2012 Moon Knight and 2004 Moon Knight and 1989 Moon Knight. But it's still called the same character, and it's still expected to be treated as the same person, despite the fact they act radically differently. They sometimes have radically different powers. They have different interests and personalities and different agendas and ideals because different writers have different ideals and interests and personalities. And that's why I don't think that, oh, the guy who created Superman died, no more Superman stories. But I do feel as though once we're like 5 generations removed, or like 4 generations removed from the original Superman author, at that point, why are we talking about Superman? Why aren't we talking about a different hero? Why don't we talk about someone else that represents something else? Image Comics, thank you. I don't get Grimdark. What's the point of telling stories without at least a little tiny bit of hope or lesson other than everything sucks and you should feel bad? Oh, John Stewart, thank you. Yes, the Black Army Man. I heard Kyle Rayner, and I thought Kyle Rayner was not the right guy, but I don't know Green Lantern well enough. So, because Green Lantern was just an example of someone I knew the name of multiple different characters of. Like, for instance, if I say Green Lantern is my favorite hero, and you say who, like which one, and I say Hal Jordan, and you say really? Hal Jordan of all of them? And I'm like, well, no, not Hal Jordan when he becomes Parallax. That was like a dumb story. I like this other run. Like, that might be a better example than the John Stewart one, where it's just like, it's so all over the place. It's so inconsistent in characterization for individual characters that it's just so hard to actually care about, for me. You like the web novel Worm for the reason of it having interesting powers and how they can affect the psyche of the Supes? Isn't Worm is very good, being Taylor's suffering? Isn't Worm like the fanfic? I thought Worm was like a fanfic. That was like the longest piece of literary work in existence. Because there was like a Super Smash Bros. Subspace Emissary fanfic that took the cake, and then I thought it was Worm. But yes, with Grimdark. it's all about relativity. And not every Grimdark author understands this, to put it charitably. 40k comes to mind. And another setting also comes to mind, which I think does it much, much better. 40k comes to mind. In 40k, everything sucks. No one has a good time. It is all war. And sometimes there's good people. Sometimes something nice happens. Sometimes two enemies look at one another and they recognize the honor in the fight they just had, and they both walk away with their backs turned, trusting in the other one, with a growing respect for their foe. Sometimes someone does something nice and is rewarded for it. Most of the time, that's not the case. Most of the time, you get captured by the Drukhari and turned into furniture, right? And I don't like that. But the thing with 40k is that it's so over the top in Grimdark that that's the kind of the point. The point is, hey, I don't want to worry about morality. Everyone is the bad guy. I don't want to worry about, is it justifiable to fight this battle? I just want to take my Space Marines and I want them to charge into the maw of a Mawloc and fight a bunch of Tyranids and come out the other end, like, struggling but having succeeded, because Space Marines always win. Grimdark benefits from points of light. I would say the Castlevania show. Great demonstration of this, particularly with Isaac. Isaac's storyline in season 3 particularly of the Castlevania show is a great representation of Grimdark that is contrasted by points of light. Right? Even in season 3, Sypha and Trevor's arc. Grimdark sucked, did not have a happy ending, but it was about helping the people in the city, in the town anyway. But the setting that I think does Grimdark the best is Berserk. Now, that does not mean that I think Berserk does everything good. I think Berserk, particularly with, let's just say, not good Bow Checka Wow Wow. Like, Berserk does not handle not good Bow Chicka Wow Wow very well, I will say. It does it gratuitously. It does it, like, in too much quantity. I think that it uses it for shock value a lot of time, particularly in earlier seasons. And my model broke because I'm talking about stuff that I shouldn't be talking about on YouTube. I guess that's what this is. Please hold. Why are you the way you are? Why are you broken? Why do you hate me the way you hate me? Can I just get some screaming in chat, please? Like, seriously, what the heck? You're being so bad. Do better. You want to keep this up? Or do you want to actually be useful to me? I think that my tracker just broke. Someone get the sacred oils, the machine spirit is not happy. I think it's because I was dunking on 40k. New Halloween costume. I'm just dressed up as Maid Mint. You saw the maid outfit, and now I'm dead. So now I'm a ghost. So I'm just Min Phantom. Hey, Depresso Espresso. Yeah, we've been going for a couple hours. What the heck? Oh, we're back. Rack. Incredible. I don't think you're freaky enough to be Mint Phantom. Oh no, I'm definitely not. Like, for multiple reasons, I could never be a Maid Mint, right? I'm not enough of a freak. I'm not talented enough. I'm not cute enough. She's absolutely a sweetie. And I have nothing but respect for her, particularly knowing some things about her backstory, particularly knowing some stuff about how she got to the way she is now. She is also very autistic. And I don't think people recognize that enough. The way she is obsessed with Metal Gear Solid and Mount Fuji demonstrates a level of like hyperfixation special interest that I don't think some people recognize as, oh no, this is just silly. No, it's like, whoa. Which, like, obviously more power to her. I just think it's very funny. It's very cute. Adorable. When do we answer questions? Oh right, I need to ask y'all questions. There's no more 40k. I came back. Also, I think I get it a tiny bit more now, but I doubt it's my thing. And the thing is with Berserk, I think Berserk does Grimdark very well in the sense of Berserk sucks if anyone unironically tells you like, oh, if I got isekai'd, I want to go to Berserk. They are either someone who has never read Berserk or watched it, they are someone who is joking, or they're someone who, I would say that's legitimately a red flag. I am someone who prioritizes, oh no, like, don't just say everything's a red flag. Say that there's like yellow flags and there's even orange flags, and then only the worst of the worst is red flags. I would say unironically, someone saying that they want to go to the world of Berserk is a red flag. Because it sucks. People mistreat each other. People mistreat each other in Bound Chicka Wow Wow ways very regularly and very on page. There is demons everywhere that are killing people indiscriminately. There's manipulation on a national level with a propaganda campaign by not just religions, but also state officials and also just by culture. There's this whole culmination of awfulness stacked on top of each other. But the whole point of it is that Guts struggles. There's a reason that fans of Berserk call themselves strugglers. The whole point of Berserk is this world sucks. It is bad. You should feel bad for reading it. It will destroy you. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't still be kind. That doesn't mean you shouldn't still try to help people. That doesn't mean you shouldn't still try to grow as a person in a world that is not just trying to stifle your growth, is actively trying to stamp out your growth. And that is why Berserk is so loved. It is loved not because it is like, haha, Griffith, so funny, like Featherman. It is loved because, mostly through Guts, you see the world being awful and people within it choosing to be kind despite that. Overwhelmingly, that is the reason that people love Berserk. And if people tell you other answers, they're probably joking. Because the most unhinged communities form around the darkest material. Like, just look at Funger. Like, look at Fear and Hunger. Look at Berserk. Look at Darkest Dungeon. All of these very grimdark, terrible, awful settings. The community, not a care in the world. Like, I would say that if someone says Griffith did nothing wrong, 99% of the time they're joking. If someone says they want to go to the world of Berserk, 99% of the time they're joking. If someone says like, oh man, I want that twink obliterated when they see like Griffith or whatever, I'm using Griffith as an example because he's the main antagonist. Like 99% of the time they're joking. Like, very few people that like Berserk, or I would say the Berserk community, from what I'm aware, doesn't have a lot of edgelords. But a lot of edgelords like Berserk. Does that make sense? The community is itself not very edgy. The community itself is very silly because it's such a heavy material. Whereas a lot of people who are edgy look at Berserk and are like, oh, this is my kind of setting. It's so dark, just like my soul. But that's not the community. I would say in the same way, like with Darkest Dungeon. I would say in the same way as 40k, but 40k has a bit of a alt-right problem, I'll say. Bunger. See, you get it. Bug Snacks, very grimdark. We need one stream where only Arrow asks and writers answers. Exactly. Like, we need that. A sneak peek at the Invisible Woman costume. Okay. Again, I don't like asking for things. But what I will say is that those of you who have disposable income, there's nothing stopping you from commissioning an artist to get me to get a piece of art that looks like me. There's nothing stopping you from getting a piece of art that will have me be the Malice skin from Marvel Rivals. And the funniest thing would be if it is completely invisible. Like, you can draw that for free. It's invisible. 40K sure has a community. It sure does. It is one of the communities of all time. If there's no kindness in the world, all the more reason to be kind to yourself. Yeah, and that's what I was talking about last time. Like, I was talking about this on Wednesday, where, like, everyone wants an Iroh from Avatar in their life. I don't like asking for things. It's way too relatable. No, a theory, like, I'm in a unique position where, depending on what I ask for and how I ask for it, there's a very real chance that me saying, hey, man, I wish I could just get this game for free. There's a non-zero chance someone will say, I'm willing to buy you this game, which feels exploitative, right? And real quick for the other thought, like, a lot of people want an Iroh in their life. I say you should be an Iroh in someone else's life. My thought process is, if the world is so unkind that you yourself feel like you just need someone to help you through it, try helping someone else through it. And not only will that increase the kindness of the world a little bit, you will feel better as a result by giving the kindness you sought yourself. I'm a big believer in that. And I feel like not everyone agrees. And I feel like that is a bit of a position of privilege. I feel like that is a little bit of me being privileged enough to be in a position where I have made it to the point where I was in a very dark period, and I've gotten through that very dark period, which not everyone does. And I am now in a better spot where I feel I can help others. But I also think that I was trying to do this back when I was in that dark spot, and I wasn't effective, but I was trying. But yes, when it comes to asking for things, like, I'm in a very real position where if I ask for fan art or for a game or for donations, there's a very real possibility that I will get it. It's not guaranteed. I don't have a massive audience. I don't have an audience that, like, for instance, I don't have, like, simps. I don't have an audience of simps. I've very much avoided that. And even if you, like, compliment me, you think I'm cute or whatever, you're not throwing money at me in exchange for attention, which is what I think a simp at its core is. I have avoided that purposely. That being said, I can still ask for stuff and actually get it, and that makes me so uncomfy because I don't want to exploit the kindness of strangers. I don't want to exploit the kindness of people in my community. I don't want to take from those who feel as though they have to give when just their very presence, their viewership, and their comments are more than enough. And particularly now that I'm monetized, legitimately, just watching, commenting, liking, and being subscribed, like, that genuinely supports me. Not a lot. It doesn't pay my rent, but it does support me more than it would otherwise. Mouse is by no means the worst skin safe for work I've seen. Yeah. You personally, you're a Zinch boy. Screw Imperium of Mankind. Listen, Hydra Dominatus every day of the week. Death to the False Emperor. I'm with you there. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, Chaos Undivided. You're very simp hostile, so we just call you cute and move on. Exactly. Because, like, I mean, realistically, I'm of two minds. I think promoting an environment of simps is fundamentally based off the fact of preying on lonely people. I think that the vast majority of people who are simps are lonely. They feel as though they don't have the connections that they want, and they feel as though if they give money to generally attractive women online, not always, but sometimes, but not always, but usually, it is usually lonely men, usually late teens through mid 30s, who are single and have some disposable income, will give money to someone online in order to fill that emotional void that they feel in their life, that social void that they feel. I feel as though that's a little bit kind of gross, not gonna lie. I feel as though that's exploitative. I feel as though that's not very cash money. But at the same time, at the end of the day, it's their choice. And I'm not going to disrespect someone for getting that bag, right? Like, it's something where I'm of two minds. I feel on the one hand, that is your responsibility to not do. Oh, I got a lot of hearts for that. Thank you. That's my responsibility to not do or facilitate. If you are lonely, if you are watching this and you are lonely, oh, my model broke. If you're watching this and you're lonely, and maybe you're like in your 20s and you don't have a girlfriend, or you're in your 30s and you're not married, or you're like an 18-year-old who has no idea what you're going to do with the rest of your life, and you just feel like you have no friends because COVID or whatever. Like, you don't owe me or this community or any content creator anything. They will appreciate what you give them, but you don't owe them anything, and they don't owe you anything in response to that. So it is, I feel like, preying upon loneliness and parasociality. But at the same time, if you want to spend your money so the very pretty girl online calls you a good boy, like, that's your choice. I'm not going to tell you that you can't do that, and I'm not going to disrespect someone for getting that bag. Just because I would never, and I feel as though it is a slippery slope. I don't think inherently everyone who has ever done that is bad, right? Really, like Tao, they seem the least bad. So that's the thing. The Tao used to be the least bad. And then a bunch of people got butthurt because they were like, well, we can't have good guys in the setting. It needs all to be grimdark. So then the Tao were made to be mind control, right? It was made that the ethereals mind control everyone else. And I would argue the closest to the unequivocal good guys in the setting is the splinter faction of the Tau that follows the Five. Is it the like Firestorm? Like Team Firestorm or whatever? I remember back when I was watching you in the past and I was alone. Now I have BF. So it might take long, but as long as you're invisible, you'll no longer be lonely. That's so cute. Farsight Enclave, thank you. No, that's actually so cute. Isaac Clarke coded Cantus. I love the way Gene Stealer cults fight with the universe's largest and best armed war machines with cunning and repurposed mining equipment. Yeah. I'm sorry for being a Tau player. I just like mecha too much. Yeah, Farsight Enclave. No, so they have since retconned it to now the ethereals literally mind control people. The top brass of the Tau will literally use like pheromones and psychic energy and like psychers and mind control to just make people do what they want. Which I think is kind of dumb. I think if it was a religious propaganda campaign that was only bought into, or that was only as effective as the people buying into it, where that's a direct contrast to the Imperium, I think that would be more interesting. They actually fight close combat and they're better at it than Space Marines. Don't tell Space Marine players that. They should make a Tau gooder and gooder guys every time someone complains about it. That's the thing. They would. But G-Dubs only cares about the bottom line. And they also don't care about the bottom line because they don't make stuff that people say that they want to buy. And like, I don't know, the 40K audience is very whiny, I'll say. I mean, obviously, any community is going to have people whining about what they love, right? But the 40K community, because of that kind of like alt-right issue that it has, it's not the majority of players, but it is a large subsection of players that are like right-leaning, aggressive, I don't want my game getting no woke in it kind of people. Female custodies. Let's talk about that briefly. The Adeptus Custodes are super soldiers that are bioengineered from birth, like grown in a tube, to be nigh immortal, super like dangerous, super effective, super smart, cultured, linguists, artists, but also guardians and warriors. One of them could very reasonably take on like an entire like sub-fleet of like Traitor Imperial Guard. One of them could reasonably take on like 10 Space Marines by itself all at once. Like Custodes are no joke. And then for the longest time there were only like male Custodes referenced, and then a random lore bit in the Custodes lore book mentioned a female Custode, and the entire 40K community exploded. So 40K has alt-right issues because the main faction that the entire setting is built around is the Imperium of Man. To put it bluntly, the Imperium of Man are fascists. They are autocratic. They are religious zealots. They believe in xenophobia. They believe in violence at all costs. If you dissent in any capacity, you are either to be killed outright or you will be captured, lobotomized, and turned into a manual servant, like labor servitor. They are not good guys. They are bad. They are evil. They are literally one of the worst factions in the setting, morally speaking. Like, they are on par with chaos. And a lot of people don't like that take, but they are on par with chaos. And because of that, a lot of people who think, hey, I kind of like this autocratic nonsense. I like the religious ethno-state stuff. This xenophobia, pog. They're naturally drawn to the setting, right? Yeah, but they protect humanity, so they're good. Like, the whole idea is that with the Imperium of Man, and I had a comment like this recently. I had someone who, in a Lancer video, was comparing SecCom to the Imperium. And they were saying that SecCom is worse than the Imperium. And I'm like, I don't think so. I think the Imperium is worse. And this person was basically saying like, oh no, the Imperium has a reason for all this. The Imperium is doing this because it kind of works. It's still not good. And that was the clarifying phrase that was very important for them to say. They were not defending the Imperium's actions. They were saying they felt SecCom was worse because the Imperium, like, if the Imperium was not xenophobic, orcs would kill all of them. If the Imperium was not heretic, like rooting out heresy, a chaos cult would take over every planet. Unfortunate as it is, in universe, the Imperium does kind of need to have systems in place that accomplish the same thing it does. The issue is in its, like, they chose the worst possible option in every angle, right? The Imperium chose the worst possible way to handle every single problem, and now they're stuck with it. But that doesn't mean that there's not a reason for why they do it. SecCom, meanwhile, had no reason. They just kind of did it because they wanted to be efficient. Yeah, the Imperium is even within the fiction described as the worst regime imaginable, which is very important. And a lot of people say, I do not perceive that. The Corpse God would hate that. I mean, that's the thing. The Corpse God started the autocratic nonsense. He was an autocrat. The thing he would hate is the religious fanaticism. No, see, that's the thing. My take with SecCom, like Canon is saying they're not that bad. SecCom is on its way to be the Imperium. SecCom is doing really bad stuff. I would say, like, factually, the scale of Exterminatus and the frequency with which it is used is worse than Total Biome Kill. But Total Biome Kill feels worse from an emotional, reactive, instinctual perspective because they're doing it by hand. In Lancer, Total Biome Kill is going down to a planet with like hundreds of flamethrowers and napalm bombs and bombers and like virus, like pesticides, and rendering a planet uninhabitable by walking around and torching every bit of flora and shooting every bit of fauna. Exterminatus is that you blow a planet up, Death Star style. Yeah, hundreds of millions. You got the point. There's a lot. It's manual Exterminatus. Then Exterminatus, over on the 40k side, is that you blow a planet up Death Star style. So maybe you don't blow it up. Maybe you drop a virus bomb that renders the atmosphere toxic to all life and kills everything. But the point being, it's very like clinical by comparison. Some dude would like to say two things first. Happy Halloween. Well, happy Halloween. Thank you for the super. I mean, I watch this and I'm lonely, but I donate. You actively make my life slightly happier with your content. Now I'm going to leave because I'm embarrassed. Well, again, thank you for the super. And that's the operative choice, right? Is that you're doing that not for attention. You're not doing it so that I like validate you or praise you or whatever, which is what a lot of super chats are in like those sort of spaces. You are doing it because you want to support a content creator you enjoy. It doesn't matter that you're still giving money. It doesn't matter like what, to me, simps is less a matter of the act of giving the money. It's more about the intentionality behind it. It's more in the say my name so I feel like I'm validated. Hey, it's my birthday. You're my Oshi. Can you sing a birthday song for me? Because that is important to me. Because I value my parasocial relationship with you enough that I would be uncomfortable if that didn't happen. TPK feels more personal, whereas... yeah, exactly. Whereas Exterminatus is nuking. Kids are already starting to trick-or-treat. Oh my gosh. I have in a couple hours, kids are going to start trick-or-treating. So I actually do need... I have a soft time limit where if I want to be present to actually give the kids candy, I will need to be ready. Oh gosh, I need water. Well, time to turn out all my lights. Yeah, so 40K is full of people who didn't get the memo that the Imperium is the dystopia, and they use it as an excuse. Exactly. The Imperium is dysfunctional. The Imperium should not work and exists despite itself. In universe, it's pointed out how flawed the Imperium is. And a lot of people see that and go, base, which is not good. And that's what I mean when I say that it has a bit of like an alt-right problem. Because if you have a religious, xenophobic ethno-state that roots out dissent via like incredible violence, there are people in the modern day who look at that and say, I want to do that, which is not good. I'm going to say a hot take. I don't think that we should instate an autocracy. Give me applause. Give me applause right now. I deserve applause for this very hot take that I just bravely said to an echo chamber of people who are all like-minded to me. I think the Imperium Band would lose to SecCom. SecCom is actually good at being fascist. I'm not gonna lie. SecCom was kind of really good at its job, right? In terms of keeping the ball rolling, because if you look at any historical regime that engaged in like that sort of stuff, you need an enemy. You need a pedestal to put your own in-group upon. And you need constant success. You don't just need to be vague, like to be successful. You need constant successes. Because those sorts of regimes, which if you exist in the modern day and you look at nations such as the United States of America and see parallels, that is neither here nor there. But the reason these regimes propagate, not only start but survive for any degree of time, is the idea of there's an enemy, we are better than the enemy, and we have constant successes against the enemy. Which is why there is this doublethink that is so integral to this philosophy, where it is, for an example, let's say people with purple hair. They actually control the world's economies. Every economic strain you've been subjected to, it was people with purple hair. They're the ones who did all of that. They're the ones who are making it so bread is so expensive for you. Purple hair people are the enemy, but also we're better than people with purple hair because we don't have purple hair. And purple hair people are actually stupid. And purple hair people actually don't know how to control or run anything. But they also run the government. But also, we're better than them because we don't have purple hair. And despite the fact we're better than them, they still control us, and we need to break free of their control because we're better than them. And then we need to constantly dunk on the people with purple hair. We need to constantly make more and more advances against the people with purple hair. But crucially, the people with purple hair need to always be a threat that is remaining and at large. The people with purple hair need to constantly be a threat that can never be overcome, but we are always overcoming because we will always overcome it despite the fact we have never overcome it. Like that is the core of that ideology. And that is what the Imperium does with xenophobia and heresy and the mutants and the traitors. If someone tries to force you on the illogic of your position, call them a slur. Exactly. You've learned how to fascism. How dare they steal all the purple? Exactly. Sounds like an actual propaganda line you'd hear after it came out. The purple dye is made with protein and wheat. And that's the thing. You made like it all comes back to this train of thought. Like, why are we better than them? Well, actually, soy products give you purple hair. So if you don't have soy in your diet, then you're actually sticking it to those purple hair people. Actually, wheat byproducts keep you from getting purple hair. So you want to consume as much wheat as possible. And it just so happens that our agriculture is entirely wheat based and we hate the foreign soy trade. Who would have thought that? Like that's the mindset. That is literal actual lines of thoughts you would use to support the idea of an enemy who you're superior than, that you can get constant successes against. Oh, soy trade is down. We just succeeded against them. And now wheat production is up. So we succeeded against them. And now fewer people have purple hair. So we're succeeding against them. You're using this bit for a Lancer encounter now? Yeah, those dang dirty diasporan purple hairs. Arrow hosts fascism class with YouTube chat. I mean, I am kind of teaching you how to do it, but I'm also really just explaining what's happening in the world right now. Let's not lie to ourselves. I am not only drawing on historical examples, I am also just pointing out what is happening in the real world right now. And that is why these sort of conversations are so important, despite the fact that, for instance, if you talk about it too much, you will get shadow banned on most platforms. Yeah, scary topics should be expected, like politics. I love the taste of soy yogurt, you dang dirty purple hair. I'm sorry to ask again, but when do we answer questions? We might do that today. I don't actually know. Let's be honest, it is on the rise. I mean, it is, right? It's been on the rise. It has been on the rise since, at least in the US. I can't speak for other nations. In the US, at the very least since the 90s, when there was a major shift in the way I don't want to talk about politics too much, but there was a shift in how a certain party in the US approached policy, and they went from trying to promote their own policies to fear-mongering. And it was wildly successful. And then we had 2001. We had 9/11, which ballooned the fear economy. I can't stress this enough. 2001, a lot of people point to it as a very important cultural moment for the US, and like, oh, this is when the country came together. Like, the way discourse occurred post 9/11, post Patriot Act, radically altered the political landscape of the US, because suddenly everything is, how can we be more secure? Privacy, don't need it. We need security. American interventionism in foreign nations, we need to make sure that we stop this from happening again, because what if they do this to us again? It's no longer, we are the best, so let's impose that on the world. It is now, we need to stop threats before they happen. That's what happened with Afghanistan. That's what happened with most of the Middle East for multiple times now. And it's the sort of deal where it's this fear, this uncertainty surrounding security. What does this sound like to you? Other than the formation of an enemy. And we already had the exceptionalism. Listen, America was great. Why not make it again? And then now we have the idea of successes. We're owning the libs. We made peace deals in the Middle East after causing a bunch of problems in the Middle East. We destabilized this country so then we can say how awesome it was that we stabilized it. Look at the economy. Look at how awesome we're doing by removing these tariffs that are ruining the economy. We're removing these tariffs that are ruining the economy that we imposed a year ago. That's the sort of deal, right? It's the idea. I'm sorry, I smacked my mic. It's the ideology of losers. All of them were losers, the biggest losers who bullied their way into power. I mean, it's a philosophy of fear, right? Why do you follow it? Because you're scared. Why do you, like, how do you maintain it? You scare people. And that's why SecCom fell. That's why Germany and Italy, and honestly, like, Japan was different. Japan was like, got occupied by the US for a while and had to like have its regime deconstructed. So not quite Japan, but SecCom, Germany, Italy, all of these places, the reason the regime failed is because the threat was not scary enough to overcome the concerns people had with what was going on. And obviously, in a situation like this, it was a matter of, or specifically with Germany, it was a matter of like, they lost the war. They didn't really have the ability to continue. They lost their leadership. The people scaring them were no longer in power. But like Italy was a situation where a lot of people clown on Italy for swapping sides so often. The reason they swapped sides is because resistance fighters in World War II were pushing against the regime at the time, pushing against Mussolini. And then the reason they swapped sides is because the resistance fighters took power. Like, it's not that Italy was like a coward who saw that their ally was losing, so they swapped sides. It was that the people were pushing back and the people won. And the fact that we clown on Italy for that is a little bit disrespectful. I ain't gonna lie. Like they did their stuff. We got India and Pakistan to make peace, even though saying that pissed off India and drove them into China's arms. Can I get what is a racket for 500, please? Complex systems of coercion, truly terrifying. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it's... I don't know about you. I am immune to propaganda because my government told me so. I don't know about you. Also, the Italian king never really liked Mussolini and deposed him, giving him the... Oh! I actually didn't know that. That's actually super interesting. Because obviously, I don't think this is a requirement. I could ask Rory about this, but he's sick. No, he didn't have migraine. I won't ask him. I think it is a commonality, but not a requirement of those sort of regimes that you need like a traditionalism. A kind of like conservative, we want to go back to a better time. Germany and both Italy and Germany were calling back to the Roman Empire. That's a very common one because like everyone idealizes Rome. When was the last time you thought of the Roman Empire? I am immune to propaganda because the first question I asked everything is source. Oh yeah? You want to give me a source on that? The Italian monarchy got into bed with Mussolini, but they were never exactly best buds. Yeah, so it's common, but I don't know if it's required. I don't know if it's a requirement for it. I just know it's extremely common because what is the best way to say we're better than you? Look at these past deeds that you have no context for outside of what I've told you about. Listen, the Arrow rights community was so much better back when our Discord server only had one channel. It was a golden age of conversation. You didn't have to worry about which channel to talk about. You didn't have to worry about who was where. It was simply a matter of everyone was a sibling in arms on the server. We should go back to that day and we should stop those dang dirty union members. Those union members gave you more channels. You don't want more channels. Those more channels are new. They're woke. And like, that's the sort of thing that you can just do. Honestly, Germany didn't have proper traditionalism. It was way more occultism. So, I mean, it was based on pseudoscience. I'm not gonna claim that it wasn't, but it was also based on the fact of we are the new Roman Empire. We are the descendants of the Romans. We are calling back to the Holy Roman Empire. We are following in the footsteps of German tradition, the Germanic people, the rulers of Germany. That was a core part of it. And now obviously the whole like Aryan stuff, the pseudoscience, the occultism, that was all on top, because what do you know, when you want to call back to a specific time period that was not great, and tell people it was great. You have to make stuff up. Almost like how modern day on like TikTok, you'll have people talking about how fantastic life in the 20s was, or how like trad wives in the 50s had amazing times despite the fact they were considered property and were able to legally be beaten. Like, oh yeah, the Gilded Age back in the 1890s. Oh, that was so good. Like, everyone was just doing so well for themselves. It wasn't like there was robber barons with all of the wealth that were legitimately sending like hitmen and bullies to go stand by election booths so that if you voted for someone publicly that they didn't approve of, they would unironically beat you with a cudgel. So they used fear and intimidation to make you vote for whoever they wanted them to. And it was only by folks like muckrakers who were exposing this to the public that the public actually learned that they didn't have to support these institutions. Meanwhile, all of the wealth was being concentrated in not just the 1%, but less than the 1%, with the Vanderbilts and the Carnegies. Nah, the 1890s was great. It was the Gilded Age. 2015 was good because Steven Universe and Adventure Time. I never watched Steven Universe. I watched like half of Adventure Time. And then I just didn't keep up with it. Divine Right who? Manifest Destiny what? Listen, all the girlies keep telling me about manifesting. I'm just manifesting my destiny. Okay, let's shift off of this. They could never be the Roman Empire. The Romans were too gay for any new empire. Listen. The ancient Greeks invented orgies. The Romans added women. Let us select this question. Community AC6 tournament when? What would that even look like? Right? Would it just be a series of one-on-ones? I don't even know how many people in my community have AC6. I assume a lot of you. I assume, given by the fact that I played AC6 on stream and I had a bunch of people who stayed with me and a bunch of people who seemed to enjoy it, that AC6 was something that a lot of you have, particularly after the recent like influx. But I don't know how we would do that. You have AC6? You have it, but on Xbox, you 100%ed it? You do not have it, but you gotta get it? Honestly, take your heavenly mandate for not watching Steven Universe. The mandate of heaven. Divine Right of Kings, mandate of heaven. What are you talking about? We gotta go stop the Crystal Gem War. Steven, let's go. Gem Fusion. We may or may not have AC6 and may or may not have an unarmed build called Lord Von Fisticuff. Okay, so I have a clip on my channel that you can find if you want. And it was, we were doing PvP. We had a 3v3, fists only. All of us were in the jailbreak or Little Z's mech. The worst mechs in the game. And we went around just beating each other with our fists. And it was some of the most fun that I had because it was just a series of us running around, just pile driving each other. What's AC6? AC6 is Armored Core 6. It is this. It is not the sixth game in the Armored Core series. Funny enough, it came out. I want to say 2023. It came out 2023, I think, and it was like almost Game of the Year, right? It came out the same year as Baldur's Gate 3, so that's why it didn't get Game of the Year because Baldur's Gate 3 was even better. But Armored Core 6. Is a FromSoft game. It's not quite a Souls-like, but it is definitely a game that involves big boss fights, dodging. It's very grimdark. It's very sucky to live in, but it's honestly very fun. I had a ton of fun with it. I had to be bribed to play it. I said, give me like 5 gift subs because it's $20 right now. Give me 5 gift subs and I'll buy it. And then I got 5 gift subs to buy it. So I had to be bribed to play it, and I had so much fun playing it. If I use Zims and SNA, will you kill me with hammers? No, we'll kill you with fists. Arrow fists enjoy pile driving friends, confirmed. I mean, would you like to find out, Neko? I can punch you if you'd like. I just kind of need to meet up with you. I got nuked by Discord 4 times after getting hacked. Should I consider the Discord competition? Have you been getting nuked repeatedly, Wumpus? I thought you only got nuked once. What did you do last night? I went out to a event that it was like a costume party, but it wasn't like a party. It was like a museum that had an event present. There was like a drag show, there was music, there was various people in costumes. So I went to this event, and I dressed up as a very low effort vampire. And because I learned about that I needed a costume like an hour before I left. So my roommates and I all went. And the funny thing is, the probably funniest thing that happened that night is that we just randomly encountered someone who started talking to us. And we just kind of like adopted this stray for the night. So then we ended up going to like In-N-Out together because one of my roommates is just like, hey, I really want In-N-Out. If I buy you In-N-Out, will you drive me there? Because I was driving because I don't drink. And I was like, yeah, listen, if you buy me a burger, I will drive you to In-N-Out. And my roommate was like, awesome, we're going to In-N-Out. And then this stray who was with us, I was just like, hey, do you have a car? And they're like, nah, I was just going to take public transit. And then I was like, oh. And then we just brought them to In-N-Out with us. And we had a conversation with this person we'd never met before. NPC encounter. No, literally, like legendary side quest pull. I couldn't join the Halloween party because I needed to read 50-ish pages and write essay on it. I mean, that's the thing, like, you'd think the Halloween parties would be tonight. And I don't think I don't have any plans on going to one. Like, I probably could, but one, I don't have an outfit, and two, I'm not social. I get nervous in social settings. So if I didn't go with like my roommates and they don't seem to have plans, I don't think I'll go. So my night will probably be editing, and I want to be playing Persona 5. I've wanted to play Persona 5 for the past week, but I won't be because I'll be busy and this will suck. Low effort vampire just sounds... No, so low effort vampire is me in formal wear. I wore like a formal outfit, and I put on a choker that my roommate let me. And then we put 2 dots of red on my neck and then a line of red from the corner of my mouth. So it's like I had blood dribbling out of my mouth, I had bite marks, and I was dressed somewhat vampirically. Because I get told I look like a vampire normally. Like outside of the vampire VTuber outfit I have, I've just been told I give off vampire vibes. It was really funny when AC6 came out, people were like, Mecha Dark Souls, and it wasn't its own established series. That's the thing. Mecha Dark Souls, I think, is a very poor descriptor of AC6. I think that the core FromSoft vision, I think that the core gameplay loop is similar, but it's by no means the same. I have not played Bloodborne. I think it's kind of similar to Bloodborne because there's no blocking, there's no parrying. It's all just dodging. You don't get iframes, which was really nasty, but also makes a lot of sense. And honestly, AC6 was so much fun. I was not expecting to have nearly as much fun with it as I did. I went into the game going, yeah, I know there's multiple endings. I'll probably just play it once, to I got S rank on every mission. I went through and I S ranked every single mission off stream. Imagine going outside and touching grass and interacting with people. I do that daily, and that sucks. Like, I go outside, I go on walks, I go on runs, I go on jogs, I'll interact with people. There's a like local, like I've been trying to go to third places recently, like libraries, community centers, that sort of thing. Places I don't have to spend money, or if I do have to spend money, it's like $3 for like transit. So I do definitely do that. It's just a matter of if I go to a club, if I go to a bar, I'm not going to drink. And how do I talk to people? If I go to a club and I have like an outfit and I'm at the club, no one's going to want to hear about Vampire the Masquerade. No one's going to want to talk to me about Lancer. What do I do at the club? That is my issue. I'm lucky that my job rarely requires that much interpersonal reaction. Mecha Bloodborne is sort of accurate. Oh, well, come on in, Samuel. Funny enough, I think at Seoul, I'm social, but heck, or you're social as heck, but your parents accidentally raised you into an anxious cheetah. Aw, you're an anxious cheetah cub. That's the thing, right? Like, I fluctuate wildly on how social I am. And very much it's I consider myself sociable. I don't know if I'm social. For instance, I can hop in a group of people who I don't know and who I have no connection to, and just kind of make myself fit in generally well enough. Like 70% of the time, right? I wouldn't even say I can do that all the time. Like 70% of the time depends on the group of people. But if it's in a leisure social setting, it's relaxed, it's just kind of like, hey, can you schmooze? I think I can do that. But am I the sort of person who seeks out social interaction to then go around, meet new people, and be like, hey, you seem pretty, you know, like, I'm not doing that. And like, I might be able to, but I don't know. That doesn't really appeal to me. And you might say that's like extrovert, introvert. I don't necessarily agree, because extrovert, introvert is about what energizes you. If you're an extrovert, you're the sort of person who you feel more energy, you feel more alive, you feel more excited by talking to people. As an introvert, you feel more excited, you feel more energized, you feel more like alive when you're doing your own thing by yourself. I need both. I need to talk to people. I need to not talk to people. I consider myself like an ambivert. I consider myself in the middle, right? Honestly, parties would be so much more enjoyable if someone just wanted to chill and talk about TTRPGs for 2 hours. That's just called friends. And also that's just like a D&D club at like a school or like at a community center. I want to hang out with people, but I only care about niche things. You're lucky you like cars. That's something to talk about, but it's still pretty limited. You'd struggle to fit into at least 50% of groups. Listen. It's not about being their favorite. It's about not being weird. Or it's about not fitting in with a group is not about being liked. It's about not being disliked. And that sounds weird because you think it's a binary, but really, if I'm in a chat with Cantus, Can, Sanak, and Noah, and I'm yapping, and I'm making the odd joke, and I'm telling a funny personal anecdote, and then Noah speaks up and says something about cars, and everyone's like, oh yeah. And then I go back to yapping, and then Sanak says something, and then Cantus says something, and then I go back to yapping, and then Noah says something else. And we all laugh at that. And then we move on. I don't think the group likes Noah yet. I don't think the group knows Noah yet. But I would say that the group probably doesn't dislike Noah. And so Noah fits in the group. And that's the thing with like friend versus acquaintance. And I just made a post about this on Twitter recently, where it was like what's a opinion about friendships that will like, yeah, it was what's an opinion about friendships that will put you in this position, and it's like a Flynn Rider with the knives, with the swords, and my take, which I don't know if you can read it effectively because screenshot. Friendships have tiers of intimacy, and both sides of a single friendship rarely view it at the same tier. You have friends you like more than they like you, and vice versa. That's okay. A friendship doesn't need equivalent affection, needs equitable support. If Can and Sanak are friends, and Can likes Sanak more than Sanak likes Can, that's okay, so long as Sanak is giving Can what Can needs from their friendship. Whether that is emotional support, whether that is like a gaming buddy, whether that is like advice, or whether that's just like spending time together. So long as you're meeting each other's needs, that's what matters. It doesn't matter that Can thinks Sanak is Can's best friend, or Sanak just thinks Can is a really cool person. That matters less than both of them are getting something positive and equitable out of the relationship. That's my thoughts. That's my opinion. I remember when I met my current RPG group, someone I hung out with once said, "You interested in TTRPGs?" So he got me in the server. He got kicked a day later and I still play in the server. That's wild. Yeah, we have some friends who are way more into us than we are in them, and of course that goes the other way. Sometimes we feel bad about it, but realistically that's just how friendships are. Yeah, and I've had friends who like definitely just based on how I am, I liked them more than they liked me. And that's not to say I was being weird about it. That's not to say that they were being a jerk. That's just to say I generally don't have too many friends. I am someone who very much focuses on a small group of friends rather than many, many friends. So if it's someone who is very social, likes talking to people, has 15, 20, 25 people they talk with weekly, I am someone who I usually don't have more than like 5 people I consistently check in on, right? I have other people I'm friends with. I have other people I like, but I only have like a couple people I check in with weekly. So it's totally normal for someone to like me less than I like them. That's chill. In the same token, I've had people, and this has sometimes been a crush. This has sometimes been like a content creator thing. There have been individuals who have reached out to me, and I'm like, yeah, you're chill. I don't have an issue with you. And they clearly had a more invested interest in me than I did in them. Now, to what extent this was, I don't know, because I'm not them. But the idea being is that like, I didn't feel about them the same way they felt about me. Again, whether like romantically or platonically. That's not what's important here. What's important here is the idea that they felt more strongly about me than I did about them, and a healthy friendship can work with that. Because in a healthy friendship, even if they like me more than I like them, if I'm still giving them the attention they're looking for, that's fine. If they're not smothering me because I need my space because I'm not as close to them as they are to me, that's fine. It's an issue when that doesn't happen, which is a lot of the times. All right, enjoy Claret. Hey, Rain. Happy Halloween. Happy gay Christmas. Gosh, I need to get some more water. We get that sippy sippy. Stretch my back. Okay, so gosh, it's been 4 hours. Time to continue with the questions. Sippy sippy. How do I get into TTRPGs without having any friends that aren't over 1,000 kilometers away from my location? The obvious answer that I'm sure you've already heard before, but I'm going to say it anyway. Discord, TeamSpeak, Skype, whatever calling service that you have access to, you can play online. And I'm of the opinion that both online and offline have their strengths. I've talked about this before. I feel as though online has strengths outside of offline play. And I feel as though a lot of people assume online or offline is always better. I don't think that's the case. I think some games can work better online. I'm always impressed for how you stream about half a day. That's why I don't stream more often. I'd love to stream more often, but I just don't have time. I have other responsibilities I need to do, which is why when I can stream, I like to stream for a long time. Generally on Fridays, I only stream for like 2 hours because I've been reading The King in Yellow, which I was considering doing today. I will say, I literally had like, it said, oh, whoop. Maybe not that tab. King in Yellow, yeah. I was considering reading the Mask story 2, but I think my voice is going to be a bit shot, so I should probably just wrap up in like an hour or so, maybe 2. These streams are fun as heck. Well, I'm glad you enjoy. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I hid the skin. Exactly. I forgot I had that open. Once the community is bigger, we should crowdfund an extra stream each week. Okay, so I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This is like a little bit of a community thing. I like realistically, and this is gonna be boring. This is not gonna be interesting. This is gonna sound like me complaining. So please don't think I'm complaining. People on Wednesday were saying how appreciative they are of my transparency. So I kind of just want to reiterate that I try to be as transparent as I can because I think that you deserve that. But that being said, I like to keep certain stuff private. That being said, when it comes to streams, I am working at a loss, just straight up. Even though I really don't buy games, I don't spend a lot on models, I don't buy an overlay or anything. Yeah, turn my model off. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. So maximum transparency. When I stream, I'm at a loss, and this is entirely because opportunity cost. I have other stuff I could be doing on stream. I have other money-making opportunities I could be doing on stream that I don't do. And while this is kind of stressful, I have allotted my schedule in such a way that I try to minimize the amount of stress and loss from this. That being said, any stream is at a loss. So as much as it would be fun to be like, oh yeah, a crowdfund for an extra stream, like if I get to the point where I make more money off of these streams, I can simply just stream more because then the opportunity cost is less, right? And I'm not asking for money. I'm not telling you to donate more money, but like my content creation very much is in the red. And I respect that and I appreciate that because that's just how the game's played. I would love to do more. I have the ideas and the energy for more. I just, the cold hard reality of cash holds me back. So while I do appreciate the sentiment of like, oh, if the community gets better, we can like crowdfund for more streams. What I would need to start with is crowdfund to get my current schedule locked in, right? Because I want to keep this up. I want to do 3 streams a week as well as 6 videos a week. But frankly, unless I'm getting more like 1 million viewed shorts, because like I have a short that has like 900,000 views. Unless I'm getting more views on like a 20,000 view long form. And like I'm getting these consistently like multiple times a month, I don't think that I can justify that. So I've built my schedule in such a way that I should be fine for the time being at this current schedule. So I'm not going anywhere, at least not now. But I would have to start by crowdfunding to get more support for this current section. And I know that sucks to hear. I know that sucks to say, but it is like real. Like as much as I love this, even if I got like $300 extra a month, that would not be enough justification to take even more time away from other things, right? That's just not worth it for me. Arrow's gonna leave us? No, I'm not going anywhere. Oh my gosh, what just happened? I just disappeared. I slapped screen thinking it was a fly. Oh my gosh. I died. Yeah, so like, and that's the thing, right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and like ask for money. I'm not gonna sit here and beg. Like, your money is your choice, and I like literally now that I'm monetized, your views contribute to the channel and allow it to be less of an opportunity cost lost, right? So we chill. We chillin'. Don't feel as though you are obligated to do anything. That is something I've from day one, back when I had like no viewers and I had no consistent viewership and I had no subscribers. I was like, this is what I feel. I am not going to budge on this. And I've still stayed the course 2 years later, where I just say, do not give me money unless you are taking care of yourself and your loved ones first. And even then, only do it for your own sake. Do it because you want to support the channel. Do it because you have disposable income. Yeah. Listen, all I'll say, if someone just drops like 12K, if someone just drops like $12K and then I get it in my account, so like they can't do a chargeback, yeah, I'd stream more. Cause like, of course I'd stream more. I'm getting money from that, but I'm not gonna sit here and like shoot for that or ask for that because I think that's unreasonable. What is a bird day? I don't know what a bird day is. My first thought with that was, what is a birthday? But I think now you're asking for a bid day. And these are two very different things. Question, does anyone here know my birthday? I will say I have never revealed my birthday explicitly. However, I had made a video and released a video on my birthday last year about birthdays. And that's about as explicit as I'll get. So it's very easy to find my birthday. I've been open about this since I made that video. Like, yeah, I made a video about birthdays on my birthday. I bring a birthday party to my birthday gift with a birthday gift on my birthday party to my birthday. Happy birthday. 17th of February? Not very close, no. Maybe a Saudi oil baron will find me. Oh, I think that they wouldn't really respect me for who I am, given the fact that I am a little bit, you know. Random question, but if flesh, mechanical, and divine were an equivalent of rock, paper, scissors, which one would counter which and why? Easy. Divine, flesh, tech. Tech beats flesh, divine beats tech, flesh beats divine. Why? Because it is the nature of the divine to be decoupled from reality. Therefore, it would interface with and be beyond the confines of tech. Meanwhile, the flesh is weak. The ascension of tech is the natural evolution of humanity. But the divine cannot manifest without flesh. The divine is as powerful as it wants to be, but it has a conduit in the form of flesh. There's a reason why speaking words of power aloud, gesticulating, somatic components in D&D, or even like in religious ceremonies is so important. Therefore, the flesh is required for the divine to have any degree of potence. But once the divine is manifested, it blows away anything mortal hands can create. But tech is the natural evolution and is a step beyond what flesh has. So this is very easy to me. Your birthday's on your birthday, obviously. True. It's birthdays all the way down. December 26th, very close, I will say. Very reasonable. Flesh gang, also new element, the precipice of all bug. Oh my gosh. Hey, Alice. Thank you for the well wishes on the new outfit. Yes, this is a Halloween costume where it's strictly speaking a maid dress. And yes, it is cringe. Yes, I am embarrassed by it, which is why I'm hiding my hands behind my dress. I have little I have little like arm things on. I have little like wrist mounted things, which I thought people were going to be weird about, but you can't really see them. So as long as I don't talk about them, you won't be weird about them. Dang it. Oh, I'm in a different time zone? Ah. So on to the next one. Oh my gosh, we have so many. If this is gay Christmas, when is bi Christmas? So if Halloween is gay Christmas and Christmas is straight Christmas, the main holiday between Halloween and Christmas, at least in the US, is Thanksgiving. So that implies to me that Thanksgiving being part of the way between gay and straight, or between gay Christmas, Halloween, and straight Christmas, Christmas, is the same as bi Christmas, given that bisexuals are part of the way between gay and straight. That's my best answer. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, like, vibes-wise, this doesn't fit. Vibes-wise, Easter fits, like, by Christmas better than Thanksgiving. But, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Quickly adding it to my calendar, I'm drawing you something, mwahaha. Oh my gosh. Why be embarrassed? It's a fetching shade of mustard. I'm gonna ban you. I got so many comments on my very first model, because it's not like this outfit, like this model, technically speaking, is like a 1.5, because I have an updated outfit from my very first outfit. And people kept commenting that it was like an olive green. I'm like, no, it's yellow. It's a dark yellow. It's like a golden yellow. This is not mustard. Saturnalia, I mean, it's opposite day. Ugh. Cajun mustard dress. I do love Cajun mustard. Like a Dijon mustard. Oh, that is pretty good. But like, if I was a much brighter yellow, then I'd be like French's, like French mustard, you know? You call it mustard no matter what. You know what? I take mustard dress over a different type of yellow dress. Have I encountered the game Bug Fables before? I have. I have not played it. I don't know much about it, but I do know that my buddy, who's an entomologist, I got him Bug Fables for his birthday like 2 years ago, and I don't think he played it. I don't think he ended up playing it. I've heard nothing but great things about Bug Fables. I want to play Bug Fables at some point. I used to watch a agency, like a VTuber agency, where one specific guy, everyone's birthday would get them Bug Fables because he loved Bug Fables so much that everyone's birthday he'd be like, okay, here's Bug Fables. Now you have to play it and you have to tell me about it. So I'm open to Bug Fables. I just don't have it. Dang, the Fable series features bugs now? No, it's Fable, but it has a bunch of bugs. So it's just normal Fable at this point. What's my favorite monster girl type? Like tar types or kekonomimis or human plus? I'm not gonna lie. Is this the monster Bauchikawawa? Like the monster Musume? Monster... Wait, is it monster Musume? Like Uma Musume? Is it Musume is just girl? Is that what that is? Because Uma Musume is the horse girls. And monster Musume is monster girls. Whoa. But yeah, so I never watched or consumed any material about this. Musume's girl or literally daughter, I think. I did not know about the dress thing. Please do not kill me. Oh no, are we talking about the black and blue or the white and gold dress? Or are we just talking about my maid dress right now? Wow. Yeah, so I know nothing about this. All I know is there's like a Lamia who's really possessive. I think. Yeah, so I don't know enough about monster girls to give an informed opinion. My ideal monster girl is the monster girl who is like I get along with. My ideal monster girl is just like the girl who I can like have a connection to. And it's like a cop-out answer, but like that's really important to me. I like Tars, so that's lower half animal, centaur, arachne, lamia. Okay, so Tar is like a lamia, a drider. It's a mermaid. Demons are humans plus, so what's human plus? True, someone you can hang out with. No, literally, like your ideal, the person you should marry. This is legitimate advice I've heard. You should marry your best friend. Right? Think about it. Think about it. Assuming your best friend is of a gender you're attracted to, and you are a gender they're attracted to, if you're gonna get married to anyone, you should get married to them, because you're going to enjoy the rest of your life with them. The monster girl in my heart. Fun fact, Tar doesn't necessarily imply a human up. So can you have like spider lower body and like horse upper body? Like, wow. That's horrifying. That's just how, fun fact, this is how I make demons. I was talking a lot about like demons, devils, souls on my last stream. The way I make demons in my setting is I will just take, okay, here is a vibe. So I want the vibe of like eyes. And what I'll do is I'll say, so like this is a demon in an actual story I wrote where I was like, okay, it's a serpent. So it's a big old serpent, but it has big lizard arms, like a monitor lizard, like big clawed arms up front. It has porcupine, like hedgehog barbs running across its back, but its lower body is soft like a slug. It has insectoid compound eyes. And then its mouth has broad, flat, leaf-eating molars. It's filled with molars, but they're all crooked. None of them are aligned properly. Some of them are doubled up on each other, like one's in front of another while there's a gap right next to it. It has 3 like tentacle tongues that are like barbed. Tentacle? Its saliva is yellow and acidic. And running across the back of its serpentine form is dozens of misshapen and misaligned legs. So you have like a human's leg next to a like deer's leg, next to a giant millipede leg, next to a grasshopper's leg, and there's like dozens of these running along its back. And on the belly of it, underneath like this slug soft form, dozens of eyes. There are compound eyes, there are deer eyes, there are bird eyes, there are human eyes, there are elf eyes, there are like 3 fox eyes, each of which when one blinks, it tugs on the flesh of the other one and makes it start crying every time each of them blinks. There are like tadpole eyes that leak blood instead of crying. And like, it's just this combination of a bunch of different animal features with this central theme of I wanted it horizontal and I wanted to deal with eyes. Like I wanted horizontal, I wanted long, and I wanted eyes. Another fun fact, many snakes have small legs. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. My demon are pretty much non-corporeal shapeshifters. But the thing is, I talked about last time, a demon in the corporeal world is a really rare event. And the reason it looks like this, one of the reasons why it looks like this is because in transit from the abyss to the core world, it has to take on a form using like pieces of what exists in the core world. It has a different form in the abyss where it's much less horrifying. It is much less misshapen. It is much more internally congruent because it's not tied to real animals existing in the core world. And if you, as a human or an elf or a dwarf, go to the abyss, you will be misshapen and weird and crazy and terrible and powerful because it's the idea of your physical form adapts to best fit the plane it is on. Because your soul, your existence, the thing that makes you up, is not corporeal. So that gets transmitted, but your physical form has to adapt to go along the way. And it depends on what magic you use. So obviously, if you just like use a teleportation spell to go to the abyss, you'll just show up normal. But by being normal in the abyss, you won't be able to survive there. In the same way where if a demon shows up normally here, it won't be able to survive here. So if you want to go there and stay for any degree of time to actually like move, to actually have action and agency, you need to transfer your form along the way. It's true, snake legs look a little stubby spines and are placed towards the rear of the body. Ooh. Sphenophores are wild colonial cnidarians with scuffed hunting strategies. Made a bacteria that does this to creatures for a setting several years ago, accumulates morphology and makes amalgamations like a bizarre manowar, very effective at just being unnerving. That's the thing. So many people are focused on being scary. They give up on being creepy. They give up on being unnerving. A player who is creeped out is easier to scare than a player who is not. A player who is laughing at what's going on is one of the hardest people to scare. A player that is not invested or taking it seriously is one of the most difficult to scare. But if they're already creeped out, so much easier. So like how your form becomes horizontal in the himbo dimension. Sure. Hear me out, octopus girls with tentacles for legs. So when you say tentacles for legs, do you mean like upper half girl, lower half like 2 tentacles? Or do you mean like Ursula, where it's just like tentacle skirt that makes up a series of legs? Like mermaid but tentacles? Or mermaid but tentacles? In my culture, your bones are what binds your body to a human form. Without them, your soul is amorphous and changes. Nice. I've talked about my stuff on stream before, and I don't think folks are very interested, but this was also like 8 months ago, so maybe stuff has changed. I gotta ask, where's the beak? You know where the beak is. Like, next time a girl says, come on, I don't bite, she absolutely bites. She has a beak. Run. They're typically referred to scillas. Ah. That would be wild from a morphological point of view. I got a BS in marine biology. Funny enough, I actually live with some marine biologists, so I can't do anything ocean related if I want to have a TTRPG. Gotta stretch. Yeah, when I yawn, I'm just like, well, I might as well stretch at this point, so. I'll be back. Gosh. How many brains does an octopus girl have? I mean, presumably if she has a human half, it would be 1. Fear. I don't know which is scarier, a girl who says she doesn't bite or one who says she does. I mean, the realist answer is, I don't bite unless you ask nicely. Like, that's the realist answer. Anyone who says that they don't bite is trying to honeypot you. And anyone who says that they do bite is threatening you. Why do I moan? That's just what I do. That's noises I make. Oh, am I being asked to bite you? I'm not AE. Go to AE's chat if you want that. I'm not going to bite you. Not for free. Arrow's brain associating yawn plus stretch is a very cat-coded of Arrow. Stop. I did just immediately stretch after yawning. I'm not biting you. I'll tell you what, I'll send you over to Archivist's channel if you want. If you want, I can drop Archivist's Twitch link. You can drop him a follow. You can go to a stream. And later when he streams, you can say, hey, Arrow told me you bite. Please bite me. And then you can get bitten. Extremely cat-coded. My cat does the same thing. When you stretch, I know I groan. I know I moan. I know I make noises. I suppose some doggos do both simultaneously too, but I just woke up. Cat vampire. I'm not sure which order this should be in. I feel like a vampire cat. I feel like a vampire cat is like a vampire bat, where it's just a normal cat that happens to drink blood. Meanwhile, a cat vampire strikes me more like a vampire that is a cat, right? What it is that it's adjective noun. Vampire cat strikes me as I'm a cat that so A doesn't like daddy. Like, don't call A daddy unironically. He doesn't like daddy, he doesn't like mommy, he doesn't like those terms. So don't do that. But you can say bite me, sir, I guess. Oh, if you want, you could go to his chat and you can say like, hey, Arrow said you'd bite me, taps fingers together, like ooh woo nuzzles you rar XD. And then I'm sure he'd love that. I'm sure he would appreciate that. Oh, wanna know what? Go to his chat and say, hey, Arrow said you're an Omega who bites. So now bite me, Omega. He hates that. That would be so funny. But this is like adjective noun, right? So a cat that is vampiric versus a vampire that is cat-like. Cats are carnivores, so really a vampire cat is just one who's on a liquid smoothie diet. Exactly. Can I call them father dearest? Probably not. All right, enjoy your sleep. The only noises I make when stretching is a crackling noise. Listen, I crack my joints all the time, but if I'm stretching, I make noises. And so how many of you don't know this? When I eat food, I make anime girl noises. I make anime girl noises when I eat to the extent that my roommate has called me out on it and said, you're an anime girl. And I said, no, I'm an anime non-binary. And then my roommate said, yeah, but only anime girls make noises. And I'm like, shut up. So then I recorded myself. Weird anime Steam games wish they had me as a VA. Listen, If a weird anime Steam game paid me money to act as a VA and they just wanted me to like moan into a mic while I'm stretching, depends on how much they pay me. Straight up, like I like in a weird anime game, assuming it's a safe for work game, it's one of those things like anime loves its like weird you know, like those weird like reaction noises. I'd be down to do that. I just need to be paid. So if any of you know any weird anime games that are looking for VAs, can we ask them to crunchitize us, Captain? I think AE would do that. I make anime girl noises when I stretch. I make anime girl noises all the time. That's my issue. My issue is I make noises. And I've had certain people in my life clown on me for it. So I'll be playing Magnus with a group, and I'm afraid it's not going to be fun. By level 10, I can end a deadly encounter within 2 turns with average luck. I'm trying to focus on support. Advice, please. I'm unfamiliar with what... Oh, Magus? I'm unfamiliar with what Magus is, so I can't really give explicit advice. But what I can say is if you're running into the issue where your party consistently solves an issue quickly and without fuss, that usually means that the party is used to it and or prepared for it. The way you do this is you challenge them in another way. For example, looking forward to your resume featuring voice work in something like toe brushing simulator. Oh my gosh. Let's not... Well, actually, in toe brushing simulator, presumably I would be the one being toe brushed, which is why I would be like doing the anime girl noises. So I'm actually more okay with that than I thought. I was gonna be like, why would I want to brush someone's toes? But like, no. Hey guys, you can play toe brushing simulator, and if you like do the extra special like secret route, you can encounter my character, where I like I laugh every time you brush my big toe. Does anyone else like walking in the rain? Oh yes, 100%. Why is my model broken? Why did you die? Oh no. Okay, I'm dead. Let me be transparent with you. There's a Thigh Rhythm Fever game? What the hecky heck? I didn't know that. If you want a party to take time to solve something, make sure it doesn't have a health bar. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that with solving problems, generally, even in combat, even something with a health bar, there's more ways to solve it than your party's default reaction. And your party will almost always default to a specific reaction, which if you don't explicitly build around, they will just continue to do. This is the fireball problem. In D&D, unless something is immune to fire damage, it is usually just more efficient to just cast fireball. It's unfortunate, but it's true. And DMs get so frustrated where they're like, well, how can I make this encounter so that they don't want to just cast fireball? First off, make someone with immunity or resistance to fire damage. Second of all, add a hostage that they need to rescue who is in the middle of the fireball area. Don't make it so that players are punished from engaging with the game. Make it so that they have to engage in the game in unique and new ways. Too many times they say, okay, you're not allowed to cast fireball. I'm going to give everyone fire resistance. I'm going to make it so that none of the enemies are within 15 feet of each other. So if you ever fireball, you'll only ever get 2 enemies at once. And like, that's not going to stop them from fireballing. That's just going to make them fireball while groaning and rolling their eyes. What you want to do is you want to make it so that they can't fireball without sacrificing something. They can't fireball without burning the papers that they need. There's an enemy that has a document in its pocket, so they can't fireball them because that would set the document on fire. Maybe what they have to do, they have to get the rogue to run up and pickpocket the document and then escape so that they can then fireball. But at that point, that's not just fireballing anymore, that's a puzzle. That's how can we get this encounter set up so that we can get the rogue to pickpocket and then leave, and then we can just fireball. That's not an issue of fireball anymore. That's fireball is the solution to a puzzle. It is the after the solution to a puzzle, and that's fine. So if in your one character can end the encounter, that's the issue, then just don't end the encounter. Like, talk with your GM or with your group and say, hey, I feel like I can end the encounter easily, and my character doesn't have a reason not to. Give my character a reason not to. And then they say, how would your character not want to? You can say, well, maybe my character will have an emotional breakdown. Maybe my character will be scared of their own power. Maybe my character will have another engagement that they have to deal with that's more important. Like, talk with the group and just say, hey, I feel like I can end this in one turn. I single-handedly, without any input from anyone else, can just do this. I need a reason not to. And then the GM or the other players should work with you. They should want to have a fun time. Fireball's not a problem, it's the solution. Exactly. I dislike rain. I see it constantly 3/4 of the year. I literally live in what I call the Irish part of Spain. We even have bagpipes. Treating health bars flexibly as long as you're careful. Okay. Well, no, so that's the thing. Neko, if you just destroy the loot, players will just get pissed at you. Because a player who just fireballs every time, that you then punish for fireballing, will say, why did you punish me for doing my thing? But if you make it that they know beforehand will cause other consequences, if they fireball, it will collapse the floor, which will damage you. If you fireball, it will set the painting on fire, and the painting is a priceless artifact that if it gets damaged, your head is coming off by the king's order. If you fireball, the hostage will die, and you need to rescue the hostage. A lot of the issue with the fireball problem is just kill all the enemies. And that being kill all the enemies in an empty room. That is the core of the fireball problem. There's an empty room with a bunch of enemies in it. I'm gonna fireball it. They all die. Cool, we won the encounter. There's nothing more to the encounter than that. I don't know Magus. I don't know Magus. But I do know that there are other ways of being able to interface with a conflict than just the thing that you always do. But you have no incentive to do that unless the GM sets it up in such a way that you can't do that. Yeah, some are more resistant to fires, others aren't. And what I will say, some encounters, you should be able to just fireball your way through. Great example. The making a mega dungeon that I did recently, where it was a room where it had a mind flayer and it was covered in webs, and there was a room in front of it, like an antechamber that had eder caps. I made it so that the room with the mind flayer and the drider was safe from fire. Right? I did not make it so that the second room with the eder caps was safe from fire. If they just throw a fireball, that will take out the eder caps because you are smart to burn the webbing. I'm not punishing you, I am demonstrating the intelligence of the enemy who protected their most important area. The eder caps are not their most important area. So if you cast fireball, they're taken out, you're fine. It's good to have a fireball just solve an encounter sometimes. A womb? Shut up. So you're saying the way to solve the problem is not to make encounters that are simply deplete the enemy health? Exactly. Although I will say, someone said, flexible health bars? Flexible HP? I've tried this. I'm not a huge fan. I'm just not a huge fan. I get where it comes from a narrative perspective. But it feels as though just kind of like changing the health bar on the fly isn't the way to do it. I feel like generally speaking, extenuating circumstances in a tiered fight is the way to do it. And like, obviously, if I plan for an enemy to last 3 turns and then they die on turn 1 because I didn't give them enough health, I'm gonna change that mid-fight because that's necessary. If I expect an enemy to go down in 2 turns and after 3 turns they're still kicking at over half health, I'll lower their health because that's not fun. But I'm not gonna say, oh, this enemy, you just dealt 17 damage to them and they only have 16 health. I think what I'll do is I'll increase them up to 18 health. So they barely survived because I know they're going to go next and I want them to get one more action. Like, I just don't do that. I've tried doing that in favor of the players where they dealt 17 damage and the enemy had 18 health and I said, okay, you just kill him. It just felt weird to me, personally. I do also agree, though, that there's a certain point where the combat's just over, right? We were fighting 12 orcs and 4 wargs. And right now, there is 2 orcs left. And none of us are below half health. There is no way these 2 orcs are going to win unless they're constantly rolling 20s and we're constantly rolling 1s. Let's just say the combat is over, right? Players usually get a sense of when you're fighting too much. Exactly. Flexible health is definitely a situation. Yeah, flexible health is situational. I'm not saying never do it. I just personally don't really use it. I'm just not a big fan of it, despite the fact I'm very big on narrative games. Because usually, in something like D&D, I have a good sense of how much damage the players can do and how much health they can have. With something like Lancer, I think it's very easy to don't fudge their health, give them an extra structure. Yes, if they scan them, you're kind of like screwed. You kind of need to figure that out beforehand. But if you're fighting an enemy and the enemy goes down really quickly and you wanted them to stay up a bit more, they're an elite. And oops, they had some scramble that made it so that when you scan them, that wasn't clear. Oops, sorry. But because of the way the scramble works, it only scrambled your systems up until it was revealed that they're an elite. So you don't need to scan them a second time. You still get the scan from before and it updates now, but oops, they had scramble tech and then your players are like, oh, that's so dumb. But that's better than just saying like, yeah, you scanned them, but your scan was wrong. Like, coming up with an on-the-fly explanation is almost never going to be as satisfying as one that you have prepared. But that's not the point of a TTRPG. The point of a TTRPG is improvisational collaborative storytelling. Enemies always have enough stats to make for a good encounter. Exactly. And if they don't, then it doesn't need to be a good enough encounter and make the next one harder. Like, I'm of the opinion that if I have an enemy who I want them to last, I want them to survive an encounter and then run away and then come back later for dramatic ambush and then they die round 2. I'm not going to save their life. They don't deserve it. They didn't pull their weight, so they're dead. Whether or not the players have accepted said win is varied from combat to combat and also from player to player, right? Sometimes I kill minions easily. I feel kind of bad for me to make my players keep spending their attacks on a 1 HP goblin. Honestly, what I did, like my progression of this was I had a follow-through system. Where if you make an attack against someone and you reduce them to 0 HP, and there is someone within 5 feet of them that is within your attack range, that also your same attack roll would hit the AC of, you can transfer any access damage to them. And then if you take them out, you can continue that forward. And this didn't come up super often, but this did help when our paladin is fighting 2 orcs and one of the orcs is on 4 hit points, and then the other one is on 12 hit points, and then they like roll a crit on the one, and they're like, ah, dang, I rolled a crit against the one of 4 hit points. But then they end up doing like 16 damage. They take out the orc. The orcs have the same AC, so it transfers, and then they take out a second orc, and then the player feels, whoa, that was an awesome crit. And then suddenly the player feels cool, right? Because they didn't waste their action on one dude. The only thing is that with minions, it kind of makes it weird. And generally speaking, I think minions, grunts, 1 HP enemies tend to be useful, but yeah, like I feel like it's a bit of a waste. The main thing with minions is AoE, and in Lancer, the reliable tag is actually really useful. Because if I attack a minion and I miss, and I'm like, oh, that sucks. Why? That's no fun. Why would I want that? Drawsteel does this, and I like it a lot. Oh yeah, Drawsteel is by Mackleville. Like, that should not surprise you. Like, the reliable tag in Lancer is actually really fun. So the reliable tag in Lancer, if it has a reliable 2, it means if I shoot you with my assault rifle, it deals 1d6 damage. However, I can never deal less than 2 damage. If I shoot you and I roll a 1, I deal 2 damage. If I shoot you and I miss, I deal 2 damage. the assault rifle always deals 2 damage. Now, your armor might reduce it. If you have resistance, you might reduce it. But if I shoot you and you're a grunt with 1 HP, and I miss you with my assault rifle, I still do 2 damage because of reliable 2, and I take you out. On my turn, it's not a waste because I still took out a grunt, which is a very nice thing, right? It's really annoying to be like, okay, I attacked the grunt, I rolled an 8. Okay, I missed the grunt. Let me attack the grunt again. Okay, I got a 14, I hit the grunt. Cool, I just wasted both my attacks on this 1 HP enemy. Right? Like, that sucks, that doesn't feel good. But with a weapon like Reliable, or if I have 2 drone swarms, or 2 nano swarms, like Nexus Hunter-Killer swarms, on an auxiliary mount, I can use a single action to attack twice. I send my auxiliary mount at this grunt, I miss. I don't have Reliable, oh no. So I spend my second Nexus, I kill the grunt. Oh no, I spent 2 attacks, but they're both auxiliary weapons. They're both weaker weapons. They're both weapons that I don't really care about the individual damage, so I'm fine to spend both attacks because they're only 1 action. AR is great for proccing on hit damage. Yeah, exactly. Actually, no, so, I don't know if it procs on hit. That might have been, like, pointed out by Tom Bloom. I don't know. Then there's the Ushabti that just does 1 damage. Yep. Star Wars can make great use. SW can make great use of cheapo minions because the pulpier Savage Worlds, thank you. Pulpier combat focused settings typically have rules that let them jump in front of the main bad guy to absorb them. Oh, that's funny. Yes, I know arrow noises. Shut up, Echo. You've heard me make noises before. You played Terraria with me. Have I ever looked at Mechtin Zeta? And if yes, what do I think of it? It's an older TTRPG, but I like it because it can be mixed with Cyberpunk 2020. So it's a mech TTRPG that has overlap with old school Cyberpunk. I have never heard of this before. Would be nice if the Lancer devs actually did some errata. They have done errata. The issue is that they have, I think, a PDF second edition, but they didn't, or they maybe updated the official online PDF second edition, but they never made a print hard copy second edition. So the print books all have pre-errata rules, I believe. You deadass sound like the Terraria player Hurt Noise some days. It's all unofficial, got it. So how does a mech cyberpunk fusion work? So as far as I'm aware, and I may have heard of Zeta before, but I haven't played it or read it or looked into it. I believe what it is that it's just, it has rules for like integrating into Night City. And Cyberpunk has rules where it's, hey, if you're involving mechs, here's what you do. And it's basically like they use similar enough systems that you can kind of blend into each other. I believe that's how it works. Oh, is there a new Zactac video about the Pegasus? There's so many. Okay, what I need to, unironically, what I need to do, I need to wrap up stream soon, and I need to grind for like 4 hours and release my False Hydra video today, because if I don't have a Halloween video, I'm gonna be sad. But it's, I need to do it. It's gonna be like a 25-minute clip. I hope you know. I hope it's not gonna be edited in the same way as like the girlfriend video. It's a 1-minute video. I have the best idea. I upload a video. I call it my experience running a False Hydra. And it's just... And that's the video. That's the entire video. Alternatively, you could get those voice lines for a short. I fought... Alternatively, you could get those voice lines for a short once I fought off these trickster-treaters. Listen. I don't think you've sent me the... Have you sent me the voice lines yet? You may have. That would be funny. Yeah, like, Hey, here's my experience with the False Hydra. So anyway, I was running Werewolf the Apocalypse, and in it, well, so in Werewolf the Apocalypse, it's a one-on-one game with my roommate, and I ran it for them, and I introduced them in story 1 to all the different, like, packs in the sept. And then story 2, there was... Huh. What happened in story 2? Anyway, story 3 is all about the Sabbat. No, I was dealing with raid stuff. Oh, right. Will said video also include the jingly keys in the background? I mean, I could record it right now. This is False Hydra story time. Let's go. So, in Werewolf the Apocalypse, I was running for my roommate. It's a one-on-one game, and I had different stories planned out. I had different plans planned out, and we started with story 1. It was an introduction to the actual game. It was an introduction to the setting of Werewolf the Apocalypse. But what it also turns out is that in story 1, it was just kind of sad. It was an introduction. It was in story 1, Werewolf the Apocalypse was all about learning about the world of the Garrow. And then it turns out in story 2, after getting acquainted with all of the Garrow, after getting acquainted with the Sept, after getting acquainted with their pack, the main character and my roommate decided to I don't quite remember. Anyway, in story 3, there's the Spot. And... Wait, who was I running for? Wait, Werewolf the... I haven't run Werewolf the Apocalypse. I haven't run Werewolf the Apocalypse. What are you talking about? I hope people get the joke. Man, what I need... Wait. Okay, what I need to do, What I need is I need to do a take of this, where it's False Hydra story time. And then I am going to disappear. And then I want everyone in chat to be like, wait, why are we here? What's going on? What's this? So I do the False Hydra story, and then I go about like, wait, what was in story 2? Wait, Werewolf the Apocalypse. I never ran Werewolf the Apocalypse. What's going on? And then I just disappear, and then everyone's like, wait, why are we in stream? That would be really funny. You only get it if you know about the False Hydra. Listen, I think enough people know about a False Hydra that they pick up on it. My entire channel is just dealing psychic damage. My channel's gimmick is that we just deal psychic damage to you, and you seem to enjoy it. Yeah. So I could do something like... Do it. Okay, let me get in the zone. Let me get some water. Wait, why do I have YouTube? So save that. Once I disappear like this, I want everyone to just spam like, wait, what am I doing here? Who are you? I don't remember what's going on here. Okay. Chair stream? What is this kind of avant-garde stuff? All right. So. Yeah, so for Halloween, I want to tell you about the scariest thing I've done in a TTRPG. So I'm running a game of Werewolf the Apocalypse that's powered by... It's not powered by... I'm running a game of Werewolf the Apocalypse in the World of Darkness for my roommate. It's a one-on-one game, and I decided I wanted different stories all back-to-back, following different plot threads. In story 1, all about getting introduced to the world of Garrow, the werewolves. They're meeting their pack mates. They're going into the Sept. They're seeing all the spirit nonsense going on. And then in story 2, they're... What was story 2 about? So, wait. Why are you talking about Werewolf the Apocalypse? I haven't run Werewolf the Apocalypse. We haven't done that before. Like, World of the Apocalypse isn't something that I'm familiar with. I know World of Darkness, I know Vampire the Masquerade, but no, I'm good. Wait, what? Does anyone else here? Perfect. We did it. We solved the false Hydra. I was playing Hades and then. Yeah, so I can cobble that together into some edit. It will probably take me like an hour. I mean, the chair has some nice pleather, but why am I here? Yeah. So all I need is wait, no. So what I can do is I can do okay. So now I can just like take a screenshot of that and overlay that as an image when it like cuts back. Why are we here? Just to suffer. Every night I can feel them, my arm and my leg. This Hydra's as false as Quarry's British teeth. Oh my gosh. Quarry catching strays. Wait, wasn't I DMing a king in? I was looking at keys! Yeah, so I don't know Mechtin Zeta. If I was to develop a grimdark setting of my own, who would be the antagonist? As a optional character building exercise. So, I'm not a fan of grimdark. But what I love is me some good noble dark. One of my favorite settings, one of my favorite stylizations, one of my favorite moods, and my model broke again. The false Hydra really got me. I love noble dark, where it is the idea of this sense of duty and honor in the face of a terrible world. It is the idea that you are helping others. I mean, basically, like, Berserk is grimdark, Guts is noble dark. Noble dark is Dark Souls, I would say, is also noble dark. It's this pursuing of ideals in a world that very clearly does not match the ideals being pursued. So I would probably do more of like a noble dark setting rather than a grimdark setting, because while I can get pretty messed up, while I can do some pretty awful stuff, I do love me some idealism. I love me some ability to legitimately see the good in the world, even if the world has no good in it. Yeah, persistence against the encroaching dark. Dishonored. Perfect. I love that. Particularly the low chaos route. Dishonored is a great example. I suppose in my setting, so like I'm running World of Darkness, which is probably the most grimdark thing I've run. And unironically, like the False Hydra is a very good example of that. The False Hydra was an example of the Sabbat. The Sabbat are a group of vampire supremacists that want to kill all humans and like cull them. So the Sabbat I've treated as kind of like a grimdark villain. They've done trafficking of goods, which if you're a vampire, think about what the goods means. They have done like necromancy. They have tortured people. They have ripped the soul from a werewolf and then wore its skin as a pelt. Like they've done terrible, awful stuff, but all with the understanding that they are a evil that is not just a byproduct of, but cultivated by the evil of humanity. They are not only a byproduct of humanity, they are allowed to exist and flourish by humanity because of the institutions humanity has set up, which yes, the Sabbat has influenced, but fundamentally, humanity and its need for control and hierarchy and institutions allows organized atrocities to take place regularly. And the Sabbat is kind of a distillation of that. Honestly, Tolkien's works to an extent are kind of noble dark. I would say that it's noble bright. I would say that Tolkien's works are noble bright because not only do the good guys win, the good guys are right, and good things happen to the good guys and bad things happen to the bad guys. In Middle Earth, if you are a good person, you are cosmically good, you are karmically good, and you are socially good. There are no bad people in the Lord of the Rings. I don't know about the Silmarillion. I won't say that. There are no bad people who are treated like they are good. They're all ugly, dark, dirty, depressing, except Saruman the White. Explicitly because he is a traitor. Right? Saruman is the only example I can think of off the top of my head who is a bad guy that is presented positively, but that is only insofar as he is a manifestation of the corruption of man. He is the representation of the seduction of power. He is what happens when a good person succumbs to the pull of power, right? Meanwhile, Grima Wormtongue, Sauron, Morgoth, Shelob, Gollum, all terrible, evil, nasty hobbitses. Meanwhile, all of the good guys, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, all of the hobbits, the entire fellowship, Elrond, Galadriel, it's not Éomer, is it? Éomer? The king of Rohan? Like, all of them are good. The only other character I can really think of is you have Boromir, who very much is a corruption of man. Saruman is not a corruption of man. Saruman is a sway of power. Boromir is a effectively showing human weakness, but he's still a good person and is still seen as a good person by everyone else. He's still considered a member of the Fellowship. Aragorn forgives him. He sacrifices himself at the end to protect Frodo in the ring. He gives up his lust for power at the end. He is a good person who does that. And then Boromir's father, the regent, who I don't remember the name of. He's another instance of, he's not presented positively, but he is on the good side. He is an inefficient and poor leader on the side of good. So he's not really presented nobly, but he is a little bit bright, but he still is pathetic and loser and weak and like gets set on fire. So that's a little bit of like in the middle. Yeah, Steward of Gondor. That's exactly who I was talking about. Tolkien's larger setting, though, you've got the death of the elves, dwarves, orcs. I mean, I wouldn't even say that that's dark, though. It is seen as the shifting of ages. Even the first age and the second age. With like the shifting power with the elves, the rise of humans, and then obviously the second into third age with like the age of man. That's presented negatively insofar it is losing touch with the spirituality of a natural world, is pushing out the old, the magic, the wonderful, the whimsical, in favor of modernity, in favor of industrialization, which is what Sauron was a representation of. But Sauron was a representation of like the Industrial Revolution, right? Sauron was a representation of industry, whereas Aragorn, Gondor, Rohan, the Fellowship, man, was a representation of like men, people. So, while yes, there is this kind of melancholy of the death of the elves going off to the what are they? The Eastern Lands, the Westlands, the far. I don't know. You know what I mean. The elves are leaving. The dwarves are retreating. The hobbits do remain in their holes. Men are not seen as a bad thing. It's seen more as a melancholic transitioning of stages. Sad thing about Middle Earth is that given enough time, humanity will invent their own Sauron. No. So Sauron explicitly is a servant of Morgoth. And Sauron was always evil, will always be evil, and can never be anything but evil, like a D&D style devil. Men, like the Easterlings, who were corrupted by Sauron, will eventually let power overtake them. For instance, think about the Steward of Gondor. Think about Wormtongue. There are bad actors in man, in humanity, but the interpretation of man is not that they will ever create their own Sauron, because they cannot create their own Sauron. Yeah, it'll fit the mold. It'll be industrialization. It will be evil. It will be bad for the world, but not to the same extent of something like Sauron, right? Which, for those of you who don't know, Morgoth is actually the big bad in The Lord of the Rings. But Morgoth, I think, is dead or sealed away by the end of the Second Age. So Sauron, who is basically like not even the right-hand man, but like just a lieutenant, like just like Private Sauron in the Morgoth army, who is the main villain of The Lord of the Rings, of the Third Age, who is the necromancer in The Hobbit, all of this stuff. He's just like a loser compared to Morgoth. And that is why the Middle Earth is a series of pale echoes. And this is like a philosophy I got from a Matt Colville video years ago, where the transition of ages is overwhelmingly melancholic in the Middle Earth, because we're going further and further from how the world should be back when it was good. That's why folks like Tom Bombadil, despite not having any plot significance, mainly, he had some, but not to the overarching plot, Tom Bombadil is a representation of the whimsy that is being lost. The Shire is a representation of like Frodo's psychology. The Shire is more a reflection of post-war vets returning back to their home and to the countryside, and that it's changed. Whereas Tom Bombadil is and the elves are a representation of the natural world and how freeing and magical and whimsical and wonderful it was. Whereas Sauron and eventually man are a representation of the industry that takes that away from you. I mean, maybe less loser and more lieutenant. I mean, yeah, he's a lieutenant, but I say loser kind of tongue-in-cheek. I say loser in the same way that, like, Gandalf is a loser by the status of the Maiar, right? Gandalf the Grey was a loser, but he's still awesome, he's still cool, and he's still very important. He's still very powerful. But he's still kind of like a loser when compared to the other Maiar, to the blue wizards, to Sauron. I forget the brown wizard. I think Gandalf technically outranked him. I feel spooky tonight. Well, Selene, tonight's the night to be spooky. See, the reason why Morgoth is evil is because he's gatekeeping who can't and can't be goth. Listen. Anyone can be goth. Except for you. You are not allowed to be goth. And I'm speaking directly to you, Martin. Yeah. That's right, Martin. You're not allowed to be goth. Should I order something for dinner or eat leftovers? You should eat leftovers. Do the financially conscious thing. I have to be emo then? Yes. And don't even get me started on getting seen. Morgoth poured his power into Arda so that he corrupted its very matter, so that anyone with a body of matter would have an original sin in them. Well, yeah, because, like, the Lord of the Rings in Middle-earth is very Catholic, right? Because Tolkien was Catholic, and he incorporated that into his work. And to not view it from a Catholic lens is very spicy. To not view it from a Catholic lens, specifically, I would argue could be interpreted in such a way that you are misinterpreting the story, right? Because it was so core to not just the themes, but also the story and the plot and the world building, that to not look at it through a Catholic lens, which I'm not Catholic, is very... You miss a lot. And like, literally, Arda, or... Remind me of Big Man? Remind me of Big Man's name? It starts with an A. Like the is it like Alu? Like the top brass. Eru, thank you. Is it Eru Iluvatar? Is it Eru Iluvatar? That's the name. Iluvatar, thank you. Yeah, so Iluvatar, the creation myth of the Middle Earth, was that Iluvatar was like singing the world into being. And he sang and brought forth Eru, right? So that's very close to a different word. It's just a big man. The first A is silent. Thank you. By singing the world into existence, and all of the other I think it was above Maiar, because I think Maiar is like Gandalf. They're like angels, effectively. It was the gods, effectively. I keep saying effectively. Like singing the world into existence. The Einar, thank you. I found the Lord of the Rings nerd. Iluvatar is singing the world into existence with the other Einar, and as he's singing, he brings forth all the physical world, and then all the other gods bring forth their creations, their contributions, and Morgoth, who is like the evil figure, the evil god, is singing forth evil, is singing forth like, hey, I'm tainting this world, I'm bringing forth evil into this world. And Iluvatar could have stopped singing to stop Morgoth, but chose not to. And the whole deal is that Iluvatar, being a benevolent creator, makes the world, allows evil to exist within it so that it does not stifle the creators within it. A lot of Norse mythos influence there. Yeah, because Tolkien was a huge Norse nerd. He did a translation of Beowulf. He stole a lot of the names of dwarves in The Hobbit. Like Fili, Kili, Thorin, Blóin, Glóin are all Norse mythological dwarf names. Just straight up, like not even altered, just straight up taken. So if you ever get worried about like, I'm a hack, like Tolkien was a hack, and he created what is arguably one of the most important pieces of, I would say, fantasy literature, not even just Western fantasy literature, period. Because the impact that particularly, like the British impact, or not even British, because like, I was gonna say the effect of the British on the Americas, and then the effect of the Americas on the rest of the world, culturally speaking, has been very impactful. But this was late enough in history. This was like the 30s through the 50s. That by that point, British influence on America wasn't that high, at least comparatively to where it was before. So this was mostly an instance of Americans and also British colonialism. Let's not mince words. The increasing globalization allowed for the Lord of the Rings to impact everywhere, not just the Western world, not just Europe, not just the Americas, but Japan has a lot of Tolkien-esque fantasy explicitly because of the American occupation following World War II, because Americans picked it up from the British. So that's why I would say that Tolkien is probably one of the most influential fantasy authors of all time. The counterpart to Horse Girl, Norseman. Iluvatar effectively sings a third melody, turning Melkor's... Right, thank you, Melkor. Because Melkor becomes Morgoth, right? And when he like descended effectively. Corrupt version is something beautiful, yeah. Rather than destroying his creation, he decided to turn the corruption into something very good, which is a very Catholic idea. And the whole deal of like, oh, you have original sin, that's a very Catholic idea. All Catholic, as far as I'm aware, the Catholic idea of original sin is that because Cain killed Abel, all people, like all humans are born with this innate sin within them that then you must be baptized to be cleansed of. And obviously that's in Tolkien's world because it was very important to him. And also it was a bit of his coping after World War One. I like, you're like actually DMing for Kane right now, so I'll be in the middle of my distortion and I'll hear about World War II randomly. Son, please focus on DMing Kane. Don't watch my stream. I appreciate that you have it on in the background, but like mute me, please. Focus on your game. Your players deserve that. Isn't the original sin eating the fruit? Was it eating the fruit? I thought it was Cain killing Abel. Like what cursed humanity? What sin sticks with humanity? Because like you're right, the original sin was eating the fruit, but I don't quite remember. Because as I've mentioned, I'm not Catholic. Actually, no, like because Adam and Eve disobeyed. Got it. Morgoth is a nickname given by Feanor. It means black/dark enemy. Yeah, I'm not brave enough for the Silmarillion. Eating the fruit kicks us out. Yeah. Oh. Well, so I'm gonna skip ahead real quick. I'm gonna skip ahead questions. Can I have a little salami as a treat? No, I'm gonna trick you. I'm going to give you a lot of salami. Because you only asked for a little salami, and cats can have a little salami as a treat. But I want to trick you, therefore I give you a lot of salami. I'm gonna just give you a whole slab of salami. I'm gonna slap my salami down on the table and be like, here you go. Eat up, cat boy. No, you're not allowed a knife. You just have to like chomp on it. World War I influence for Lord of the Rings is quite interesting because the story tells the setting's gradual death of magic. Yeah, because Tolkien was in World War I. I believe he was in like the Battle of the Bulge. Like, no joke, he was on the battlefield of World War I. I don't think he was in the trenches. I think that he was like troop support. I think that he was logistics, but no shot. He was part of like the British military in World War I, and that really affected him. That's why The Lord of the Rings is a story about the effectively death of innocence and like loss of magic in the world. Lord of the Rings is a fantastical it's basically a fantastical telling of All Was Quiet on the Western Front. Bulge was World War II? Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Battle of the Bulge was absolutely World War II, but he was in one of the big World War I battles that I can't remember the name of. Errol wants us to do what to do. Not you. I'm saying Neko. Neko gets salami as a trick and a treat. Yeah, because it doesn't glorify war. Yeah. What's my favorite tarot card? My favorite is the don't worry about it. Okay, so with tarot, I've not done a tarot reading in a while. I kind of want to do a tarot reading for stream. I did that initially, like a year ago. I did some tarot readings on stream. Tolkien was a signal officer? Really? Bell the Psalm. Ah. You can't just whip out your salami slab like that. I can do what I want. You can't stop me. This is I see no signs that say no eating or drinking. Wasn't tarot just a normal set of cards? Yep. Tarot is a normal set of cards, that there are actual games that you could play with it, like a normal set of cards. And then it got picked up by occultism like years later. Which I very much treat tarot like I treat astrology. Or no, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I treat it higher than astrology. There we go. I treat it higher than astrology because astrology, birth signs, what sign is in rising over Jupiter today, like that's something where it is completely divorced from you in particular that I just can't even. Oh, I spelled it. Astrology. It's just that it was South Europeans and Anglos weren't familiar with them. So I mean, there's like the Egyptian set, there's the Eastern European set. I forget what my set is called, but it's like I specifically wanted a tarot set that was inspired by like the original or like the original art. So I have like a very classic looking set. But I don't put really any stock in astrology. Like I would read my horoscope daily, or not daily, but like when I was in uni, I would read my horoscope because there was a newspaper that would publish your horoscopes. And I was like, this is fun. I want to see what the newspaper says that'll happen to me. But what's going to happen to me is not going to be the same thing that happens to the like tens of thousands of other people, all of whom are also Capricorns. Which, like, yes, Capricorn reveal. I am, in fact, a Capricorn. I already made it very clear that I'm born near the end of the year, so that does narrow down my birthday a bit. But I'm a Capricorn, and to me, I put zero faith in astrology. I just think it's fun to see what, like, oh, today you will encounter grave difficulty, but if you persevere, you will be able to overcome it. Like, yeah, sure. That's helpful. That's specific to me. That's not the most generalized thing you can say. Today, you will have a brush with love. Keep your heart open, for that is the only time new affections can blossom. Okay. Does that mean I'm gonna like meet my soulmate? Or does that mean that I'm gonna like see a TTRPG that I think is cool? It's open to interpretation for a reason because it has to be vague. And that's why astrology, I think, is fun. I put zero stock into it. Tarot is something that I put all of my faith into it as a means of self-reflection. Much in the same way that if you want to make a choice that you can't make, and you flip a coin, and as the coin is being flipped, you realize, I want it to land heads. The coin is useful to you in that case. The coin flip, the result of it doesn't matter. But your reasoning in the moment of, I wish I get heads right now, is important for your self-reflection. For tarot, if I say, listen, I'm just so torn between these two decisions, I don't really know what to do, and then I do a 3-card draw, and then I get like, I don't know, the 7 of Swords to indicate that I was like under stress and duress. I get the Hanged Man, which indicates I'm stuck between two decisions as my present poll, and then in my future poll, I get the Star, right? So that's a very clear. So if I get like 7 Swords, Hanged Man, and then Star, and let's say I'm stuck between the decision of, do I pursue my passions or do I focus on my steady career? And like 7 of Swords is an indication that like I'm caught, I'm in duress, I am not in a good state. This is bad. A bad card that I don't want. That's what happened in the past. Presently, I'm in the Hanged Man. This is about indecision. This is about I'm being caught between two extremes. I can't make a decision. Oh my gosh, that's so real for me. I had bad stuff happen before, and now I'm faced with indecision. And then the Star is about like spiritual purity. The Star is about like clarity of purpose. Hey, Delta. Also, hi, Tower Knight. You love my shorts and stuff? Well, I appreciate that. If I grab the Star and it's about clarity of purpose and it's about spiritual fulfillment and it's about reaching your ideals, I'd be like, this means I should leave my stable career so I can pursue my content creation in a means that will allow me to get spiritual fulfillment. Like, I'm not going to make a decision based off of this, but if I read this and my reading is, this is telling me I had a bad time and now I'm stuck with indecision and I should pursue what will make me spiritually fulfilled, and that would be content creation, but I don't want to do that because I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to do that. I'm frightened at that prospect. I want stability right now. That is important as a self-reflection tool. The result of the tarot doesn't matter. Whatever the cards were doesn't matter. What matters is that I came to the conclusion by myself, I want to pursue this, but I need to be more stable first. I need to pursue stability before I can pursue whatever this goal is, right? And that's important. That is a tool of self-reflection that was useful, even if I don't believe the universe itself was telling me a specific like result. I don't think that I should leave my job because the Star was telling me to do so. I think, how did I interpret it? What does that mean? The coin flip is, if you're upset with the results, that tells you more. Exactly. Advanced coin flip. No, and that's why, like, if I'm just like, hey, I'm really struggling, I don't want to be derivative, but like, do I do react content? Oh no. And then I draw like, I don't know, I think it's the 5 of Pentacles. I believe the 5 of Pentacles is all about like destitution, like physical, or might be 4. I think it's 4 of Pentacles. As I've said, I've not done tarot in a while. I'd never memorized the entire minor arcana, but broadly speaking, I do know most of the associations. If I get like the 4 of Pentacles and it talks about destitution and I'm like, should I focus? Should I like do react content? 4 of Pentacles talking about being destitute. Yeah, of course I'm poor. Of course I don't have money. That's why I'm worried about doing react content, because that would get me more money. And then I have to ask myself, like, well, when I see this, is this telling me that I need to focus on financial stability? Is this telling me this is just how I'm feeling? It's just resonating with my feelings? Is this telling me literally just describing what's happening? And with tarot, there is no correct answer. And anyone who tells you there's a correct answer is trying to sell you something. They're trying to get you to do tarot readings with them where they can solve life's mysteries for you by reading the cards, when in reality, they're really just reading you. They're reading you and telling you what you need to hear in that moment and using the cards as a vessel to do so. I'm so sorry to break this to you. Tarot readers aren't scamming you. They're reading you. The skill of a tarot reader is being able to put on a performance while like reading you through your soul. Because for instance, if I draw a card and I draw the Fool, and I'm just like, yes, I thought this might happen. The Fool is representative, not of like incongruence or whimsy. It is simply a matter of the beginning of a journey. The Fool is naive, is clueless, is worried about the future, but has the strength to pursue it forward. You have the strength to begin a journey, though be aware, it will be long, it will be hard, you will struggle through it, and there will be times where you want to stop. Think of the Fool. Think of the naive bravery that the Fool has, and that will see you through your darkest moments. You will reach the end of the Fool's journey, but it will take time, sacrifice, and effort. And I know that you can do this, because otherwise I would not have drawn the Fool. And like, you might hear that and be like, wow, they're talking about me and how I'm about to start university, or how I'm trying to be a content creator, or how I'm starting a new job, or how I'm gonna pick up a new project. No. I just said the most generic stuff and framed it in such a way that you're special because you drew the Fool at this exact moment. That's what it is. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry to ruin tarot for you, but there is value to that. I think sometimes you need to hear, yes, you're special. I drew the Magician. The Magician is about untapped potential. The Magician is nothing with limit. However, it is untrained. It is uncontrolled. The Magician will allow you to do anything you set your mind to, within the understanding that it will get out of control should you not learn to control it. You will not be able to pursue forward with the power of the Magician unless you are willing to rein yourself in when you go too far. You need to learn to do this, and right now, you may not be there. Such is the way of the Magician. But do not fear the power that you hold. Like, if I say that could apply to 8 different things in each of your lives. That doesn't mean anything. But sometimes you need to hear that so that you can say, like, yes, I am deserving of starting this game jam so I can start a video game. Yes, I do want to write this book, and I have the endless potential within me that the Magician says that I have. Like, sometimes all you need is the psychological boost. Chaotic good disingenuity. Exactly. Chaotic good disingenuousness. Oh, you know tarot? Name every association. I know most of them. I also enjoy tarot for that. It's great to force you to think more intensely about yourself. Also a bit of routine. Honestly, I don't even treat it as a routine. I treat my tarot very chaotically. What I'll do, and I'm honestly kind of shocked I haven't done tarot recently, because I mentioned in passing that earlier this month I was very much struggling, and I very much had stuff that was going on in my life. I very much wait until I'm struggling and I'm in a dark place and I'm kind of need validation, and I need self-reflection, and I need introspection, and then I will take out my tarot deck, and I don't do a 1-card pull. I don't do a 3-card draw. I don't do a 7-card spread. All very common. Basically, generally what it is that 1 card, you just pull 1 card, that's what matters. 3 cards, generally past, present, future, or it will associate with different things you're asking about. 7-card spread will usually have like upbringing, career, love life, current moment, future. Like they each have their different methodologies. What I do when I do a tarot reading, I wait until I'm emotionally unstable. That's step 1. Step 2 is take my tarot deck and shuffle it loosely. And eventually, over the span of like 10 to 30 seconds, 1 or more cards will fall out of the deck. And that is what I do. I read whatever fell out of the deck. I will shuffle it loosely. I don't like hold it tightly or anything. I don't reaffirm it. I just shuffle it very loosely. I keep it like water in my hands. It is clay running beneath a faucet. And if something falls out, that is what I read. I read 1 card, I read 7 cards. Whatever it ends up being. That is what the deck is telling me. And then I use it for self-reflection. I don't treat it like the universe is communing with me, because I'm not special enough for the universe to commune with. What are you talking about? Though I do use it to be like, hey, I'm really worried about my relationship with this person. I'm really worried about my finances. I'm really worried about content creation. And then I'll just think about that as I'm shuffling. Never got it. Maybe it's a manual dexterity issue. So I can't shuffle cards properly either, which is why I just do like a simple shuffle. And that actually helps them fall out more because it's not like bridging or anything. It's literally just like moving cards against one another. I have to wonder, does reading your work better or worse on someone with autism? I mean, so that's the thing, right? I would say, if you are neurodivergent, you probably have a better chance of reading someone who's neurodivergent than someone who is neurotypical. If you have ADHD, you probably can better read an autistic person than a neurotypical person, just based on my experience, right? Generally, if you're depressed, you can probably relate to someone with anxiety better than you can with someone without it. So you're probably going to be able to make assumptions about them better. I do tarot readings themselves rarely, but I have a routine of leaving it in the moonlight, putting it in my purse, putting a sliver of silver in the pouch every month. I will generally on eclipses do that because I think it's fun. So what I'll do is I'll take out my deck and I'll just like put it on the window during an eclipse. So it gets like I have crystals that my roommate has gotten me because my roommate is much more into this than I am. And I'll like put my crystals with my deck on the window during an eclipse. And like my roommate's like, yeah, that's charging your deck. And I'm like, pog. And it's just, I don't believe in it. I don't believe in eclipse energy. I don't believe in spiritualism. I don't practice Wiccan. But I think it's cool. And I think if it is real, I might as well tap into that. Though it is funny because one time I did ask my deck explicitly, like, hey, how best can I charge you? Because I thought it would be funny. And then it responded with the sun. Which, if you don't know, the sun is one of the major arcana. And I had been charging it with like lunar eclipses. And I was like, huh, maybe I'm doing this backwards. Because sometimes you get such a random, like perfect response, right? Example, Archivist, AE, friend of the channel. We did tarot readings for each other and on stream one time. And we did a reading. I asked my deck about his deck and he asked his deck about my deck. And my deck came back with the Empress, which is a symbol of feminine energy, of like feminine control, of mother nature, of motherhood. And AE is like, what? No. And I'm like, I think your tarot deck is a girl. And he's like, what? No. And I'm like, what else could the Empress mean? I think you've been misgendering your deck this whole time. Which I found very funny because it's like, no, a deck doesn't have a gender and it probably doesn't have anything else going on under the hood. But it was funny. What if my and your deck were friends? Yeah. Please, I need sunlight. You told me full moon, this MF wants to go to the beach. That would be very funny. Transgender tarot deck convert. Listen, trans deck for a trans mask, like that's a, I don't know if I want to be a Wicca boy or girl. Why not be a Wicca both? Also, my favorite tarot card. When it comes to tarot, I have like a complex, although there's nothing complex about it. I find it quite simple. I basically don't like being associated with earlier stages of the Fool's Journey because, frankly, I feel like I'm past them. Like, as interesting as I think the Emperor is, or the Chariot, or Temperance, or Justice, I legitimately think I'm past that point in my life, right? Because for those of you who don't know, the Fool's Journey, I think it's 20... I believe it's 22 cards. Maybe it's 23. Maybe 23. Because I think it's 23 counting the Fool as 0, right? Not me, a Wicca partner. So the Fool's Journey starts with the Fool, and then progresses down the entire major arcana. That's all the special tarot cards you know about. That's the Sun, the Tower, the Devil, Temperance, Judgment. That's all the special ones. And it proceeds all throughout all of them until eventually you reach the World. Right? You start with the Fool. The Fool goes on a journey throughout all of them, reaches the World. There is different interpretations of the Fool's journey. For instance, number 1 is the Magician. The Magician, as I mentioned earlier, is all about untapped potential. It's all about energy. It is about immature masculinity specifically. It is about the idea of masculine youths and untapped potential. So the idea is, in the Fool's journey, the Fool being naive, a fool, not knowing about the state of the world, not knowing about who people are, what they do, encounters the Magician, learns from the Magician, grows from the encounter with the Magician, starts out foolish, naive, but full of potential, harnesses that potential into something actionable, but without control, into something immature, into something that needs reining in, and then continues on to the Priestess, which is much more erudite, which is much more inward focused, which still has potential, is more focused on the feminine side of things, and then proceeds from there to, I believe, 3rd is the Empress, and then on and on and on and on, all the way up into the World, right? So there's a story with the major arcana. The Magician would be like, young man, just have a Wicca polycule so you don't have to choose. Just make sure no one breaks up, or else you will have mad curses being thrown around. And I don't mean like the F word. There's no need to be down, I said, young man. Yeah, so the Priestess. And then the idea of the Fool's journey is going through it. So I don't like the idea of being associated with like the Priestess or the Magician, right? Because I feel as though in my life, I have gone through, for instance, the Tower. The Tower is often considered the worst of the major arcana because the Tower represents the upending of existing structures. The Tower is about radical, unprecedented change. The Tower deals with a complete schema shift. I feel like I've dealt with death. Death is not actually like dying. Death has to deal with, again, kind of like the Tower, but less of a upending and more of a transitional point. There is a line in the major arcana. Death is the halfway point. There's before and after death. Before death, it's mostly people are focused on. It's mostly things are focused on in the major arcana. After death, it's concepts. And the representations and associations follow that. The early arcana, 0 through 12, pre-death, focuses on strength, focuses on being an erudite, the masculine energy, femininity, mother nature, the connection of justice or indecision. And then post-death, I think that's 14 through 23, I think it's 23, is all about spiritual fulfillment, the disillusionment of the soul, upending of the social order and your place in it, complete and utter ascension and spiritual fulfillment. And I feel like I've done enough of this. I'm not gonna lie. And maybe that's me being naive. Maybe that's me being silly. Maybe that's me not appreciating the paces I still have in front of me. But I feel as though I've already undergone death, and even like the Tower I've undergone. And so I feel like the sun, the moon, the star, judgment, the world, any of those is more in line with where I'm at, just kind of like in my personal fool's journey. But that being said, I don't know. And I don't know if there's an answer for this. I think this might be up to an individual interpretation. I don't know if your life indicates you start at the Fool, you go through life, and you end at the World. Or if you start at the Fool, you go through life, you end at the World, and then that chapter of your life is over. And starting a new chapter of life, you are yet again the Fool in this new world you have entered into this new understanding, this higher plane of ascension. You are yet a Fool once more, having mastered the previous world, you ascend to the next. And then you go, and then through your life, you continue until you eventually ascend to the world. And then yet again, you become the fool again, and it's cyclical. I like this interpretation because otherwise I am approaching the end of my life spiritually, which not the best, but maybe I'm on my last legs, who knows? But I do like the interpretation that there are cycles of the fool's journey. You go through, when you're a teenager, you have your own fool's journey, and you might reach the world of being a teenager by the time you're 17. That doesn't mean you understand the world. That just means you understand being a teenager. You understand your world. You have mastered your reality. And so when you transition to being an 18, 19-year-old, you go to university, you go to trade school, you pick up a job for the first time, you are yet again a fool. You are yet again, no, I'm not clown bad. You're the only one honking here. You are yet again a fool back when you are inexperienced at being a university student, at being on a job site, at leaving home for the first time, until eventually you master that, like throughout your 20s, maybe into your 30s. And then yet again, you're a fool, as then suddenly you're no longer a young adult, you're now an adult. You're no longer learning how the world works, you're now teaching how the world works. You are now the institution that others are trying to conform into, and you have to blah, 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 blah through the world. So I like this interpretation, because I definitely like looking at death, looking at temperance, looking at the tower, the devil, the star, the sun, the moon, judgment, the world. I've gone through a lot of that already. I ain't gonna lie. I've gone through dark periods in my life. I've gone through total upendings, socially, physically, spiritually, I suppose. Not quite. I mean, a little bit. Arrow, you have explained exactly why my favorite card is the Fool. And that's the thing. I don't know if this is the proper interpretation, because I don't know if there is a proper interpretation. I feel as though most people assume you start your life as the Fool, you end your life with the world. And the goal is to reach the world and then live as long and prosperous a life as possible, where you as the world are providing judgment and expertise to others. But I don't know. I like the interpretation that we're all fools, and we will all always be fools. It's just a matter of what mastery of your local reality do you hold. I remember 2 days ago when I went into VR, saw a deck of tarot and draw 3 upside down Fool, Death, and upside down Sun. Only knew the Fool, but I thought it was neat. Yeah, so upside down Fool generally means you're a fool, right? Reverse cards tend to mean the opposite, or an inversion, as they're reversed, of whatever their upside is. So the Fool is about potential, is about optimistic naivety, is about the ability to start and form groups and proceed forward. Meanwhile, the inverse Fool, the reverse Fool, is you are blind to the world. You are a fool. You are not aware of things that you should be aware of. You are not in the position of boundless potential through your naivety, because your naivety is ignorance, right? And then Death is about transition point. Death is about like a transition. It is about, my reading of this would be that you transition from being ignorant. You are forced to reconcile with a total schema shift, with a total upending of your worldview that will have you evolve as a person. And then reverse Sun. The Sun is all about joy, happiness, bringing light to others, contentment, fulfillment, creativity. The reverse Sun, I believe, is the opposite. I would have to look it up just to make sure. So my assumption is that you go from being ignorant to being unhappy. I would read this as you used to be ignorant, currently you're in a transitional period, and then you will be in a creatively unfulfilled position. Or this will not be, unless I'm misunderstanding this, the inverse Sun may well be it's about the inner, not the outer. The outer Sun is that you are like a sun. You are inspiring creativity. You are giving to others. You are making others happy and fulfilled and content. And the inverse sun very well could be you are happy, you are creative, you are content, which some might call selfish, but if you go from being ignorant to being content, I feel like that's a plus. And this is part of why I like the sun. I feel like the sun's a bit of a cop-out answer. Like if you know tarot, the sun is one of the best cards you can get. If you draw the sun in the deck of many things in D&D, it's one of the best cards you can get. If you get the sun in like Persona, they tend to be like I mean, depending on who it is, like, yeah, the sun in Persona is all right, but like the sun tends to be a very good card. And the inverse of it, I believe, is not a bad thing. I think it's the inner, right? I think it's the reversal of, instead of giving out these things, you receive these things. So you go from being ignorant to being internally fulfilled. Our souls are a deli ham. We went over this, amalgamated and re-solidified. Yeah. Do I have any advice on dealing with burnout? I've been having issues keeping up a consistent schedule with my DMing because between work and not always being into it, I'm less motivated. Why are you running? Why are you running? Is it because this is D&D time? Or are you running because you're excited to tell a story? Are you running because you want to see your friends smile? Are you running because you're really excited for combat? And then once you answer, why am I running? Figure out, do my players want to facilitate this? No, my answer is not just do one-shots. My answer is not just do one-shots. I'm anti-one-shot. I think a one-shot, particularly with a new group, is a very poor thing to do. I think what could be fun is one-shots where you are an individual. I think one-shots are fun where it is the same group repeatedly in like vignettes. That could be fun. But one-shots with a new group where you have to relearn the party dynamics and learn your character and blah, 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 that tends to be more of a waste of time. Thank you for the super, God Sinner. Never been big on tarot. I always liked the tower because I thought of it as a nice solid structure to hold on to. Now I worry it's an accurate example of my life, from Caracal. So that's the thing, like with the tower's purpose is a deconstruction of what is. The tower is a liminal card. I would say death is a liminal card. There are a couple cards which their whole thing is the transition from one stage to another. The tower is often seen as the worst or like the scariest card to draw by people that know tarot. People who don't know tarot obviously are going to be scared of death because they're like, oh, I'm going to die. But the tower explicitly is about a deconstruction of what was. And with that comes the understanding that involves what's bad, right? The bad being dismantled, the bad going away, the bad being deconstructed. It's not a matter of everything you love is gone. It's a matter of what you thought was is not. And I don't know about you, in my life, I've always had good, I've always had bad. So I will miss the good when it goes away. But it'll also be a change for the bad. And that's ultimately how you have to look at it. When you have something like tarot, you should never feel worse after tarot or astrology or casting the runes or whatever divination you have. Because fundamentally, the reason you are seeking divination, presumably, is to feel comforted about the ambiguity of the future. You are looking for clarification on something ambiguous, either now or in the future, or maybe in the past. But generally, even if it's not a good thing, even if it's not a good thing explicitly, it will probably be something that involves good aspects, even if you have to like squint to see it that way. So the tower isn't a bad card. You're not screwed if you draw the tower, and you shouldn't not have the tower be your favorite. Though it is important to recognize it is explicitly instability, not stability. I would say the closest to stability is death, actually. Despite being a liminal card, death is a representation of the inevitable change. Death is the inevitable change. It is the inflection point. The tower is sudden, unexpected change. Death is, man, I'm so worried about my relationship. Like, let me draw my card. You draw death. And it's like, oh, I know we're gonna break up. It's been a long time coming. I feel like we need to break up. So I draw death. Oh, there it is. We need to break up. It's inevitable. Meanwhile, if you draw it, the tower, it'd be like, whoa, what's gonna happen to our relationship? And then you break up like a week later and like, I had no idea. I thought we were fine. What's wrong? That's the kind of difference between death and tower. So there's nothing wrong with either of them. One of my party members got the sun and another got the star. Meanwhile, I got donjon, so my character took a 6-week nap. Heck of many things. My basic knowledge is that the tower means extreme change. Basically, like extreme unexpected change. But if you want to deal with burnout, I ask you, why are you running? Is your group facilitating that? 9 times out of 10, you will find that the answer is no. Because otherwise you wouldn't feel burnt out. If you want to run a very narrative game, and the group loves role-playing, and they love talking to the NPCs you have, and they love pursuing their backstories, you might wonder, like, what's the issue? This is fine. Like, they love role-playing, I love narrative. This is not equivalent. Narrative is not RP. RP, a narrative does not make. A narrative is a plot, characters, twists, turns, progression. RP is talking character or making decisions based off your character's motivations. You can have tons of RP where they're talking to shopkeepers and they're talking to town guards and they're talking to cultists that they captured and are trying to reform. But if they're not engaging with the narrative that you're putting forward, you're going to feel unfulfilled and burn out because you're playing this game for the narrative and the group is not engaging with that narrative. And that's the sort of thing you have to ask yourself, like, do I want to play combat? Okay, I want to run tactically intense combats. And they want to play power fantasy, kick down the door, kill the 4 orcs, move on to the next room. That's not tactically intense combat. So you're going to feel burnt out, even though you want combat, they want combat, it's all fine. No, you have to figure out what you want, why you want it, and you have to figure out how the group can facilitate that. And if that's not working, talk to the group and say, hey, I know you want chill combats where it's just power fantasy. I was hoping this would be more tactically combat. And then they might say, oh yeah, we're fine with that. Yeah, that works. And then if they don't engage with it, that's a conversation where it's like, well, you said you were fine with it, but you don't engage with it. So I feel like you're not fine with it. Have a conversation about it. But fundamentally, it's figure out why you're running. What's going on in the group that's not facilitating that. And then it's just talk to the group about that. Hey, I know you love role-playing. I was hoping we could tell more of a story than just talk to the NPCs. And then the players might say, well, actually, we feel like the story's been awesome. Has this not been part of the story? When we talked to Boblin the Goblin and he revealed that like the potion merchant was actually a changeling, then we went and fought the changeling, that wasn't like part of the main plot. And you're like, no, that was just like a random encounter I rolled. The players might feel there's been a narrative. Thank you for the follow-up. The players might feel there's been a narrative despite the fact you feel there wasn't a narrative. So that's a situation where, well, maybe you have to re-examine what narrative you're trying to tell. Maybe they don't care about the cult that's trying to take over the town, but maybe they do care about the changelings that have been slowly infiltrating society. Their favorite NPC, are they a changeling? We need to deal with that. That's very important to us. We want to engage with this narrative and pursue it to its end. So suddenly, you can get that same kind of itch. You can scratch that itch. But you have to kind of re-examine why you're doing it, right? That's why you can't just say, I want combat in my game. That's why I'm running. And my group also wants combat. So all is well. I must be the problem because I'm burnt out. No. If you want tactical combat, they want chill, kick down the door, kill a monster, get loot combat. That's not the same. Something I think gets missed a lot is that you can absolutely have role-playing combat. It doesn't have to be a separate thing. Yes, but you have to fight against combat to do that. I love role play. I love roleplay. I love roleplay and combat. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like if you're in combat and you decide, hey, I'm a bard, but I'm not going to heal my team on my turn. And I'm not going to inspire anyone because my dad, who betrayed me when I was like 14, and now I had to run away from home and now I want revenge on him, is right in front of me. I'm going to go up to him and I'm going to stab him with my sword. Right? I'm going to stab him with my sword. Despite the fact that's mechanically suboptimal. Because it's roleplay. It's what my character would do. You're going to miss. It's not going to be cool. And the other players are going to get frustrated at you for throwing. So you can do it. You just kind of need to figure it out. You need to do it in such a way where, okay, I want revenge on my dad, but I need to support my party. What I'm going to do is I'm going to step in front of my father and I'm going to inspire my party member by saying, let me handle him. And then I give inspiration to EJ. And then I do thunderclap to deal a bunch of damage to him. Suddenly, I'm being useful, but I'm still pursuing revenge. I am giving inspiration, but I'm still doing damage. Like, you can make it work, but generally that's an instance of you have to sacrifice either some combat optimization or some role playing. And a lot of players get really frustrated when you ask them to compromise on either, I have found. You have a binding contract that all healers must become the group mom or get a god complex. Many video games are basically single player one-shots, so I'd imagine designing a one-shot for new players that borrows from emulates much of those familiar experiences could work pretty well. And that's the thing, right? Like, I think one-shots are very poor, broadly speaking, because what happens when you have 3 hours for a one-shot? At least an hour of it is the group kind of figuring out, like, what are the group dynamics? What's everyone gonna do? Oh, wait, what is my character? Oh, no, I have burning hands, right? No, that's my previous character. So this one has chromatic orb, but chromatic orb can do fire damage still, so I'm good with that, right? Like, it's everyone learning their characters, it's learning group dynamics, so you have a 2-hour session. And let's say you want to have a combat, because D&D is a combat-oriented system. That takes an hour and a half, so you have half an hour. So a 3-hour game, assuming you have characters done beforehand, not to mention if you're making characters, you have like 30 minutes to roleplay, to pursue plot, to have fun with the game, which is not a lot. Your party's the party's single stepdad. Listen, you're not the stepdad, you're the dad that stepped up. So what I say when it comes to burnout is ask yourself why, ask yourself how does the group work with that, and then when you find out how it doesn't work out, talk to the group about it. It might be you're just running too much. Maybe you're running too often. Maybe you want to be a player. Maybe you run the game because you really love the game and you want to play in the game and you want to mechanically explore it. And the group is doing that, but you haven't played in a year and you really want to play. Tell your group you want to play. I'm of the opinion that Forever DMs is a self-imposed status that you are doing that because you're too scared to be a jerk. You're too scared that by saying, hey, I want to be a player, you are going to impose on your players and they're going to stop playing with you. That's my guess. Which is why you have to remember they're being jerks if they don't let you be a player. Because you're being a GM for them first. This isn't a situation where you're just coming in and demanding you play. This is a situation where you have been running for them repeatedly, presumably for an extended period of time, and you never got to play. So you should be able to play the game that you came here to play. You're back. What's happening? We are talking about what my favorite food is. My favorite food is crab legs. At least they were. In recent years, I haven't enjoyed them as much. I'm not going to lie. I used to be able to like just tear through crab legs. We would only get them for my birthday because obviously crab legs are fairly expensive even when you're from like the Northeast. Crab legs are too expensive for day to day or even like other celebrations. So it was really my birthday. I do enjoy lobster. I have rarely had lobster. I've really only had lobster tail. So I enjoy crab legs. I like seafood. I like shrimp. But like going off of just meals, I do love Honestly, one of my favorite desserts I've had was a chocolate molten lava cake. I love dark chocolate, and I enjoy like hot baked goods. So a chocolate molten lava cake is a cake that's chocolate molten lava cake. It's a cake that the inside is gooey. The inside is like melted. So what it looks like, it looks like this. So it's like a little cake, but it's hollow and it's filled with basically chocolate sauce, like melted chocolate sauce, and it's so good. You put some powdered sugar on it, very nice. I found a brand. I think it was back when I was in the Northeast. I found a brand that had frozen chocolate molten lava cakes, and they were good. They obviously weren't as good as like fresh baked, but I've rarely had this, and I want it more. You love log cake or log cake? Hey, you're gooey on the inside. Everyone's gooey on the inside. That's what insides are for. Oh gosh, the trick-or-treaters are coming. Well, that's a choice. I like kielbasa. It's Polish sausage. What was this turned into topic? I'm answering questions. Compromise is playing a dedicated NPC as a player. I disagree. I think DM NPCs are not inherently poor, but I think DM NPCs, you should not be giving them the same opportunities as players. I don't even think there's anything wrong with the DMPC. I have played and I have seen played DMPCs which are fine, right? But you are not playing the game when you're a DMPC. You are providing an additional asset and inflection point of plot and role playing for the players. The DMPC, and I will say this almost blanketly, not entirely blanketly, because nothing should be blanketed in TTRPG. Almost blanketly, DMPCs should not be the star of the show. You can have a game where they are the star of the show, and that might be very interesting, particularly if it's a game where the DMPC is the hero and the party are their lackeys, and the whole point of the game is like, we're the lackeys, we're not the main character, we're supporting the main character, how do we deal with that? That could be an interesting angle, which is why the NPC isn't necessarily always bad. Oh, risotto, that's pretty good. Crab wontons. Okay, fried cheese wontons, crab rangoon, crab wontons. I have one specific restaurant that I would get crab wontons from. And it was like by my house growing up, and we loved it. And like, it was so good. But every other place I've gotten like fried cheese wontons, crab rangoon, has just been so like cream cheesy. It's not like crab and cheese. It's like just cream cheese and maybe like spinach. I went to the local Asian store and got some watermelon flavored aloe vera drink. It tastes like watermelon to the dot, but has the consistency of water. Okay, I don't like melon soda. And I think I'm fine with the flavor of melon. Because like, when I was much younger, I went to Japan on a student exchange program. I stayed in Japan with host families for a bit of time, and I tried melon soda there, and I didn't like it. But I think what it was is that it might just be the sugar is different. Because I've tried Japanese drinks, and I've tried Japanese candy sometimes. The sugar tastes different, I feel. How could I slander melon soda? That's just how I feel. I might like melon soda. I think it's just the sugar tastes different because I'm not used to it. Right? Scallions and cream cheese rangoons are almost as good as ones with crab in the... Ooh. The lackey angle is something I've seen done in Dark Heresy where you play as inquisitorial agents. Honestly, I could see that being Kane, right? Kane is basically just Dark Heresy. You're all Ordo Malleus psychers under the Inquisition. I went to my city's international market and got some sangria recently. Ooh. Inquisitor themselves is calling the shots as a DMPC. And that's the thing. If I go into a game and the GM is like, hey, the point of this game is that there's a DMPC and you're all their like goons, right? You're their minions. They're going to call the shot. They're going to tell you what to do. and they're going to expect you to listen. That is not me as the GM telling you like you have to do this. That is the character who outranks you ordering you to do something. So whether or not you follow them is up to you. Whether or not you like are obedient to them is up to you. But that's the dynamic we're going to go for. And then all the players, I know for a fact, if I do that, one player is going to make a character who is like a bootlicker. One player is going to make a character who constantly causes trouble and disobeys the DMPC all the time. What do I do? People here know Warhammer. I can't get away from it. You're stuck here. I'm sorry. We just went like 3 hours without talking about Warhammer. I tried melon soda. At first it was fine, but the more I drank, the worse it got. It's this like weird grainy sweetness to it. I don't know what it is. Yeah, the second you come back, you brought it with you. I'm sorry. Oh, AE is live. Okay, I think. Oh, it's an icon stream. Oh, if you call him daddy, he might actually like it. Ooh, I can send you to AE. Unfortunately, I'm on YouTube. Okay, so am I gonna trick or treat? I'm a bit old to trick or treat. My plan was to wrap up stream like 10 minutes ago, and I think kids are gonna be coming by for the next half hour. Like there's a set time that they said for the next half hour. I don't know if that's the case. Do we have we do have a doorbell. Okay, so if I get a doorbell, I can just run away. But I think I do need to wrap up soon. It's been 6 hours. I'm gonna make a clip of that false Hydra, the false Hydra meme. You're just not allowed to get away from Warhammer. I'm sorry, that's on you. You should simply be better at avoiding Warhammer. Gosh, goodness gracious. Time flew by. Time does fly by on stream. Like, I have been chatting nonstop for 6 hours. As a reminder, new outfit for Halloween. I am a maid for Halloween. I don't expect I'll wear this too often, but people seem to like it. And apparently it's subtle enough that it's not like obvious maid outfit. So I may wear it a bit more. I may wear it in other stuff, but at least for right now, I'll probably be going back to my casual wear for November. But remember, if we hit 15K, I'm going to drop a girl frame review. And if we hit 15K before the end of the year, I will do it in this maid dress. And I will talk about the NSFW section. And I don't know what our stretch goal is going to be. I'm going to see where we're at by the end of the year. By the end of the year, I'm going to see where we're at. Depending on how much we grow, I might make a other streaming service account and talk like explicitly about the NSFW stuff in girl frame, which would be very funny. Oh no, I'm broken. Well, let me be transparent with you real quick. Stretch goals, puppy ears. So you have the power to just draw puppy ears on me, right? In the maid TTRPG, the lady mech, yep. You have the power to just draw art of me with puppy ears. I hope you know that. I'm not anti-puppy ear. In fact, I quite like dogs. Like, dogs are my favorite animal, which is why it surprises me when people say I'm cat-coded. I've been called a cat girl over a dog girl. I hate being in the future. Everything happens faster. So true. But I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow, but so I'll be streaming Sunday on Twitch, 11 a.m. PST in the morning. I will be live on YouTube Wednesday, and then I will go back to my member streams on Friday, where I will be doing a live reading of The King in Yellow. We have gone through the Repair of Reputation, Story 1, and I will be continuing that members only, and then right after the stream is over, I will make it public. So you can listen to the VOD if you want to keep up with the story, or if you want to drop a membership, it's $5. You can join live chat, where it's mostly me just being silly. Dog Champ. See, that would require that we draw, and that means not being a perfectionist about it for long enough to get it done. I don't know, we have some artists in the community. You can just pay one of them. Listen, If you pay an artist in the community, like, hey, here's $20, make Arrow have puppy ears, they'd probably do it. I'm not gonna lie. I've been told I'm a lizard girl and told I'm very reptilian. Is that like an insult? Are you being dunked on for that? I can't tell. I'm not gonna lie. But lizard girl or no, thank you all so much for swinging by. I appreciate you staying here. I'm going to go rest up my throat. I'm going to edit multiple videos because that's what I do with my time. You've been called a cat. I've been called both. Thanks for the stream. Happy spooky. Happy Halloween. Merry gay Christmas to all of you. And to all of you, a very spooky night. Thank you so much for swinging by. I appreciate you. I don't know if you realize how much it means for you to swing by. So thank you so much. Take care of yourselves. All right.